Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 1251 Absolute Suppression. The Cloud Whale Great Emperor spoke, addressing the other great emperors around him. Lu Chen is not a heavenly emperor, the spirit convergence array only grants him temporary heavenly emperor power. Hearing the Cloud Whale Great Emperor's words, the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army felt their hearts sink. They were well aware of the Spirit Convergence Array's function, some of them had even used it when fighting against the Heavenly Devil Army. However, the Spirit Convergence Array was mostly used for defense. The combined power of various great daos was extremely fierce, and the conflicts were very intense. No great emperor could control this power. Normally, a Spirit Convergence Array formed by a dozen great emperors was already very difficult to control. But Lu Chen had actually allowed 400 great emperors to form the array at once. With so many chaotic great Dao powers entering Lu Chen's body at once, wouldn't his body be burst apart? In this situation, even a slight exertion of power could cause those chaotic forces to explode directly. Lu Chen was practically courting death. However, just when the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army believed that the Great Xia Dynasty was doomed to fail, they saw Lu Chen's Dharma idol appear behind him. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen's body emanated a multicolored power formed by the convergence of great Dao forces. Feeling that violent multicolored power, the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army were once again stunned, staring dumbfounded at everything before them. The Cloud Whale Great Emperor murmured, "That multicolored power is so violent, it seems to have fused all great Dao forces within it. How is this possible?" Although they were somewhat reluctant to believe what they were seeing, it had already happened. The great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army now understood why Lu Chen dared to directly attack the Divine Moon Dynasty. After Lu Chen used the Spirit Convergence Array, not only did it not harm him, but he could also control the power within it. Lu Chen now possessed Heavenly Emperor level strength, giving him the power to fight against the Divine Martial Great Emperor, who was a true Heavenly Emperor. However, the Cloud Whale Great Emperor quickly calmed down. Even if Lu Chen now possessed Heavenly Emperor power, he was not a true Heavenly Emperor, while the Divine Martial Great Emperor was a genuine Heavenly Emperor. The Divine Martial Great Emperor was not only a Heavenly Emperor but also a Heavenly Devil Heavenly Emperor. His Heavenly Devil power had a great suppressing effect on cultivators' spiritual power. Could Lu Chen be a match for the Divine Martial Great Emperor? After seeing Lu Chen also release Heavenly Emperor level pressure, the Divine Martial Great Emperor revealed a disdainful expression on his face. He and the Cloud Whale Great Emperor shared the same thought, although both possessed Heavenly Emperor level strength, one was a true Heavenly Emperor, while the other was a counterfeit. A counterfeit Heavenly Emperor could never be a match for a true Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, a huge blood-colored skeleton appeared behind the Divine Martial Great Emperor, and the Heavenly Devil power on his body became increasingly vigorous. He slowly raised his hand, and the next moment, the soul-devouring staff of certain death appeared in his hand. The Divine Martial Great Emperor didn't waste any more words, he now only wanted to eliminate Lu Chen as quickly as possible. Immediately afterward, the Divine Martial Great Emperor mobilized all the Heavenly Devil power in his body, and it surged towards Lu Chen like a sea wave. This move was very simple, he clearly wanted to use the suppressing effect of Heavenly Devil power on cultivators to suppress Lu Chen's strength and create an opportunity for his attack. Seeing the Heavenly Devil power surging towards him, Lu Chen raised the God-shattering sword in his hand, mobilized the multicolored power formed by the convergence of various great Dao forces, and unleashed a sword strike. Blood Soul Sever. As this sword chi was unleashed, the universe space shattered inch by inch, and when the Heavenly Devil power was about to come into contact with the multicolored power, it showed signs of collapsing and dissipating. The great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army quickly noticed this subtle situation. Look quickly, the Heavenly Devil power is actually dissipating. Really? The sword chi he unleashed can actually sever Heavenly Devil power. Strange, shouldn't Heavenly Devil power have a suppressing effect on cultivators' power? Why is it suppressing heavenly devil power instead? Seeing that his heavenly devil power was gradually dissipating, the divine martial great emperor's face darkened. He had not expected Lu Chen's power to have such a strong suppressing effect on his heavenly devil power. However, the divine martial great emperor was not intimidated by this. He then mobilized the heavenly devil power again, and countless heavenly devil powers enveloped his Dharma idol, forming a huge palm. Immediately afterward, the divine martial great emperor struck out with his palm, attempting to block Lu Chen's blood soul sever. But when that palm touched the blood soul sever, it still quickly dissipated. Seeing that his spell had no effect on Lu Chen's sword chi, the divine martial great emperor was stunned. Although Lu Chen's power had a certain restraint against heavenly devil power, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. His spell was completely useless in front of Lu Chen. Seeing that the divine martial great emperor's spell had failed again, the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army became completely excited. Heavens, I didn't expect Lu Chen's power to completely suppress heavenly devil power. How did he do it? That's great, the Immortal Alliance is saved, the Central Starfield is saved, the universe is saved. The suppressed members of the Immortal Alliance finally completely erupted with emotion at this moment. Since the heavenly devils of the Divine Moon Dynasty expanded outwards, their Immortal Alliance army had been suppressed and beaten by the Heavenly Devil army, with almost no resistance. Not long ago, their largest joint offensive by the Immortal Alliance army was still dispersed by the Heavenly Devil army, and they were forced to flee the Central Starfield. They had originally thought that they would never be able to return to the Central Starfield in this lifetime, and that they would live a wandering life of hiding everywhere. They had not expected that the Great Xia Dynasty would be able to suppress the Heavenly Devil army. Just as the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army were very excited, the Cloud Whale Great Emperor sighed slightly. When he saw that Lu Chen could suppress the Divine Martial Great Emperor, he had a guess in his heart, that was, whether Lu Chen had been deliberately dragging things out, not uniting with the Immortal Alliance army, letting the Heavenly Devil army of the Divine Moon Dynasty conquer everywhere, and waiting until the major forces in the Central Starfield were crippled by the Heavenly Devil army before he led the army of the Great Xia Dynasty to clean up the mess. Although he thought of this possibility, the Cloud Whale Great Emperor also knew that they couldn't blame Lu Chen. This world ultimately emphasizes strength. Now that the Great Xia Dynasty was so powerful, and even the Divine Martial Great Emperor, a Heavenly Emperor, was suppressed by Lu Chen, even if they knew that Lu Chen was initially indulging the Divine Moon Dynasty's expansion, what could they do? The Cloud Whale Great Emperor then put these thoughts behind him, and he murmured, "It seems that the entire universe will be unified soon." Seeing that the sword chi unleashed by Lu Chen was getting closer and closer, the Divine Martial Great Emperor then took out the Saint Devil Spear that Xian Tian had given him. At this moment, the body of the Saint Devil Spear emitted a thick black aura, and within the black aura, there seemed to be countless souls wailing. Immediately afterward, the Divine Martial Great Emperor shouted loudly, "Profound Yellow Annihilation Spear!" Then, he thrust out with the spear, the tip of the spear wrapped in heavenly devil power forming a drill that directly pierced towards the sword chi. Chapter 1252 The Origin of the Universe appears. The eyes of the Divine Martial Great Emperor stared intently at the spear he had thrust out, refusing to believe that he would fail to block that sword energy this time. However, just as the spear energy he unleashed touched the sword energy of the Blood Soul Sever, it dissipated instantly, just like his previous attacks. At this moment, the Divine Martial Great Emperor's heart became extremely agitated, as he couldn't understand what was happening, or why Lu Chen's power had such terrifying suppression over him. Logically, shouldn't the power of the Heavenly Devil restrain the spiritual power of cultivators? Why was his Heavenly Devil power being so thoroughly restrained by the power Lu Chen was using? Where exactly was the problem? Soon, the Divine Martial Great Emperor's gaze fell upon the 400 Great Emperors behind Lu Chen. He suddenly realized something. Lu Chen had gathered the power of 400 Great Emperors, combining various Great Dao powers. Perhaps after these great Dao powers mixed together, the resulting power was different from pure spiritual power and instead suppressed the power of the heavenly devil. After considering this possibility, the divine martial Great Emperor immediately ordered all the heavenly devil Great Emperors to attack Lu Chen's spirit gathering formation. In an instant, the heavenly devils surged towards Lu Chen's rear like a tide. But when those heavenly devils collided with the sword energy of the blood soul sever, they turned into dust one by one. However, it was precisely because of these heavenly devils' successive charges that the power of the blood soul sever was greatly weakened. Just as the blood soul sever was about to touch the divine martial Great Emperor, a layer of blood-red light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Immediately afterward, a huge, blood-red armor Dharma form appeared outside his body, and the sword energy Lu Chen unleashed struck that armor. When the sword energy collided with the blood-red armor, a violent explosion occurred instantly, and the divine martial Great Emperor was blasted back tens of light years. The shockwave from the explosion destroyed the surrounding heavenly devils and all kinds of worlds. For a time, this starfield was filled with dust, as if a sandstorm had appeared. Although the power of the explosion was enormous, Lu Chen sensed that the divine martial Great Emperor was unharmed. Only a crack had appeared in the blood-red armor on his body, but he himself was not injured. Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Although he hadn't used his full strength, his power had an extremely terrifying suppressive effect on the heavenly devils. Yet, he still hadn't been able to eliminate the divine martial Great Emperor. What level of spiritual artifact was the armor on the divine martial Great Emperor? Why hadn't the divine martial Great Emperor taken out this armor when he was in the outer domain last time? Seeing that the sword strike Lu Chen unleashed had only left a crack on his celestial zenith armor, the divine martial Great Emperor laughed heartily, as if he understood something. Although Lu Chen's power had a very terrifying suppressive effect on him, that power couldn't have too much effect on the Emperor artifact he had refined. Fortunately, during the dozen years of his seclusion, he hadn't only focused on cultivation but had also spent some time refining an Emperor artifact, or else he would have truly perished today. The divine martial Great Emperor then asked, Lu Chen, what do you think of the Emperor artifact I refined? Hearing the divine martial Great Emperor's words, Lu Chen chuckled. So it was an Emperor artifact refined by the divine martial Great Emperor. No wonder it was able to block his sword strike. But then again, he hadn't used his full strength in that sword strike just now, and he hadn't fully activated the God-shattering sword either. The God-shattering sword was a celestial artifact. If fully activated, even an Emperor artifact wouldn't be able to withstand it. The reason Lu Chen hadn't wanted to fully activate it was mainly because he was worried that the power would be too great and would directly cut out a cosmic abyss. There was that strange black gas in the cosmic abyss, and he was worried that the great emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty would also turn into heavenly devils after coming into contact with this black gas. But now that the divine martial Great Emperor had an Emperor artifact, it seemed that he had no choice but to use his full strength. Lu Chen chuckled and then said, then we'll see if you can still block it next time. As he spoke, Lu Chen mobilized the power of the 7 colors, then mobilized the power of the source within his body, and finally poured the spiritual power from his body into the God-shattering sword. After the 3 forces merged into the God-shattering sword, the God-shattering sword immediately emitted a dazzling white light. Feeling the pressure emanating from the God-shattering sword, the divine martial Great Emperor's heart trembled. Just the pressure emanating from this sword made him feel that his life was threatened. He now only felt that he might not be able to withstand the next sword strike. No, this can't go on. The divine martial Great Emperor then also mobilized the power of the source. He was already a heavenly emperor, after all, and the power of the source he could mobilize was obviously greater than Lu Chen's. However, he didn't know why, but when he mobilized the power of the source, he discovered that the source of this universe had a great rejection towards him, as if refusing to let him use the power of the source. The divine martial Great Emperor shouted, "This emperor is the heavenly emperor." After this sentence, the Divine Martial Great Emperor frantically extracted the power of the source, but the feeling of being rejected became more and more obvious. The Divine Martial Great Emperor was extremely unhappy. He was now already a heavenly emperor, yet he was still not recognized by this universe. Why? Lu Chen, someone who was not a heavenly emperor, could mobilize the power of the source, while he was restricted by this universe when using the power of the source. Thinking of this, the anger in the Divine Martial Great Emperor's heart was completely ignited. If this universe would not give him the power of the source, then this universe should no longer exist. At this time, the Divine Martial Great Emperor seemed to sense a weak universe consciousness. That universe consciousness was like a pair of human eyes, staring straight at him. The Divine Martial Great Emperor sneered, "Since you are unwilling to give this emperor the power of the source, then this emperor will completely replace you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Martial Great Emperor was preparing to attack that universe consciousness. At this time, Lu Chen was stunned in the void. In his eyes, a huge cosmic black hole appeared above the Divine Martial Great Emperor, and a pair of blood-red eyes seemed to appear in the black hole, surrounded by red filaments. Lu Chen thought to himself, could it be that the great cataclysm of the epoch had begun? This is troublesome. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was preparing to have the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet evacuate. However, he now discovered that those heavenly devils of the Divine Moon Dynasty didn't seem to notice the abnormality of the Divine Martial Great Emperor at all and were still frantically surging towards the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet. And the more than 100 great emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty who were responsible for protecting the Spirit Gathering formation also took the initiative to meet them at this time, and the great battle between the two sides broke out. Lu Chen seemed to understand something, and then he asked the Thunder Great Emperor through voice transmission, "Thunder, did you see the black hole above the Divine Martial Great Emperor's head?" The Thunder Great Emperor was stunned for a moment. "Black hole? What black hole?" Then, the Thunder Great Emperor specially sensed it, but he didn't see anything. He only saw the Divine Martial Great Emperor suspended in the void, and the power of the heavenly devil on his body became more and more intense. It was just that the Divine Martial Great Emperor's cheeks were very distorted, and he looked very uncomfortable. Lu Chen thought to himself, no wonder the two sides had no intention of escaping at all. It turned out that they couldn't see it at all. Chapter 1253, The Great Xia Dynasty Retreats. The emperors were aware of the strange red filaments of the epical calamity. If they saw the red filaments on Divine Martial Emperor's head, they would definitely think the epical calamity had begun and would flee in terror. When Lu Chen saw that the emperors present were focused on the battle, and even the emperors of the Immortal Alliance forces hadn't fled, he understood that the black hole above Divine Martial Emperor's head, as well as those scarlet eyes, were probably only visible to him and Divine Martial Emperor. This made Lu Chen uncertain whether it was a sign of the epical calamity's beginning. Lu Chen thought for a moment that since Divine Martial Emperor was currently holding off those eyes, it was a good opportunity for him to get away from the Central Star region. Those eyes made him feel extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know if it was a sign of the epical calamity, getting away from that thing was definitely the right choice. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately transmitted a message to all the emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty, "Everyone, prepare to withdraw from the Central Star region." Hearing this, the emperors who were preparing to fight desperately against the demonic legion were stunned. Withdraw from the Central Star region? Why withdraw from the Central Star region at this time? Wasn't Divine Martial Emperor already unable to move? Why not take this opportunity to directly eliminate Divine Martial Emperor instead of withdrawing from the Central Star region? If they withdrew now, wouldn't this trip have been for nothing? Lu Chen didn't explain much to them. He didn't know how long Divine Martial Emperor could last. If Divine Martial Emperor couldn't hold on, and those eyes looked towards them, it would probably be troublesome. Thunder Emperor transmitted his voice at this time, asking, "Your Majesty, isn't now the best time to eliminate Divine Martial Emperor? Why are we suddenly retreating?" Lu Chen said indifferently, after we withdraw from the central star region, I will tell you the reason." Since Lu Chen had said so, the emperors couldn't say much more. After all, Lu Chen was the lord of the Great Xia Dynasty, and he must have his reasons for doing so. To help the Great Xia Dynasty's army retreat, Lu Chen immediately mobilized the power of the seven colors. With a single sword strike, countless demons were annihilated in the universe. Seeing the scene that happened in the distance, Cloud Whale Emperor and the emperors of the Immortal Alliance forces couldn't help but sigh. If only they could have joined the Great Xia Dynasty earlier, or pulled the Great Xia Dynasty into the Immortal Alliance forces. If Lu Chen were here, they wouldn't have suffered such great casualties. Just as the emperors were sighing, they suddenly discovered that the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet was actually retreating. Seeing this scene, people were immediately puzzled. Wasn't the Great Xia Dynasty currently on the advantageous side? Why were they suddenly retreating? After the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet withdrew a certain distance, the 100 emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty who hadn't participated in the spirit gathering formation also began to gradually retreat. Cloud Whale Emperor and the others immediately began to discuss. What happened? Why is the Great Xia Dynasty retreating? Could it be that Lu Chen is going to use some means and is afraid of affecting others, so he's having them retreat? If that's the case, then he could have just not let the Great Xia Dynasty's immortal ships go up in the first place. Something's not right. Cloud Whale Emperor said at this time, this emperor will go ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Cloud Whale Emperor came down from the immortal ship and then flew to an emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty who was retreating. Why are you retreating? Isn't your power able to suppress the demons? That emperor replied, this is His Majesty's order. We don't know what's going on. Maybe His Majesty discovered something. You should also retreat quickly. After we withdraw from the Central Star region, His Majesty will tell us the reason. Hearing the Emperor's words, Cloud Whale Emperor didn't waste any more time. He immediately returned to the immortal ship of the Immortal Alliance forces. The emperors of the Immortal Alliance forces saw him return and immediately surrounded him. An emperor asked eagerly, Cloud Whale Emperor, did you find out anything? Why is the Great Xia Dynasty suddenly retreating? Cloud Whale Emperor replied, those emperors don't know the reason either. It was Lu Chen who told them to retreat. Maybe Lu Chen discovered something. We should also retreat immediately. Hearing these words, the emperors looked at each other. Cloud Whale Emperor spoke again, after we leave the Central Star region, Lu Chen should tell us the reason. Let's retreat first. As soon as he finished speaking, Cloud Whale Emperor immediately controlled the immortal ship to retreat. Seeing that Cloud Whale Emperor had retreated, the other emperors also chose to retreat. Seeing that the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet and the Immortal Alliance forces had already retreated to a certain distance, Lu Chen directly mobilized the power of the Source and once again gathered the three forces into the Shattered God Sword. Then he swung his sword. With this sword, the surging demon tide directly turned into dust. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen immediately lifted the Spirit Gathering Formation, and then led the emperors of the Spirit Gathering Formation to quickly leave the Divine Moon Dynasty. At this time, Divine Martial Emperor hadn't noticed that Lu Chen had already run away. He was desperately extracting the power of the universe's origin, trying to completely control the entire universe. Just as he felt that he was about to touch the will of the universe, he suddenly discovered that countless red filaments appeared in front of him. Before Divine Martial Emperor could react, those red filaments directly penetrated his body. Feeling that his body was being dissolved by those red filaments, a look of horror appeared on Divine Martial Emperor's face. He immediately thought of the strange red filaments that would appear during the epical calamity. Divine Martial Emperor roared unwillingly, no. This emperor will not fall like this. So what if it's the epical calamity? As long as this emperor completely controls this universe, the epical calamity will also be decided by this emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Divine Martial Emperor fully mobilized the demonic power in his body. For a time, the entire Divine Moon Dynasty was shrouded in a vortex of demonic power, and the demons of the Divine Moon Dynasty were swept into this vortex of demonic power before they could react. As the vortex of demonic power spun faster and faster, the demonic power within the demons of the Divine Moon Dynasty was gradually drawn out, and those demons turned into powder. The demons felt that the demonic power in their bodies was being drawn away by Divine Martial Emperor. For a time, all the demons panicked. They struggled frantically, wailing, and the wails of the demons even spread throughout the Central Star region. Lu Chen, who was retreating from the Central Star region, heard the wails of the demons and immediately turned his head to investigate the situation of the Divine Moon Dynasty. As a result, it was as he had thought. The red filaments had indeed launched an attack on Divine Martial Emperor and had even tied up Divine Martial Emperor. At this time, the emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty and the Immortal Alliance forces also discovered the situation of the Divine Moon Dynasty. Seeing that the entire Divine Moon Dynasty was being swept into the vortex of demonic power, the emperors suddenly felt a chill down their spines. If they hadn't retreated just now, wouldn't they have been swept into this terrifying vortex as well? Was this Divine Martial Emperor's true strength? It was too terrifying. At this time, apart from Lu Chen, the other emperors didn't know the situation of Divine Martial Emperor. They still thought that this vortex was a sign that Divine Martial Emperor was about to attack Lu Chen. Chapter 1254 Xian Tian. You are the way of heaven. Seeing the Divine Martial Great Emperor being constantly pierced by those red filaments, and his body dissolving at a rapid pace, Lu Chen immediately frowned. In his previous life, he had also experienced the epic tribulation. Although his memories as the Heavenly Emperor were incomplete, he wasn't very familiar with these strange red filaments, but through the memories of the Heavenly Emperor, he knew that he had the ability to survive the epic tribulation. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's origin was of the same origin as the universe. These strange red filaments shouldn't attack the Heavenly Emperor. Even if they were to attack the Heavenly Emperor, they shouldn't be able to harm him. Why did the Divine Martial Great Emperor look like he was about to fall? Could it be that a Heavenly Emperor who relied on the power of the Heavenly Devil couldn't withstand the great tribulation of the universe? Or is it that the red filaments of this epoch are different from the red filaments of the previous epoch? Seeing Lu Chen standing on the deck of the immortal boat, constantly staring in the direction of the Divine Moon Dynasty, the Thunderclap Great Emperor came to Lu Chen's side and said, "Thanks to your Majesty for discovering the Divine Martial Great Emperor's conspiracy in advance, otherwise we would probably have been drawn into that vortex." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "Can you really not see anything?" The Thunderclap Great Emperor asked back, "See what?" Lu Chen didn't hide anything, and directly said, "Those red filaments." Hearing this, the faces of the Thunderclap Great Emperor and the other Great Emperors beside Lu Chen instantly turned pale. One of the Great Emperors said, "The red filaments that your Majesty is talking about, could they be the kind of strange red filaments that only appear during the epic tribulation?" Lu Chen said, "It seems that you really can't see them. Only I and the Divine Martial Great Emperor can see them." Speaking of this, Lu Chen continued, "Just now, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the void. Countless red filaments grew out of those blood-red eyes. The reason why the Divine Martial Great Emperor is absorbing the heavenly devil power of all the heavenly devils in the Divine Moon Dynasty is because he is now fighting against those strange red filaments." After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, the Great Emperors looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They thought that the heavenly devil power vortex in the Divine Moon Dynasty at this moment was created by the Divine Martial Great Emperor to deal with Lu Chen. They didn't expect that the Divine Martial Great Emperor was actually fighting against the epic tribulation. The Thunderclap Great Emperor said, "So, the epic tribulation has already begun." Lu Chen said, "If you can't see it, then it may not have started. Perhaps it's because the Divine Martial Great Emperor has violated some taboo, which led to him being hunted down by those strange filaments." Lu Chen suspected that the current red filaments should only be visible to those who have control over the power of origin. He possessed the power of origin in his body, and the Divine Martial Great Emperor also grasped the power of origin after becoming the Heavenly Emperor, so both of them could see the scarlet eyes evolved from the consciousness of the universe. Of course, this was just his guess, and he didn't know the specific reason. What Lu Chen was most worried about now was that those red filaments would continue to grow outwards after killing the Divine Martial Great Emperor. If they continued to grow, it would mean that the epic tribulation had truly begun. At this moment, Lu Chen thought of another problem. The other half of the reincarnation stone was still on the Divine Martial Great Emperor's body. In this situation, even if the Divine Martial Great Emperor was killed by those strange red filaments, he wouldn't be able to retrieve the Heavenly Evolution Stone. Thinking of this, Lu Chen planned to leave behind an avatar to see if there would be a chance to go to the Divine Moon Dynasty later. Immediately, Lu Chen left behind a sixth realm avatar in the void. After the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet returned to the Red Rain world at the fastest speed, they directly used the saint-ranked teleportation array of the Red Rain world to head to the Great Xia Dynasty. Outside the Red Rain world, some of the great emperors of the Immortal Alliance army were still hesitating. Most of the great emperors had forces behind them. They were not sure whether the forces behind them still existed. Some great emperors had deep feelings for their own forces. Letting them join other dynasties without knowing whether their own forces still existed was indeed a difficult decision for them. Lu Chen didn't make things difficult for those great emperors. In the current situation, the epic tribulation could come at any time. He would have to think about how to resist the epic tribulation next. He didn't care so much about whether these great emperors joined the Great Xia Dynasty or not. At this time, thinking about expanding and increasing the Great Xia Dynasty's luck was likely already too late. After all, those red filaments had already appeared, although only he and the Divine Martial Great Emperor could see them at the moment. Lu Chen led the great emperors who were willing to join the Great Xia Dynasty back to the Great Xia Dynasty, while those great emperors who were still hesitating were allowed to stay in the Red Rain world first. When they figured it out, they could go to the Great Xia Dynasty through the saint-ranked teleportation array of the Red Rain world at any time. At the same time, Divine Moon Dynasty. The Divine Martial Great Emperor was still fighting with those red filaments. At this time, his body and soul were already riddled with holes. He looked like he only had one breath left, but the heavenly devil power on his body still hadn't dissipated. Lu Chen's avatar hid on a world outside the Divine Moon Dynasty, witnessing everything. Lu Chen felt that he should thank the Divine Martial Great Emperor now. If the Divine Martial Great Emperor hadn't held on for so long, those red filaments would probably have attacked them. Fortunately, the Great Xia Dynasty's fleet had already returned to the Great Xia Dynasty. He just didn't know whether the barrier of the immortal spirit umbrella could resist these strange red filaments. The Divine Martial Great Emperor was a heavenly emperor, and the Divine Martial Great Emperor could persist under these red filaments for so long. The immortal spirit umbrella itself could resist the heavenly emperor's attacks. In other words, was it also possible for the immortal spirit umbrella to resist the epic tribulation? Just as Lu Chen was calculating the feasibility of using the immortal spirit umbrella to resist the epic tribulation in his heart, a man's voice appeared in the void. Divine Martial Great Emperor, you really gave this seat a big surprise. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen frowned. In the next moment, he felt a huge pressure. This pressure had already reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Chen's face immediately became serious. He instantly thought of one person in his mind, a person who had disappeared for a long time. The Lord of the Heavenly Mystery Tower, Xian Tian. As he expected, in the next moment, Xian Tian's figure appeared in the Divine Moon Dynasty. He stood in front of the Divine Martial Great Emperor, looking at the Divine Martial Great Emperor with a gloomy face. The moment Xian Tian appeared, the Divine Martial Great Emperor felt a power similar to the red filaments. He had been eroded by that power recently, so he was very sensitive to that power. The Divine Martial Great Emperor instantly understood something. He laughed loudly and said, "This Emperor understands, this emperor understands. Xian Tian. You are the heavenly Dao. Hearing the divine martial great emperor's words, Lu Chen was stunned. Xian Tian is the heavenly Dao? What does that mean? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wait, if Xian Tian is the heavenly Dao, and they are in the belly of the Chaos Beast, then wouldn't that mean that Xian Tian is the Chaos Beast? Or rather, Xian Tian is a consciousness evolved from the Chaos Beast. Xian Tian continued to say to the divine martial great emperor at this time, I really didn't expect that a chess piece like you could force this seat to such a situation. This seat should have eliminated you earlier. Chapter 1255 Today, this emperor will defy the will of heaven. Xian Tian originally only wanted to use the divine martial great emperor and the others to get rid of Lu Chen, but he didn't expect the divine martial great emperor and his group to be so useless. Especially the divine martial great emperor, this chess piece, actually became the heavenly emperor, becoming an existence that could threaten him. At this time, the divine martial great emperor laughed and said, not eliminating this emperor will be the most foolish decision. Today, this emperor will defy the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon power on the divine martial great emperor suddenly surged. Immediately afterwards, the divine martial great emperor gripped the holy demon spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Xian Tian. At this time, Xian Tian did not dodge at all, just floating in the void, waiting for the divine martial great emperor to attack. In the next moment, the holy demon spear, wrapped in surging and violent heavenly demon power, pierced through Xian Tian's body, but what neither the divine martial great emperor nor Lu Chen expected was that Xian Tian's body did not change at all. The holy demon spear did pierce through Xian Tian's body, but Xian Tian was still there. The divine martial great emperor also felt that he had not stabbed a physical body. What he stabbed was like a projection. At this time, Xian Tian said lightly, if I gave you some more time to grow, perhaps you could threaten me like Lu Chen, but unfortunately, you are just a bug in my body. At this time, Xian Tian slowly raised his hand, and countless red filaments emerged from the pair of scarlet eyes in the void, and these red filaments passed through the body and spirit of the divine martial great emperor at an extremely fast speed. The divine martial great emperor unwillingly wanted to use the power of the origin to resist, but found that he could not mobilize the power of the origin at all. He and the power of the origin had completely disconnected. A look of panic appeared on the divine martial great emperor's face, and he said in disbelief, how could this be? Xian Tian saw that the divine martial great emperor wanted to use the power of the origin, and he sneered and said, as a bug in my stomach, you actually, to use the power in my body to deal with me, it's ridiculous. Hearing Xian Tian's words, the divine martial great emperor and Lu Chen were stunned at the same time. Lu Chen now understood why Chu Zhenjihu thought he was a beast guard. The power he used itself came from this universe, that is, from the primal chaos beast itself. If this is the case, wouldn't it be very easy for the primal chaos beast to cut off his source of power, just like the current divine martial great emperor? Lu Chen frowned tightly. His power all came from Xian Tian. If Xian Tian wanted to attack him, to attack the Great Xia Dynasty, how would he resist? At that time, Xian Tian would directly take away the power from him, and he would probably not be able to do anything. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became extremely anxious. However, at this moment, the multi-child multi-blessing system, which had been silent for many years, issued a prompt. The host's power comes from the system, and the host's origin power comes from the subworlds of the host's wives and concubines. The primal chaos beast cannot block the host's power. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen's brain was slightly stunned. His power has nothing to do with the primal chaos beast? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it really has nothing to do with the primal chaos beast, especially the origin power he obtained. From the beginning, the origin power he obtained was produced in the subworlds of his wives and concubines. Although he could also feel the origin power of this universe, he had hardly used the origin power of this world, and from the beginning, he felt that the origin power of this world was different from the origin power on his body. Seeing that the divine martial great emperor's body was about to dissipate, suddenly, a dark force spread from a distance. When this dark force passed through Lu Chen's body, Lu Chen felt very uncomfortable, but he forcibly endured it and did not use his spiritual power to resist this dark force. If he used his spiritual power now, he would probably be discovered by Xian Tian in the distance. But then again, Lu Chen always felt that Xian Tian had already discovered his existence. Xian Tian was a consciousness body condensed from the primal chaos beast, and he was now in Xian Tian's stomach. Xian Tian probably always knew his real-time location and what he was doing. It's just that he didn't understand why Xian Tian hadn't attacked him all along, but instead allowed him to grow up. From the words Xian Tian said to him in the outer realm, it could be seen that Xian Tian and he were enemies. With Xian Tian's strength surpassing the Heavenly Emperor, it was easy to get rid of him, but Xian Tian did not get rid of him, allowing him to grow. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about what Xian Tian's purpose was in doing this, he found that the dark force that had passed through his body had all gathered on the divine martial great emperor, and for a time, the heavenly demon power on the divine martial great emperor surged again. Unwilling. This emperor is unwilling. As the divine martial great emperor's roar sounded, the baleful aura on the divine martial great emperor became heavier and heavier, and his body had already transformed into a mist state, without a human form. Seeing the change in the divine martial great emperor, Xian Tian's face became even more gloomy. At this time, he directly transmitted his voice throughout the universe, Xian Qingyun, do you really want to be an enemy of me? Hearing Xian Tian's voice, Lu Chen was a little surprised. As far as he knew, the heavenly mystery maiden's name was Xian Qingyun. Was that dark force just now from Xian Qingyun? After Xian Tian's voice fell, he did not receive a response from Xian Qingyun. Soon, the divine martial great emperor's body completely turned into a cloud of black mist. There was a pair of scarlet eyes in the black mist. He looked at Xian Tian in the distance and said loudly, Xian Tian, you didn't expect that this emperor is not dead yet. The newest and fastest novel is at 6-9 book bar. Seeing the divine martial great emperor completely demonized, Xian Tian snorted coldly, and then said to the void, Xian Qingyun, do you think that relying on a heavenly emperor-level heavenly demon can destroy this universe? As he spoke, countless cracks appeared in the void, and countless red filaments gradually grew out of those cracks. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's face changed slightly. Not good, the era calamity has begun. Lu Chen then prepared to control his clone to stay away from the Central Star territory. Although his clone could be abandoned at any time, his clone still had a role. He would have to rely on him to observe those strange red filaments later, and he could not be destroyed now. However, just as Lu Chen was about to control his clone to leave, he found that countless black filaments grew out of the black mist transformed by the divine martial great emperor. These filaments, wrapped in thick heavenly demon power, directly attacked those red filaments. For a time, countless red filaments and black filaments were entangled together. When the two types of filaments were entangled together, they gradually dissolved and turned into a white liquid. Seeing that the divine martial great emperor could actually withstand his power, Xian Tian's face became more and more ugly. If this continued, he was afraid that his body would have problems before he could refine Lu Chen. Xian Tian snorted coldly, Xian Qingyun, you are forcing me. Soul-devouring power. As Xian Tian's voice fell, suddenly, more cracks appeared in the universe, and countless green liquids emitting white smoke flowed out of the cracks. These liquids gathered together to form a vast ocean and surged towards the divine martial great emperor like a tide. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1256, Samsara Stone merges into one. Seeing those green liquids emitting a white mist, Lu Chen was instantly stunned. This is soul-devouring power? Why does it look like hydrochloric acid? Although he felt like it was hydrochloric acid, a deep sense of crisis arose from the depths of Lu Chen's soul, clearly indicating that the so-called soul-devouring power could threaten his life. This scene made Lu Chen feel incredibly abstract. When they were in the outer realm, Chu Zhenjihu said they were inside the chaos beast's stomach, but he didn't have a strong feeling. After all, that universe looked just like a normal universe. Now it seems that they really are in the chaos beast's stomach. Look, even the stomach acid is coming out. Under the erosion of the soul-devouring power, the body of the divine martial great emperor instantly dissolved, and his soul also turned into starlight. The divine martial great emperor roared unwillingly, "No!" Gradually, the voice of the divine martial great emperor became smaller and smaller, and soon his soul completely dissipated. Seeing that the divine martial great emperor had already fallen, Lu Chen thought that Xian Tian should take back the soul-devouring power, but to Lu Chen's surprise, the soul-devouring power actually spread like a wave towards all directions of the universe, without any intention of stopping. A trace of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. He had personally witnessed the entire process of the soul-devouring power dissolving the divine martial great emperor, and knew the power of this soul-devouring power. Compared to those red threads, this soul-devouring power was even more terrifying. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen directly used the saint-level teleportation array he had built in the world under his feet to escape this star field. After he escaped that star field, he could still see those green liquids surging towards other parts of the universe like a tsunami at the edge of the central star field. Lu Chen frowned. The current situation was probably more dangerous than the era calamity. This was troublesome. He didn't know if the immortal spirit umbrella's barrier could withstand these green liquids. The possibility of not being able to withstand it was probably greater. Even the heavenly emperor, divine martial great emperor, dissolved in a moment after coming into contact with these green liquids. Although the immortal spirit umbrella could withstand the heavenly emperor's attacks, it was only for a certain number of times. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about how to deal with this crisis, a red sedan suddenly appeared in the distance. Hey! Red flower sedan? Every time the red flower sedan appears, it seems to bring him a woman. Could it be that this time it also brought him a woman? But at this time, even if it brought him a beautiful woman, he probably wouldn't be in the mood to enjoy the pleasures of love. Soon, the red flower sedan came to Lu Chen's vicinity. The next moment, a stone flew out from the red flower sedan and directly flew in front of Lu Chen. This. Before Lu Chen could reach out and take the stone in his hand, the reincarnation stone in Lu Chen's system backpack actually flew out on its own. The next moment, the reincarnation stone and the heavenly evolution stone merged together, emitting a dazzling seven-colored light. While Lu Chen was distracted, the fused reincarnation stone floated above Lu Chen's forehead and shot out a seven-colored light. Lu Chen didn't have time to dodge, and the light directly entered Lu Chen's soul through his clone. The next moment, Lu Chen felt a huge memory surge into his soul. Although he did not recover the memories of his previous life, he obtained a very crucial piece of information. That is, when he cultivates with all his wives and concubines at the same time, as long as he can achieve simultaneous soul resonance with them, he can unseal all the memories of his previous life. This is also why he has been trying his best to find his confidants in every life. Lu Chen murmured, "So that's how it is. It seems I need to hurry." The next moment, Lu Chen simultaneously controlled his clones to take action. No matter what his wives and concubines were doing at this moment, he brought them all to bed. Most of Lu Chen's wives and concubines were already used to what Lu Chen did to them, so they wouldn't resist cultivating with Lu Chen, but Yun Qingshu was different. Ever since Yun Qingshu came to the Great Xia Dynasty, she had been wary of Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen initially told her that he only brought her to the Great Xia Dynasty for Yun Xiangxian's sake, Yun Qingshu was still somewhat suspicious of Lu Chen, considering Lu Chen's character. Myriad Sound World. A mountain top, surrounded by clouds and mist, with white cranes flying around, like a fairyland. On top of the mountain, there is a thatched hut, and inside the thatched hut, Yun Qingshu is cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, Yun Qingshu suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes looked around blankly, and then she circulated her spiritual power to stabilize her state of mind. Yun Qingshu felt a little puzzled. What was going on just now? Why did she suddenly feel a strong sense of crisis, as if she would have a bloody disaster today? Great emperors have a certain ability to foresee danger, so when they feel a crisis, they will take it seriously. Yun Qingshu frowned, and couldn't help but think, could it be that the era calamity has begun? Thinking of this possibility, Yun Qingshu was preparing to get up and go out to take a look. The newest and most complete novels are at Lu Jushu Ba. First published. However, as soon as she got up, a figure she was wary of appeared in the room. Seeing Lu Chen appear, Yun Qingshu frowned and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" What Yun Qingshu was most worried about was Lu Chen suddenly appearing here. If Lu Chen didn't come to her place, it proved that Lu Chen had forgotten about her. If Lu Chen came to her place, it proved that Lu Chen still had some thoughts about her in his heart. In addition, Lu Chen's current strength was far above hers. If Lu Chen really wanted to do something to her, she probably wouldn't be able to resist. Lu Chen did not immediately answer Yun Qingshu's question. His eyes were looking at Yun Qingshu. Yun Qingshu was wearing a light gauze dress of cyan. The long dress wrapped her graceful body. Yun Qingshu's body was just right in terms of fullness. A little more would be too fat, and a little less would be too thin. Her figure was in a very perfect state. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze moving back and forth on her body, Yun Qingshu was shocked. Although Lu Chen didn't say anything, his eyes had already revealed his inner thoughts. It was already self-evident what Lu Chen was going to do next. Before Lu Chen could speak, Yun Qingshu's body turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the thatched hut. Since she already knew what Lu Chen wanted to do, then she would only have one ending if she stayed here. Seeing Yun Qingshu running away directly, Lu Chen just smiled slightly. As long as she was within the Great Xia Dynasty, no matter where Yun Qingshu ran, he would be able to sense her location. Yun Qingshu's struggle was futile. Yun Qingshu's speed was very fast. In just a moment, she came to the edge of the Immortal Spirit Umbrella's barrier. As long as she could pass through the Immortal Spirit Umbrella's barrier, she would have escaped the Great Xia Dynasty. However, just as she was preparing to pass through the Immortal Spirit Umbrella's barrier, Lu Chen's figure appeared beside her. Lu Chen said, "The era calamity has begun." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu, who was about to run away, was stunned in place. Chapter 1257 Retrieving the Memory in the Samsara Stone. After Yun Qingshu came back to her senses, she turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked, "Is this really true?" Lu Chen said, "There's no need for me to lie to you, and the great tribulation of this era is even more terrifying than the last era. I personally saw the divine martial Great Emperor, who was the heavenly emperor, being melted by those green liquids in an instant. At first, those red filaments couldn't kill the divine martial Great Emperor, but those green liquids did it easily. Now, those green liquids are surging towards all parts of the universe like waves, and it probably won't be long before they reach the Great Xia Dynasty, and the enchantment of the Immortal Spirit Umbrella will most likely not be able to withstand it." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Qingshu fell silent. She had not seen the green liquid that Lu Chen spoke of, but from his description, she could judge how terrifying this green liquid was. Even the Heavenly Emperor would be killed upon contact with this green liquid, let alone them, the great emperors. If that's the case, then they probably won't be able to escape this great tribulation of the era. Yun Qingshu suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "So, you want to turn this palace into your woman before you die?" Lu Chen did not defend himself, but instead said with a smile, "Anyway, we are all going to die, can't I have such thoughts? Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the aura of ice on Yun Qingshu's body instantly filled the star field they were in. What did you say to this palace back then? Yun Qingshu questioned. Lu Chen said, that was then, this is now. Your divine sense has read Xiangxian's memories, you should know very well what kind of person I am. When it comes to matters of the heart, I have never kept my word. Seeing Lu Chen's thick skin, Yun Qingshu sneered and then said, even if this seat dies, I will not fulfill your wish. Saying this, Yun Qingshu made a look as if she was about to self-detonate her divine soul. However, just as Lu Chen was preparing to use his power to suppress Yun Qingshu and prevent her from self-detonating, suddenly a faint red power spread out from a distance like a wave. Feeling this power, Lu Chen's body instantly became hot, and Yun Qingshu was the same at this time. The cold air inside Yun Qingshu's body was also suppressed, and she found that her power seemed to be sealed by something, unable to self-detonate. Just as Yun Qingshu was confused as to what was going on, a red bridal sedan chair directly penetrated through the enchantment of the immortal spirit umbrella from the outside and appeared beside the two of them. Seeing this red bridal sedan chair, Yun Qingshu's expression suddenly changed drastically. She had read Yun Xiangxian's memories, so she naturally knew what the purpose of this red bridal sedan chair was. Moreover, the red power emitted from this red bridal sedan chair directly imprisoned her body. The spiritual power inside her body could not be mobilized, and the most important thing was that even her divine soul seemed to be locked by that power. She couldn't even burn her divine soul to get rid of the control of this power. Seeing the red bridal sedan chair appear, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that he didn't need to do it himself. As Lu Chen thought, in the next moment, the red bridal sedan chair burst out with a huge suction force, directly sucking both of them into the space inside the red bridal sedan chair. The inner space of the red bridal sedan chair was a festive wedding room, with red curtains, red bed sheets, a red quilt, and red pillows, which looked very festive. After Yun Qingshu entered the red bridal sedan chair, the clothes on her body also turned into a red wedding dress, and she was now lying straight on the bed, unable to move. Yun Qingshu stared at Lu Chen with the corner of her eyes, and she warned Lu Chen, if you dare to do that kind of thing to this palace. Yun Qingshu hesitated, and was stuck for a moment. The Great Tribulation had already arrived, and if Lu Chen was not lying, then the two of them would probably not be able to survive this Great Tribulation. In other words, after the two of them were intimate, they would probably have to face death next. At this point, it seemed that no matter what kind of harsh words she said, she could no longer threaten Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu felt extremely desolate in her heart. She didn't expect that she had already suffered at the hands of this man, and now even she was going to suffer at the hands of this man. Under the suppression of the power of the red bridal sedan chair, she was completely unable to escape. Yun Qingshu then simply closed her eyes. In the next moment, she felt Lu Chen's body pressing down on her, followed by a tearing sound in her ears, and Lu Chen's voice also rang in her ears. Actually, we have another way to survive the Great Tribulation. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly say this at this time, Yun Qingshu opened her eyes in confusion. The moment she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Lu Chen's cheap face stopping on the tip of her nose. Yun Qingshu said coldly, "Come if you want to." Yun Qingshu thought that Lu Chen was teasing her, and she was immediately very angry. As soon as Yun Qingshu's voice fell, Lu Chen lowered his body, and Yun Qingshu bit her silver teeth lightly. "You." She thought that Lu Chen was still going to say something to her, but this bastard actually just. Lu Chen continued, "I have recovered a part of my memories about my previous life. As long as I and my wives and concubines can achieve spiritual resonance at the same time, it is possible to retrieve all my past memories. This is also why I came to find you. I believe that after I retrieve all my memories, I will be able to find a way to leave this world. Of course, you can also not believe it, anyway, you can't get rid of me now. Yun Qingshu's brain was slightly stunned. She had already become Lu Chen's woman, and it seemed that Lu Chen really didn't need to lie to her anymore, but thinking that she was forced, Yun Qingshu still felt very unhappy. Yun Qingshu then looked to the side, making an expression of letting Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled all his clones, and all of them acted. For a time, Lu Chen's divine soul felt an unprecedented feeling. He even admired himself a little. How did he think of this method back then? It seemed that he was not a serious person before entering this universe, otherwise it would be impossible to think of using such a method to retrieve his memory. Of course, it is also possible that this method was not invented by him, perhaps it was created by the person behind the system. Even at this point, he still knew nothing about the system, which made Lu Chen feel that the origin of the system might be more mysterious than he thought. Of course, now is not the time to dwell on the origin of the system, first find a way to leave this universe. Under the unified control of Lu Chen's divine soul, all of Lu Chen's body movements reached consistency. At a certain moment, Lu Chen's divine soul suddenly felt refreshed. It was also at this moment that a vast memory poured into Lu Chen's brain. This was only the first step of the process. Things did not end because Lu Chen's memory was restored. In the next moment, the reincarnation stone suddenly flew out of the system, and a white force merged into Lu Chen's brain. That force then dispersed through all of Lu Chen's bodies and entered the bodies of all his wives and concubines. Chapter 1258 Congratulations to the host for regaining all memories of Tianyan Fairyland. When Lu Chen's wives and concubines received the memories from the reincarnation stone, the way they looked at Lu Chen changed, becoming tender and complex. It turned out that they had always been Lu Chen's women. Lu Chen was originally the 9th prince of the celestial Xia Dynasty. In less than 100,000 years, he became the youngest immortal king in the celestial evolution immortal domain. At the same time, other prodigies were only earth immortals or celestial immortals. Thus, Lu Chen became the most feared existence by the other princes and other immortal dynasties. The other immortal dynasties and some top forces in the celestial evolution immortal domain did not want the celestial Xia dynasty to produce another celestial emperor, so they joined forces with the various princes of the celestial Xia dynasty to plot and falsely accuse Lu Chen of rebellion. The celestial Xia dynasty was only a weak immortal dynasty, without even a single immortal venerable. Furthermore, Lu Chen's father was only an immortal king, and he had always been wary of Lu Chen. Under the joint scheme of the major forces and the framing of the various princes, the master of the celestial Xia dynasty, Lu Chen's father, believed that Lu Chen had rebelled. Therefore, the Xia emperor sent people to lead an army to suppress the rebellion in Lu Chen's fiefdom. Seeing that his father was determined to get rid of him, Lu Chen had no choice but to take his wives and concubines to the legendary Forbidden Area, the Chaotic Sea. The entire celestial evolution immortal domain was like an isolated island floating on the Chaotic Sea. No one knew how large the Chaotic Sea was. Basically, no cultivator who entered the Chaotic Sea ever came out alive. Rumor has it that there is a terrifying existence living in the Chaotic Sea that can devour even immortal emperors. Once, an immortal emperor tried to cross the Chaotic Sea, but after entering the Chaotic Sea, he never came out again. Lu Chen knew that the major forces of the celestial evolution immortal domain would not let go of him, the most talented genius in the history of the celestial evolution immortal domain. Helplessly, he could only venture into the Chaotic Sea to seek a chance of survival. Unfortunately, the Chaotic Sea was boundless. Soon, their bodies gradually dissipated under the erosion of the chaotic energy, and even their souls showed signs of dissolving. Seeing that his wives and concubines were about to be unable to hold on, Lu Chen had no choice but to let them abandon their physical bodies and seal their souls in a 7-colored stone. This 7-colored stone was obtained by Lu Chen in a secret realm of the immortal domain when he was young, and it could protect a person's soul and memory to the greatest extent. After Lu Chen sealed the souls of his wives and concubines in the reincarnation stone, he continued to move forward alone in the chaotic sea. During this process, he encountered a strange immortal ship emitting the power of darkness. Seeing that the woman on the immortal ship was not affected by the chaotic energy, Lu Chen wanted to ask her how to resist the erosion of the chaotic energy, but the woman attacked Lu Chen without saying a word. Lu Chen fought with that woman for more than 1,000 years. Just when the two were exhausted, a huge black shadow appeared below them. Before they could react, their bodies were swallowed in one gulp. When the two entered the belly of that black shadow, the woman's sanity gradually returned. Through talking with the woman, Lu Chen realized that this woman was one of the immortal emperors who had entered the chaotic sea. After entering the chaotic sea, she lost her way in the chaotic sea. She didn't know how many years she had been trapped. Under the erosion of the chaotic energy, her sanity was gradually affected. Until the two of them were swallowed by a giant beast in the chaotic sea. Lu Chen originally wanted to join forces with the woman to kill the giant beast that swallowed them, but he found that the giant beast's power was very strong, and there were countless beast guards in the giant beast's body. One day, when Lu Chen was fighting against the consciousness body separated from the giant beast, he and the woman were separated, and Lu Chen could only fight the giant beast alone. In this way, I don't know how many years have passed. He couldn't do anything to the giant beast, and the giant beast couldn't refine him. Lu Chen thought that it was okay to stay in the giant beast's body for a while, but what he didn't expect was that the reincarnation stone had sealed the souls of his wives and concubines for too long, and it was already absorbing their soul power. If this continued, the souls of his wives and concubines would be absorbed by the reincarnation stone, and they would disappear completely. Helplessly, Lu Chen had to let his wives and concubines be reincarnated in the belly of the chaos beast. After I don't know how many years, his own soul and body could not withstand the suppression of the chaos beast's power. In order not to be refined by the chaos beast, he also entered reincarnation like his wives and concubines. However, before reincarnation, in order not to forget his previous memories and not to forget his wives and concubines, he separated a wisp of divine sense and entered the reincarnation stone, intending to let this wisp of divine sense guide his reincarnation and find his wives and concubines. But an accident happened again. The divine sense he left in the reincarnation stone didn't work at first. As a result, every time he was about to hold on, he could only seal the memory in the reincarnation stone. Then he kept reincarnating, and his soul power became weaker and weaker, and he was almost on the verge of being refined by the chaos beast. After regaining his memory, Lu Chen stopped his movements, and his soul controlled all his bodies, gently stroking the jade cheeks of the woman under him. In order to find all his wives and concubines, he has been reincarnated for more than 1,000 lifetimes, and I don't know how many years have passed outside. Lu Chen then called out to the system in his heart, "Are you the incarnation of the wisp of divine sense I separated?" The role that the system has played in these years is to guide him to become stronger. When he left the celestial evolution immortal domain, he realized that the true meaning of life is reproduction, and he embarked on the path of reproduction. As long as he reproduces offspring, he can increase his cultivation. It's a pity that he was being chased and killed by the major forces and his father at that time, and he didn't have time to explore the way of reproduction with his wives and concubines. Perhaps it was because the divine sense in the reincarnation stone was activated, guiding him to embark on this path, which accelerated his becoming stronger. However, just as Lu Chen thought this, he found that the system did not respond. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Now that he has regained all his memories, it stands to reason that the guiding role of divine sense has come to an end, and the system should also disappear. Why doesn't the system respond to him? Wait. Something doesn't seem right. Lu Chen suddenly thought of a big problem, that is, his Earth memories, neither from the celestial evolution immortal domain nor from any life in the belly of the chaos beast. This memory seems to have appeared out of thin air. Moreover, whether it is the celestial evolution immortal domain or the universe in the belly of the chaos beast, the laws of the universe are different from the universe where the earth is located, and the development direction of the celestial evolution immortal domain and the universe in the belly of the chaos beast is also cultivating immortals, not technology. Could it be that the system comes from a higher dimension? Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for regaining all the memories of the celestial evolution immortal domain and completing the first stage of the mission. Please leave the chaotic sea as soon as possible, return to the celestial evolution immortal domain, and continue to cultivate the way of reproduction. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen immediately understood what was going on. Sure enough, the system was not transformed by the wisp of divine sense he separated, but his wisp of divine sense was hijacked by the system. This is probably also the reason why he was not guided by the divine sense in the first life of reincarnation in the belly of the chaos beast. Chapter 1259 The True Function of the Subworld. At this moment, Lu Chen's expression was a bit unsightly. He originally thought he had found the final answer, but he didn't expect the system's existence to still be a mystery. He felt that behind the system, there was an even bigger hand pushing him forward. Lu Chen coldly asked in his heart, "System, when did you intervene with my divine sense?" The system remained silent. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and then said, "Was it during your first upgrade, when my wives and concubines could obtain rewards through conceiving subworlds, right?" At that time, Lu Chen felt something was strange, wondering why the system suddenly upgraded. Looking back now, the biggest reason for the system upgrade was that when his divine sense initially guided him to become stronger, he didn't realize that his bloodline in this life was affected by the divine martial Great Emperor's bloodline. Although his strength improved in a short period, if he continued to follow the original path of procreation, it was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm, and he might not be able to recover his memories. So, at that time, a higher dimensional system intervened, forcibly changing the way he received rewards, until he grew up and got rid of the influence of the divine martial Great Emperor's bloodline. Then the system upgraded again and changed back. Of course, this still couldn't explain where his Earth memories came from. If he was initially guided by his divine sense shouldn't have known the concept of a system, and couldn't have constructed a complete system to help him grow. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more incomprehensible questions arose. Clearly, the origin of the system was not something he could explain clearly now. Lu Chen finally decided to stop thinking about it. The most important thing now was to leave the Chaos Beast's body. If he continued to stay, his divine soul would probably be refined by the Chaos Beast. If something happened to him, his wives and concubines would eventually die. Lu Chen always felt a sense of debt towards his wives and concubines. When they were in the celestial sky domain, because he had extremely high talent and was particularly handsome and dashing, the holy virgins and princesses of various major forces, and even some sect elders, were all fond of him. His wives and concubines all came from those major forces. Originally, they didn't have to suffer with him. As long as they stood up at that time and said that he had coerced them, and they returned to their respective forces, they could still have a comfortable life, but they didn't do so. However, what worried Lu Chen a bit was, even if they really escaped from the Chaos Beast's belly, could they find the way back to the celestial sky domain? The Chaos Sea was an endless expanse of darkness, and the Chaos Chi was constantly suppressing their divine sense perception. They didn't know which direction the celestial sky domain was in. If they randomly moved in one direction, they would only get further and further away from the celestial sky domain. Of course, this wasn't the most crucial thing. Generally, those who broke through to the Great Emperor realm already possessed a very long lifespan. If their lifespan was long enough, they might be able to find the way back to the celestial sky domain. The key was that the power of chaos in the Chaos Sea would constantly erode their bodies and divine souls. Even the celestial emperor Lu Chen encountered couldn't resist the erosion of the power of chaos, and eventually lost his mind, aimlessly wandering in the Chaos Sea. If they stayed in the Chaos Sea for a longer time, their bodies and divine souls would also dissolve sooner or later. Even if their divine souls didn't dissolve, they would lose their minds like the celestial emperor Lu Chen encountered, becoming a soulless puppet in the Chaos Sea. So, even if they escaped from the Chaos Beast's body, they still couldn't be considered safe. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. The subworlds of the host's wives and concubines can resist the erosion of the power of chaos. Hearing this prompt, Lu Chen's brain froze. The subworlds can resist the erosion of the power of chaos? Really? Then, if they summoned their subworlds, wouldn't they be able to live directly in the subworlds? Lu Chen thought about it. The system didn't seem to lie to him in this kind of matter. After all, he should still have some value to the system, so the system wouldn't do something to harm him before he completely lost his value. If it was really as the system said, that the subworlds could resist the erosion of the power of chaos, then the system's initial intention to have him and his wives and concubines conceive subworlds was to be able to survive in the Chaos Sea. As expected of the system, it had already planned for the future. Since the subworlds of his wives and concubines could resist the erosion of the power of chaos, then he didn't have so many worries. Next, he could break through with peace of mind. In the next moment, Lu Chen's divine soul manipulated all his bodies and his wives and concubines to cultivate the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang art. Soon, a cycle of original power formed between all of them. Each of Lu Chen's bodies was like an electrical plug, and these electrical plugs were connected to a line through Lu Chen's divine soul. After his clones and wives and concubines made contact, the original power of his divine soul entered the bodies of his wives and concubines through Lu Chen's body, and the original power returned to Lu Chen's divine soul through the subworlds of Lu Chen's wives and concubines. When the original power completed a large cycle, Lu Chen's strength was also rapidly improving. Soon, his realm broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Feeling the aura on Lu Chen's body, Yun Qingshu stared at Lu Chen with a cold expression. Lu Chen's main body lowered his head slightly and said to Yun Qingshu with a smile, Yun, you have recovered your memories, why are you still so indifferent to me? Yun Qingshu said coldly, you scoundrel haven't changed at all. Even though she had recovered her memories and knew that she was Lu Chen's woman, Yun Qingshu still had some dissatisfaction with Lu Chen in her heart. She was originally the holy maiden of the Profound Moon Palace in the Celestial Sky Domain. She met Lu Chen during a secret realm trip. The two were initially enemies, but due to an accident, they were poisoned by a love poison, and eventually her body was broken by Lu Chen. She was so angry that she kept chasing and killing Lu Chen, but not only did she not kill Lu Chen, but Lu Chen felt that since the matter had already happened, he might as well make her his woman as well, so Lu Chen announced this matter, completely disregarding her reputation. After the Profound Moon Palace learned about this, they expelled her from the Profound Moon Palace. Later, she ran to Lu Chen to seek revenge, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen had already become a celestial king at that time. The realms of the Celestial Sky Domain are divided into Mortal Celestial, Spiritual Celestial, Earth Celestial, Heavenly Celestial, True Celestial, Golden Celestial, Celestial Lord, Celestial King, Celestial Venerable, and Celestial Emperor. You must know that she was only in the Heavenly Celestial realm at that time, while Lu Chen was 4 realms higher than her. As a result, it was conceivable that not only did she not kill Lu Chen, but she was captured by Lu Chen and teased by Lu Chen every day. However, after tens of thousands of years of getting along, she found that Lu Chen, except for being a bit lecherous, was very good to all his women and was an extremely responsible man, and her cultivation also improved rapidly with Lu Chen's help, so she developed feelings for Lu Chen. Even when Lu Chen was defeated and pursued by the million-strong army of the Celestial Xia Dynasty and the major forces of the Celestial Sky Domain, she still chose to stand with Lu Chen, and even followed him to the Chaos Sea without hesitation. Chapter 1260, Fighting the Great Disaster. Although Yun Qingshu had feelings for Lu Chen in her heart, her feelings were not born from physical intimacy. It was after spending a long time with Lu Chen that she gradually discovered what kind of person he was, and that's when she developed feelings for him. This kind of feeling came from the depths of her heart, not because she was conquered by Lu Chen. Therefore, the difference between her and some of Lu Chen's wives and concubines was that she was not completely obedient to Lu Chen. Moreover, she had always harbored resentment towards Lu Chen's daily teasing. Even after arriving in the Chaos Sea, she had fought with Lu Chen several times. Of course, the final result was that she was ruthlessly suppressed by Lu Chen. At the same time, she was also the last of Lu Chen's women to be sealed in the Samsara stone. Although Yun Qingshu was a bit cold, like Lai Hongyun, always looking unapproachable, it was precisely because of this that he didn't feel so bored in the tens of thousands of years he spent with Yun Qingshu in the Chaos Sea. Taiwan Novel Network. Whenever Lu Chen thought of Yun Qingshu being suppressed by him after fighting in the Chaos Sea, cursing him for being a bastard while also moaning softly, he felt that those years weren't actually that painful. Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Who told you to follow a bastard like me to the Chaos Sea back then? If you hadn't followed me to the Chaos Sea, your life would probably be much better than it is now, and you wouldn't have to be bullied by me." Although Yun Qingshu was expelled from the Xianyu Palace, her talent was still among the top in the Tianyan immortal realm. Even if she left the Xianyu Palace, any force would welcome her to join, and she might even become the saintess of another force. That life would indeed be much better than it is now. It's just a pity that when Lu Chen asked her to leave and find a better place to go, she still resolutely chose to flee to the Chaos Sea with Lu Chen. Yun Qingshu said coldly, "I just want to see your miserable end." Lu Chen didn't take it seriously. He knew very well what Yun Qingshu was thinking. She was the kind of woman who was unwilling to submit to anyone. Even if she liked someone, she wouldn't be completely obedient to that person. A sharp tongue but a soft heart. At this time, Lu Chen withdrew and said, "You have witnessed my miserable experience, but your life is not easy now either, so why bother?" Yun Qingshu said expressionlessly, "As long as your life is not good, I will be happy." Lu Chen said, Okay, as long as you're happy." Saying this, Lu Chen got out of bed. Seeing Lu Chen get up, Yun Qingshu asked, "What are you going to do next?" She didn't know where they were now. After all, they had been swallowed into the Chaos Beast's stomach before they were reincarnated. However, she believed that Lu Chen should know. Since Lu Chen had recovered his memories of the Tianyan immortal realm, he probably already had some clues about leaving this universe. Lu Chen said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, we are now inside something called a Chaos Beast. The so-called epic tribulation is just something the Chaos Beast created in order to refine me." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu was stunned for a moment. Chaos Beast? She had never heard of this thing at all. Seeing Yun Qingshu's blank expression, Lu Chen continued, "The essence of the epic tribulation is that the Chaos Beast forces me to reincarnate through the so-called Great Tribulation, weakening my divine soul power, and then achieving the purpose of refining me." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu reacted, and then she asked, "What about those heavenly devils?" Lu Chen said, "If I'm not mistaken, those heavenly devils are most likely related to that woman." That woman? Yun Qingshu's tone became particularly cold, and the space inside the bridal sedan chair became much colder. Lu Chen said with a smile, "When I was swallowed by the Chaos Beast, I encountered a woman without sanity in the Chaos Sea. I fought with her in the Chaos Sea for who knows how many years. Later, the two of us were ambushed by that Chaos Beast and entered the Chaos Beast's stomach. After that woman entered the Chaos Beast's stomach, she regained her sanity. Only then did I realize that she was one of the immortal emperors who went to the Chaos Sea back then. After entering the Chaos Sea, she lost her way and was eventually eroded by the power of chaos, losing her sanity and becoming a walking corpse. Yun Qingshu immediately grasped the key information in these words, and then asked, in other words, inside the chaos beast's stomach, we will not be eroded by the power of chaos. Lu Chen said, you can say that, but it's not absolutely safe here. My divine soul power is already very weak. If we don't get out, I probably won't be able to reincarnate in the next life and will be directly refined by the chaos beast. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Qingshu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. If this was the case, then Lu Chen must defeat the chaos beast and find a way out in this life, but is Lu Chen a match for the chaos beast? Seeing a trace of worry on Yun Qingshu's face, Lu Chen leaned down, raised his hand to stroke Yun Qingshu's jade cheek, and looked into her eyes and said, don't worry, I will definitely defeat the chaos beast and take you out. And then let you give me 17 or 18 big fat boys. Hearing this, Yun Qingshu frowned, and then said coldly, you better not brag, defeat the chaos beast first. Lu Chen said, oh? So, you're agreeing to have 17 or 18 big fat boys with me? Yun Qingshu turned her head to the side without hesitation, broke free from Lu Chen's big hand, and didn't continue to pay attention to Lu Chen. She had been teased by this bastard for who knows how many years, and whether or not she would have children was not up to her. This guy had never asked for her consent before doing that kind of thing with her. Lu Chen smiled lightly and didn't continue to tease Yun Qingshu. He then said, all right, the tribulation is coming soon, and I should go out to meet it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen came out of the bridal sedan chair's space. When he left the space of the bridal sedan chair, he indeed found that the void had been covered by green liquid, and countless immortal ships were heading towards the Great Xia Dynasty. People from the major forces in the universe all hoped to enter the barrier of the Great Xia Dynasty to avoid it. Lu Chen glanced at the fleeing people, and then he opened a gap in the barrier and directly let those people in. As more and more great emperors entered the Great Xia Dynasty, the luck of the Great Xia Dynasty became more and more concentrated, and the increase in luck also allowed Lu Chen's strength to increase rapidly. At this time, Lu Chen could already clearly feel the existence of the Dao of Heaven. Of course, this so-called Dao of Heaven refers to a consciousness transformed by the Chaos Beast, which is also Xian Tian. Lu Chen then came out of the barrier of the immortal spirit umbrella and came into the void, preparing to resist the green soul-devouring power. At this moment, a stream of dark power spread over from a distance like ripples. Immediately afterwards, the melodious sound of the zither resounded in the void. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1261. Today I will refine you. As the power of darkness swept over Lu Chen's body, he immediately felt a great familiarity with it, and soon he remembered. Wasn't it this kind of dark power that the woman he encountered in the Chaos Sea, who had lost her mind, used? Just as Lu Chen was wondering if that woman still retained her sanity, a huge immortal ship slowly sailed in from the distance. The deck of the immortal ship was covered with purple curtains, but through the light purple gauze curtains, one could still see a woman sitting gracefully on the deck, playing the zither, seemingly without any sense of urgency. It really is her. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, the system interface suddenly popped up. Name, Xian Qingyun. Identity, Heavenly Maiden of the Nine Heavens Academy, Heavenly Mystery Woman of the inner universe of the Chaos Beast, once an immortal emperor of the celestial domain of heavenly evolution. She lost her mind after accidentally entering the Chaos Sea and being eroded by the power of chaos. Later, she was swallowed into the Chaos Beast's belly. She wants to stimulate the Chaos Beast through the heavenly demons, causing a great tribulation of the era, and then kill the Chaos Beast to seize its beast core. Rating, 100. Favorability, 30. Seeing Xian Qingyun's personal introduction, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. So it was her. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. If the heavenly demons were created by Xian Qingyun, then what role did these heavenly demons play? Every time the heavenly demons appeared, they slaughtered the cultivators inside the Chaos Beast's belly on a large scale. Other than that, they didn't seem to have caused any harm to the Chaos Beast. For the Chaos Beast, weren't both those cultivators and the heavenly demons just bugs in its belly? So neither the cultivators nor the heavenly demons should have any impact on the Chaos Beast. Then what was Xian Qingyun's purpose in doing this? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, Xian Qingyun's voice came from afar. Lu Chen, long time no see. This palace thought you had already been refined by the Chaos Beast. I didn't expect that you, a mere immortal king, could last this long. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, I also thought you had already fallen. I didn't expect you to still be alive, and not only alive, but also become the Chaos Beast's right-hand man. Xiantian was the manifestation of the Chaos Beast's consciousness. Xiantian created the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, and Xian Qingyun was the Heavenly Maiden of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. She was essentially standing on Suanation's side. Xian Qingyun said indifferently, this palace is just waiting for an opportunity. And now, the opportunity has come. Lu Chen said, I'm really curious, what exactly are you trying to do by creating so many heavenly demons? I don't seem to see anything special about these heavenly demons. Xian Qingyun said, the Chaos Beast cannot fully control its own body. The heavenly demons are just a means of forcing the Chaos Beast to bring down a great tribulation. Every time the number of heavenly demons reaches a certain level, whether the Chaos Beast is willing or not, its body will produce a great tribulation. And when the number of heavenly demons expands to a certain extent, if the Chaos Beast's body does not produce a tribulation of the era, then it can only watch its body being devoured by the heavenly demons bit by bit. And if the tribulation of the era in the Chaos Beast's body is too fierce, the Chaos Beast itself will not be able to resist the damage brought to its body by the tribulation of the era. Lu Chen immediately understood Xian Qingyun's meaning. This was just like the human body. The heavenly demons were like cancer cells created by Xian Qingyun. The cancer cells would constantly attack the normal cells in Suanation's body, which were the cultivators, and then continuously grow stronger. At this time, in order to eliminate the heavenly demons, the Chaos Beast could only bring down the tribulation of the era, and the tribulation of the era would also kill those cultivators in its inner world. Of course, this was only one aspect. The most important thing was that if there were too many heavenly demons and they were too strong, the Chaos Beast would definitely increase the intensity of the tribulation of the era in order to eliminate the heavenly demons. When the intensity of the era reached a certain level, it would no longer be something the Chaos Beast could control. This was like a person being unable to control a high fever without taking medicine, and being unable to control the gastric acid secreted in their stomach from corroding the stomach wall. Perhaps the Chaos Beast was already unable to control the green liquid emitting white smoke. Of course, all of this was just speculation. This wasn't Earth, so what if the Chaos Beast could control its own body? Lu Chen then raised this question, how do you know that the Chaos Beast cannot resist the damage of the tribulation of the era to itself? Xian Qingyun did not answer, but said to the void, you should let its transformed consciousness come out and say it himself. Just as Xian Qingyun's voice fell, a muffled sound rang in the void, Xian Qingyun, I didn't expect you to be in league with him. You have truly disappointed this seat. As this voice rang out, a pair of huge scarlet eyes quickly appeared in the void, and Suanation's figure appeared below those scarlet eyes. After Xiantian appeared, he sneered and said to Xian Qingyun, even if you have discovered the secret in this seat's body, so what? This seat's soul-devouring power will soon be able to obliterate all of you. After all of you become nourishment for this seat will slowly repair the injuries brought about by the tribulation of the era. Hearing Suanation's words, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Xian Qingyun's guess was actually true, and that the tribulation of the era launched by Xiantian would actually harm himself. Just as Suanation's voice fell, Xian Qingyun continued, Xiantian, the backlash of the soul-devouring power is also making you uncomfortable, isn't it? Speaking of this, Xian Qingyun then said to Lu Chen, Lu Chen, the Chaos Beast is now very weak. Since your memory has been restored, and your strength has also recovered somewhat, this palace believes that you will definitely be able to kill it this time. Hearing Xian Qingyun's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then sneered and said, let me do it, and you'll watch from the side, right? Xian Qingyun said, this palace's power is already very little. This palace has to conserve power to avoid being unable to resist the erosion of the power of chaos after leaving the Chaos Beast's body. Could it be that you still want to fight with this palace, who has lost her mind, for tens of thousands of years? Hearing Xian Qingyun's words, Lu Chen was speechless. To be honest, he had already guessed what Xian Qingyun wanted to do at this time. Wasn't it just wanting to take the opportunity to obtain the Chaos Beast's beast core while he killed the Chaos Beast? But then again, what is the use of this Chaos Beast's beast core? Just as Lu Chen was thinking about this question, Xian Tian snorted coldly and said, today, this seat will refine you all. As he spoke, Xian Tian waved his hand, and the green soul-devouring power in the distance surged towards Xian Tian like a tide. Immediately afterwards, those soul-devouring powers gathered around Suanation's body, forming green giant dragons. Immediately afterwards, Xian Tian waved his hand again, and those giant dragons formed by the soul-devouring power went straight for Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't think about Xian Qingyun's affairs anymore. He immediately took out the Shattered God Sword, and then directly mobilized the power of the source, and slashed out with one sword. Blood Soul Slash. Chapter 1262 Suanation's Death. Lu Chen's first sword was just a tentative attack. He wanted to see if his source power could withstand Xian Tian's soul-devouring power. The green power made Lu Chen feel very uneasy. He was a little worried that his power would be suppressed by the soul-devouring power. The fate of the Divine Martial Emperor was still vivid in his mind, so he had to be careful and cautious. Seeing the sword that Lu Chen swung out, a sneering smile appeared on the corner of Xian Tian's mouth. He said mockingly, Lu Chen, you seem to be failing. Hearing this, Lu Chen said lightly, you will know soon enough whether I am failing or not. Soon, the sword energy that Lu Chen swung out directly collided with the giant dragon formed by the soul-devouring power. Just when Xian Tian thought that Lu Chen would not be able to withstand the soul-devouring power, the sword energy that Lu Chen swung out actually directly penetrated Xian Tian's soul-devouring power. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, and even Xian Qingyun stared at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. Why could Lu Chen's light and fluttering sword directly cut off Xian Tian's strongest power? Xian Tian murmured, impossible, this is impossible. How can you possibly restrain my soul-devouring power? The soul-devouring power was his strongest power. Using the soul-devouring power would even erode his own body, but Lu Chen could easily resist it. How could Xian Tian accept this? Xian Tian then mobilized the soul-devouring power again, and countless soul-devouring powers gathered together, forming a huge cosmic wave, directly slamming towards Lu Chen. Seeing the giant wave in front of him, Lu Chen stabilized his mind and mobilized the source power in his body again, or rather, it should be immortal power. Then Lu Chen gathered all the immortal power into the Shattered God Sword. Just now it was a tentative attack. After he discovered that Xian Tian did not seem to be as powerful as he had imagined, Lu Chen did not intend to continue wasting time. This sword will determine victory or defeat, and also life and death. As the power on Lu Chen's body gathered into the Shattered God Sword, cracks slowly appeared on the sword body of the Shattered God Sword. Obviously, the Shattered God Sword could not withstand all of his power. After all, the Shattered God Sword was just a low-level immortal sword. Although Lu Chen had not recovered the power of the Immortal King, he had already burned part of the power of his divine soul at this moment. The power of the divine soul of an immortal king could not be withstood by a low-level immortal sword like the Shattered God Sword. Feeling the soaring aura on Lu Chen's body, Xian Tian also realized that Lu Chen was going to fight desperately. He mobilized the soul-devouring power again. For a time, almost all the places in the entire universe space except for the void where they were and the Great Xia Dynasty were filled with soul-devouring power. Just as Lu Chen was about to take action, suddenly all the emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty appeared at the edge of the immortal spirit umbrella's barrier. After they saw that Lu Chen was preparing to fight Xian Tian desperately, they immediately said, "Everyone, form a formation to help your majesty." Hearing this, the emperors present did not hesitate at all. After all of them joined the spirit gathering array, a vast seven-colored power directly passed through the barrier of the immortal spirit umbrella and poured into Lu Chen's body, and Lu Chen became even more powerful because of this power. His Dharma image continued to grow larger, as if it was about to prop open the entire universe. Seeing that the soul-devouring power was about to hit Lu Chen gathered all the power into the shattered god sword, and then suddenly slashed out with his sword. This sword did not cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. This sword was very calm, and there was not even any sword energy. However, it was this sword that made Xian Tian's face change drastically. At a certain moment, a golden skyline split the entire universe, and countless black gases spread in from that golden skyline. Feeling that his body had been cut open, Xian Tian said in disbelief, Why is your divine soul power still so strong even though it is about to dissipate?" Lu Chen had been reincarnated in his body so many times, and his divine soul power was almost dissipated. In theory, Lu Chen should not be so strong, even with the worms in his stomach, it was impossible to split his body open. At this time, Xian Qingyun's voice sounded, "It's not that he has become stronger, but that you have become weaker. Don't you know how much damage the soul-devouring power does to yourself?" Xian Qingyun glanced at Lu Chen and said lightly, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, a dark force was released from Xian Qingyun's body. In the next moment, countless black sword energies stabbed towards the Xian Tian who had not yet dissipated. Xian Tian roared unwillingly, "No! I will not die! You ants! How dare you hurt me! I will refine all of you!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Tian tried to mobilize the soul-devouring power again. This time, the soul-devouring power underwent a great change and turned into green flames. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The power in his body was almost exhausted. If Xian Tian still had the power to fight back at this time, then they would be doomed. However, what Lu Chen did not expect was that when the soul-devouring power turned into green flames and burned, the first to suffer was not them, but Xian Tian himself. After Xian Tian's body was stained with the green flames, it immediately burned fiercely. "No!" Xian Qingyun raised her hand and waved it, and a huge black giant sword formed in the void. Xian Qingyun raised the giant sword and waved it, and in an instant, a huge crack appeared in the void. Xian Qingyun did not hesitate to directly drill into the crack. At this time, Xian Qingyun had an extra huge bead in her hand that exuded black gas. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, "Is this the beast core of the chaos beast?" Xian Qingyun said, "You are not too stupid. With this bead, I will never be eroded by the power of chaos again. Now that the chaos beast is dead, then goodbye. You can continue to stay in the belly of the chaos beast." As soon as she finished speaking, Xian Qingyun and her immortal ship turned into a black mist and flew towards the golden skyline in the distance. Seeing the back of Xian Qingyun leaving, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "The people from your Nine Heavens Academy are still looking for you, the Heavenly Maiden, in the body of the Chaos Beast, but you ran away alone." Chapter 1263 They all went to the sub-world. Xian Qingyun naturally heard Lu Chen's words, but she still didn't turn her head. For an existence of her level, she certainly knew that the disciples of the Nine Heavens Academy were inside the body of the Chaos Beast. However, she could also instantly take all those people away from the Chaos Beast's body, without Lu Chen needing to remind her. Seeing the black mist that Xian Qingyun had transformed into completely disappear into this universe, Lu Chen didn't bother to continue paying attention to Xian Qingyun. Although Xian Qingyun was also a woman who met the system's requirements, he had no relationship with Xian Qingyun at all, unlike his current wives and concubines who were originally his women. Now that the Chaos Beast was dead, he should also consider how to allow the people within the Great Xia Dynasty to survive. Just at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly discovered that this universe was gradually collapsing. Countless black chaos forces surged into the body of this Chaos Beast, and the Chaos Beast's body couldn't resist the erosion of the Chaos Force, disappearing bit by bit. Lu Chen immediately understood what was happening. It turned out that the Chaos Beast could resist the Chaos Force entirely by relying on the Beast Core within its body. Now that the Beast Core was gone, the Chaos Beast's body naturally had no way to resist the erosion of the Chaos Force. Lu Chen frowned. This woman was really selfish enough. Since she knew about the Chaos Beast's Beast Core, she must also know how important the Beast Core was to the Chaos Beast's inner universe. As a result, after obtaining the Beast Core, she directly abandoned all the people in the entire universe. When the Chaos Force poured into the Chaos Beast's body, the people of the Great Xia Dynasty showed terrified expressions. Although they didn't know about the Chaos Force, they could feel that the universe they were in was gradually collapsing. It's over, we're all going to die. Wasn't the epic calamity already stopped? Why is the universe collapsing? I believe His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor will definitely have a way. For a time, the Great Xia Dynasty was in chaos. Soon, the Chaos Force came into contact with the barrier created by the Immortal Spirit Umbrella. The erosion of the Chaos Force was extremely terrifying. As soon as it came into contact with the Immortal Spirit Umbrella's barrier, cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, and the cracks instantly expanded in all directions, looking like it was about to shatter. This further exacerbated the chaos of the Great Xia Dynasty. Lu Chen immediately asked the system in his heart, "System, didn't you say that the subworlds of my wives and concubines can avoid the erosion of the Chaos Force? What should I do now?" As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the system prompt sounded. The host only needs to have a spiritual resonance with his wives and concubines to help them materialize their subworlds. This. Lu Chen looked at the chaos force that was constantly eroding the Immortal Spirit Umbrella's barrier. He quickly manipulated all his clones and continued to busy himself. At the same time, inside the red bridal sedan, when Yun Qingshu discovered that she could move, she cursed Lu Chen in her heart before planning to leave the red bridal sedan to see what the situation was outside. However, just as she was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared inside the red bridal sedan. Seeing Lu Chen's anxious look, Yun Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately asked, "You failed?" Lu Chen didn't answer this question, but instead said, "Now is not the time to talk about this." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen directly pounced over, pushing her back onto the bed. Yun Qingshu, who was being pressed down again by Lu Chen, was a little dazed. Lu Chen wasn't going to deal with the great calamity at this time, so why did he run back to find her to do this kind of thing? Yun Qingshu quickly struggled, saying while struggling, "Are you crazy? The great calamity hasn't passed yet, you." Lu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yun Qingshu, and directly blocked her mouth. Yun Qingshu wanted to break free, but found that her body was once again imprisoned by the power of the red bridal sedan. Yun Qingshu had no choice but to curse the red bridal sedan in her heart. She just couldn't understand where this damn red bridal sedan came from. Why could it completely imprison the power within her body? She didn't remember Lu Chen having such a magic weapon. As time passed bit by bit, at a certain moment, the brains of Lu Chen and his wives and concubines suddenly became clear, and Lu Chen also discovered at this time that he could actually control the movement of the subworlds within his wives and concubines' bodies. Lu Chen then materialized the subworld within Chu Yukin's body. In the next moment, in the boundless sea of chaos, a world emitting 7-colored light suddenly appeared. This world squeezed out the surrounding chaos force. Wherever the 7-colored light shone, the chaos force had no way to get close. Feeling that the first subworld had already appeared, Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all. He opened the passage to Chu Yukin's subworld and transferred a portion of the Great Xia Dynasty into Chu Yukin's subworld. However, Chu Yukin's subworld soon couldn't accommodate so many people. Fortunately, Lu Chen had more than one wife and concubine. Lu Chen materialized the subworlds of his other wives and concubines, and then transferred the people of the Great Xia Dynasty to their subworlds. In this way, the entire Great Xia Dynasty was completely divided, but Lu Chen had no choice. In order to ensure that everyone could live, he could only do this. After transferring all the people of the Great Xia Dynasty, Lu Chen suddenly realized that Yun Qingshu and he didn't seem to have conceived a subworld yet. He was too anxious just now and completely forgot about this. Lu Chen's main body lowered his head slightly, looked at Yun Qingshu with a cold expression, and said with a smile, "I was also trying to save the Great Xia Dynasty just now, I'm sorry." Yun Qingshu said coldly, "You can save the Great Xia Dynasty by shaking it off." Lu Chen said, "You will know when you come out with me." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the clothes on the two of them were already put on. Then, Lu Chen took Yun Qingshu away from the red bridal sedan. After the two of them came out of the space of the red bridal sedan, Yun Qingshu discovered that the entire Great Xia Dynasty seemed to be empty. At this time, the chaos force had already penetrated in from the cracks in the immortal spirit umbrella's barrier. With their current strength, they were unable to resist the erosion of the chaos force, but Lu Chen was not worried at all now. The subworlds of his wives and concubines had all been materialized into the sea of chaos. In a while, he only needed a thought to go to any subworld. Yun Qingshu turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked, "Where have all the people of the Great Xia Dynasty gone?" Lu Chen said, "They have all gone to the subworlds." Subworld? Yun Qingshu looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. Lu Chen continued, "You will know soon." Then, Lu Chen directly put away the immortal spirit umbrella. He was about to leave this place soon, and the immortal spirit umbrella was no longer useful. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the entire Great Xia Dynasty had also begun to move. Lu Chen felt that there was a connection between him and the Great Xia Dynasty, as if the Great Xia Dynasty was his inner universe. Lu Chen reacted. The original heavenly Chen world was originally transformed from his inner world, and the star field of the Great Xia Dynasty was also equivalent to being refined by him, so now the entire Great Xia Dynasty belonged to a part of his inner universe. Chapter 1264 The Cross-Boundary Stone can only be used by one person. After realizing that the Great Xia Dynasty had become his inner universe, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to mobilize his immortal power and completely extracted the entire Great Xia Dynasty from the body of the Chaos Beast. With the disappearance of the Great Xia Dynasty, the collapse of the inner universe within the Chaos Beast accelerated sharply. Lu Chen quickly grabbed Yun Qingshu's jade hand, and with a thought, he brought Yun Qingshu to Yun Xiangxian's subworld. The moment Yun Qingshu appeared in Yun Xiangxian's subworld, she felt a power that was of the same origin as her own, as if she were the master of this world. "This is a subworld?" Yun Qingshu was very surprised. She shook off Lu Chen's hand and flew to the top of the subworld without hesitation, looking outside. At this time, in the Chaos Sea, there were dozens of subworlds emitting colorful light, like newly born stars in this universe. The colorful light emitted by the subworlds blocked the power of chaos in the Chaos Sea, and the middle area of these subworlds formed a void completely free of the power of chaos. At this moment, Yun Xianxian, who was entangled with Lu Chen, sensed the aura of her main body. She immediately pushed Lu Chen away, put on her clothes, and flew to Yun Qingshu's side. Although she was only a secondary body separated from Yun Qingshu, Lu Chen had also conveyed the memories of the Tianyan immortal realm to her, and she also possessed the same memories as Yun Qingshu. Therefore, she knew clearly that although Yun Qingshu had been fighting with Lu Chen and was always stubborn, she actually liked Lu Chen very much in her heart, but she was just more assertive. After arriving beside Yun Qingshu, Yun Xianxian asked, "Now that you have also recovered your memories, do you want to merge with me?" Initially, Yun Xianxian was more resistant to merging with Yun Qingshu, but after recovering the memories of the Tianyan immortal realm, she didn't care so much. On the contrary, she felt that Yun Qingshu's separation of her had actually made Yun Qingshu lose her feelings for Lu Chen. If they were to merge again, then Yun Qingshu would be like she was in the past. Even if she quarreled with Lu Chen, she would still like him in her heart. Yun Qingshu said indifferently, "No need. Now that the secondary body has become independent, let her remain independent. The beautiful memories created by the secondary body and Lu Chen belong to the secondary body and Lu Chen, and she doesn't want to take possession of those memories." Just as the two women were talking, Lu Chen, this shameless guy, appeared between the two women, then raised his arms and put one around each of them. Yun Qingshu glared at Lu Chen coldly, then asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Although their subworlds can resist the power of chaos, once their lifespan is exhausted, the subworlds will most likely collapse as well. At that time, they will still be eroded by the power of chaos. Most importantly, they may not be able to leave the Chaos Sea for the rest of their lives. Could it be that they really have to stay in the Chaos Sea until their souls decay? Lu Chen looked up at the dozens of subworlds emitting colorful light in the void, and then said, "I'm going back to the Tianyan immortal realm to take back everything that belongs to me. For your safety, you should stay in the Chaos Sea for now." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu was stunned for a moment, and then she quickly said, "I want to go with you." Since Lu Chen said he was going back to the Tianyan immortal realm, it proved that Lu Chen had found a way back, and she didn't want to stay in the Chaos Sea forever. Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems like you haven't been teased by me enough." Yun Qingshu said coldly, "I want to see how miserably you die with my own eyes." Lu Chen's return this time will inevitably be very dangerous. Although it is not known how many years have passed, once the major forces of the Tianyan immortal realm, or even the Great Xia immortal dynasty, know that Lu Chen has come out of the Chaos Sea alive, they will inevitably gather the forces of the major star regions again and come to encircle and suppress Lu Chen. Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Lu Chen gently patted Yun Qingshu's buttocks. "What do you mean by seeing how miserably I die? You are clearly just worried about me." Feeling Lu Chen's small movements, the icy aura on Yun Qingshu's body instantly erupted. "Don't touch me here." Lu Chen said nonchalantly, "You were captured by me back then, you are my prisoner, I can do whatever I want." Hearing the conversation between the two, Yun Xianxian looked at the two speechlessly from the side. Seeing that Yun Qingshu was about to attack, Lu Chen suddenly became serious. "If possible, I would also like to take you back." Speaking of this, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart, "System, the cross-boundary stone should be able to take my wives and concubines away from the Chaos Sea, right?" When Lu Chen obtained the cross-boundary stone, he was always confused about what the cross-boundary stone was for. Now he understands that the cross-boundary stone is to help him leave the Chaos Sea. However, he just doesn't know if the cross-boundary stone can take him and all his wives, concubines, and children away. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "The cross-boundary stone can only be used by one person." Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, "What if I let them stay in my inner universe?" The system's prompt sounded again, "After the host uses the cross-boundary stone, the cross-boundary stone can only help the host's soul return to the Tianyan immortal realm, and cannot take away anything." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen was stunned. "Can't take away anything?" At this time, Yun Qingshu beside Lu Chen said, "Since you can also go back, why can't you take me with you?" Lu Chen came back to his senses and said with a wry smile, I need to rely on a cross-boundary stone to return to the Tianyan immortal realm, and a cross-boundary stone can only take one person away, I can't take you. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Qingshu fell into silence. Although she didn't know what the cross-boundary stone Lu Chen was talking about, they also knew how difficult it was to cross the Chaos Sea. Lu Chen looked at the subworlds in the void and said, You guys wait here for me to come back. After I finish dealing with the affairs of the Xia immortal dynasty, I will take you back. Yun Qingshu sarcastically said, After you return to the Tianyan immortal realm, I'm afraid a bunch of charming women will soon gather around you. Will you still risk your life to come back to find us at that time? She was too clear about what kind of person Lu Chen was. She dared to say that after Lu Chen was reincarnated back to the Tianyan immortal realm, once his body matured and he had that kind of ability, within a year, there would be at least 2 women to warm his bed. When Lu Chen has more women in the future, she seriously doubts whether Lu Chen will come back. After all, for him, women like them in the Chaos Sea are dispensable. Lu Chen hugged Yun Qingshu's slender waist tightly and said seriously, Qingshu, what are you talking about? You have been with me for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am? If I were really as ungrateful as you said, you wouldn't have been willing to follow me into the Chaos Sea back then. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Qingshu fell into silence. Indeed, the reason why she likes Lu Chen is because she feels that Lu Chen is a bit of a lecherous person, but he is very responsible and has a strong sense of responsibility. He is affectionate, but definitely not ungrateful. It is almost impossible to find someone like Lu Chen in the Tianyan immortal realm. Chapter 1265 If you stay, I can give birth to you. Yun Qingshu was silent for a long time before asking, even if you will come back to find us, what if something happens to you and you lose your past life memories again? Lu Chen was constantly reincarnating inside the Chaos Beast's stomach, each time searching for his past life memories. He reincarnated so many times before finally finding all of them. If Lu Chen returns to the Tianyan immortal realm this time and something happens, causing him to reincarnate again and lose the memories related to them, how long will it take him to recover those memories? How long will they have to wait for Lu Chen in the Chaos Sea, or will they even be able to wait for Lu Chen to return before their lifespan ends? And one very crucial point, what if something unexpected happens and Lu Chen permanently loses the memories related to them? Will Lu Chen still come back to find them? Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Lu Chen felt a faint worry in his heart. He had indeed grown tired of this life of constant reincarnation and searching for past life memories after reincarnating so many times inside the Chaos Beast's stomach. If it weren't for the fact that he sealed his memories in the reincarnation stone each time he reincarnated, he would probably have gone crazy from the constant reincarnation. This was also an important reason why he initially chose to seal his past life memories. Just as Lu Chen was silent, Yun Qingshu suddenly said, If you stay, I can have children for you. Hearing this, Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian were both stunned. The most surprised was Yun Xianxian. Yun Xianxian had received Yun Qingshu's previous memories. She knew very well that although Yun Qingshu had feelings for Lu Chen, she had never thought about having children for Lu Chen, nor did she want to raise children. Now, she was actually using children to persuade Lu Chen to stay. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he said helplessly, Even if you are willing to have children for me, I still have to leave. This time I am going to the Tianyan immortal realm not only for revenge, but also to do more things. In Lu Chen's view, since the origin of the system still cannot be explained, it proves that there are still secrets behind the system, or some conspiracy waiting for him to unravel. If he is content with enjoyment now, he may not even be able to protect his wives and children in the end. Of course, one very crucial point is that this is the Chaos Sea, and he cannot let his wives and children live in this place for the rest of their lives. Although they can rely on the subworlds to avoid the erosion of the power of chaos, the subworlds are only so big, and the Chaos Sea does not have enough spiritual energy for cultivation. It will be difficult for their strength to improve. If their strength cannot be improved, their lifespan will also not be improved, and their lifespan will soon come to an end. Only if he becomes stronger can he possibly bring his children and wives out of the Chaos Sea. Seeing that Lu Chen was determined to leave, Yun Qingsha stopped talking. At this time, Lu Chen flew out of Yun Xiangxian's subworld and came to the Chaos Sea. He carefully observed the situation around the subworld. The seven-colored light of the subworld contained a special power, which was neither spiritual power nor immortal power, but a power that Lu Chen had never been exposed to before. After the seven-colored light radiated out, it formed a light particle storm. Countless light particles formed a shield, blocking the power of chaos outside the shield. This is like the solar wind blocking some high-energy rays and particles in the universe. Lu Chen suddenly thought of a good way to maximize the creation of more usable space. So, he artificially controlled the movement of those subworlds, surrounding them in a circle, and making the shield range of those subworlds intersect each other. In this way, a large area in the middle of the subworlds appeared that was not eroded by the power of chaos. However, Lu Chen did not end there. At this time, he moved the entire Great Xia Dynasty out of the inner universe. In this way, the star field of the Great Xia Dynasty reappeared, and the subworlds of his wives and concubines protected the Great Xia Dynasty from the erosion of the power of chaos. Then Lu Chen moved all the people of the Great Xia Dynasty from the subworld back to the Great Xia Dynasty. After doing all this, Lu Chen himself returned to the Great Xia Dynasty. Lu Chen first convened an imperial meeting, summoning all the emperors together and telling them all about the Chaos Beast and the situation of this universe. After listening to Lu Chen's account of the real reason for the Great Tribulation of the epoch, the entire Heavenly Emperor Hall was silent. No matter what, these emperors had never imagined that they were actually inside the stomach of a giant beast. Lu Chen sat on the dragon chair, looking down at the emperors below. Seeing that no one present was speaking, he spoke again. Now that the universe has been stabilized, there will never be a great tribulation of the epoch again, and the Great Xia Dynasty has also been stabilized. In order to cross the Chaos Sea, I plan to enter secluded cultivation to break through to a higher realm. From now on, the Great Xia Dynasty will be handed over to my eldest son. I hope you can assist him well and strive to make the Great Xia Dynasty more prosperous and let the people of Great Xia live a more prosperous life. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the emperors looked at me and I looked at you, and then they all knelt down and said, "We will remember what His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor said." Okay, this meeting will end here. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen's body disappeared in place. After dealing with the affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty, the next thing was family affairs. Lu Chen called all his wives and concubines, and all his children together, and held a family meeting. Lu Chen also did not intend to tell his children about his departure. He was worried that once his children knew that he had left the Great Xia Dynasty, they might kill each other for the throne. Of course, his wives and concubines must know about his departure, but compared to his children, Lu Chen trusted his women more. After spending countless years with them, although their personalities are different, they all understand that in front of Lu Chen, they must never fight for jealousy or power. Lu Chen is a man who values family harmony very much. At the family meeting, Lu Chen told his children about some truths about the Great Xia Dynasty and this universe. Like those emperors, when they heard that they had been living in the stomach of the Chaos Beast, they also felt very incredible, but later they thought that they also hid in their mother's subworlds during the Great Tribulation of the universe, so they didn't think it was anything. The strong all have their own inner worlds, and it is the same wherever they live. But at this moment, Lu Huan, who has always been interested in science, asked, "Father, we used to be able to live in the stomach of the Chaos Beast, so is it possible that the Chaos Sea and this world we are in now are also in the stomach of a giant beast?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then replied, That's hard to say. If you want to know the secrets of this universe, I'm afraid you have to wait until I break through to the Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor? Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Lu Chongfeng and the others looked puzzled. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1266. It seems that it is not Lu Chen's problem. In the eyes of Lu Chongfeng and the others, their father was already the Celestial Emperor, standing at the highest point of this universe. Now, suddenly, there's a Immortal Emperor. Lu Chen's own children looked at him with puzzled expressions. Lu Chen continued, "This world is vast. The Chaos Sea is only a part of this universe. Somewhere in this world, there exists a continent called the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain. The Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain is inhabited by countless immortals. Their realms are divided into Mortal Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. Although I broke through and became the Celestial Emperor, becoming the strongest existence within the inner universe of the Chaos Beast, my strength, when placed in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, is only about the same as a Spirit Immortal." Hearing this, Lu Chongfeng and the others were once again deeply shocked. They had thought that after their father became the Celestial Emperor, he would already be the strongest in the universe. As it turned out, their father's strength in the universe could only be considered a minor character. Seeing his children staring at him with wide eyes, Lu Chen continued, "That's why I need to seclude myself and strive for a higher realm. Only when I reach the Immortal Emperor realm can I take you away from the Chaos Sea and to a wider world." Lu Huan asked, "Father, since you know so much, and even know about the existence of the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, were you once an immortal of the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain?" Lu Chen replied, "Not only am I an immortal of the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, but your mothers and aunts are also immortals of the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain. Moreover, they were once the holy daughters and princesses of those great forces in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Lu Chongfeng and the others were once again shocked. Their father and their mothers actually had such great backgrounds. Lu Huan then said, "Father, tell us about the things that happened to you in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, okay?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "All right, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about it." Afterward, Lu Chen slowly told his children about some of the things he had experienced in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, as well as how he met and fell in love with their mothers. This telling lasted for more than a month. With the stories finished, Lu Chen also began to prepare for the future. Now that his wives and concubines had all recovered their memories, their strength was very weak, especially Mu Zixuan and Dezhou and Xiaozhou. In order to help them improve their strength, Lu Chen infused his power into them. Since he would need to reincarnate after leaving the Chaos Sea and returning to the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, he couldn't keep this power anyway, so he might as well give it all to his wives and concubines. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to continue trying to see if he could get them to conceive a few more. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, decades had passed. Lu Chen was unable to get his wives and concubines pregnant. Lu Chen even suspected that the system was playing tricks. Although it was indeed very difficult to have children after becoming the Celestial Emperor, and it was also relatively difficult for immortals to conceive offspring, he had so many wives and concubines, and had been with them for 30 years, how could it be possible that not a single child was conceived? Lu Chen had also asked the system several times, but the system said that it had nothing to do with it. It was only responsible for issuing rewards and would not do anything extra. Cloud Immortal's Subworld. Cloud Kingshu's bedroom. Lu Chen put his arms around Cloud Kingshu's body and said with a smile, "Kingshu, you seem to have become a little more proactive recently." Cloud Kingshu ignored Lu Chen's words and continued her actions on her own. Lu Chen had actually guessed what Cloud Kingshu was planning, but there was nothing he could do. He had already tried his best. In order to conceive a child, he had even used the power of creation and the power of reproduction, but he still couldn't create offspring. He felt as if there was some kind of imprisonment preventing him from having children. Lu Chen continued, 30 years have passed, and it's about time for me to leave. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Cloud Qingshu frowned slightly, stopped her swaying waist, and stared straight at Lu Chen. Are you really going to leave? Lu Chen said with a smile, isn't this something that was decided long ago? I must become stronger in order to take you away from the Chaos Sea. Cloud Qingshu didn't say anything more and started moving again. She knew in her heart that it was impossible for her to keep this man, after all, he was doing it for their future. Just then, a figure appeared in the bedroom. Seeing Cloud Immortal's sudden appearance, Lu Chen said with a smile, Immortal, you've come at the right time. Cloud Immortal glared at Lu Chen, then said to Cloud Qingshu, it seems that it's not Lu Chen's problem. The situation of the Great Xia Dynasty is also not optimistic. Lu Chen asked in confusion, what's not optimistic? Cloud Immortal gave Lu Chen a speechless look, you've spent all your time on women in these 30 years and don't care about the Great Xia Dynasty at all. The number of children born in the Great Xia Dynasty is decreasing, especially the higher realm cultivators. Those great emperors don't even have a single child. Hearing Cloud Immortal's words, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. He had thought it was his problem, but it turned out that he wasn't the only one in this situation. In that case, is it a problem with the Chaos Sea? Could it be that after leaving the Chaos Beast's body, it's impossible to reproduce? Lu Chen then released his divine sense and scanned the entire Great Xia Dynasty, discovering that the population of the Great Xia Dynasty was actually not much larger than it was 30 years ago. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled as to what was causing this, the system prompt sounded. Not only the host's Great Xia Dynasty, but the number of newborn children in the entire Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain has also decreased significantly. If the host were to go to the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain any later, even if the host mastered the Dao of reproduction, it would be even more difficult to reproduce offspring. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. He had originally wanted to spend more time with his wives and concubines, but it seemed that he couldn't now. Although he didn't know what had happened, since the system was already urging him, then a crisis must have occurred in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain. Lu Chen then said to Cloud Qingshu, Qingshu, you're still not skilled enough, let me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen hugged Cloud Qingshu and flipped her over. Then, Lu Chen mobilized all of his power, intending to give all of his power to Cloud Qingshu to help her improve her strength. Seeing the crazed Lu Chen, Cloud Immortal curled her lips. She didn't say anything more. She had come to tell Cloud Qingshu that it was no longer easy to conceive Lu Chen's offspring, and to tell her not to force it. In these 30 years, Cloud Qingshu had been clinging to Lu Chen's main body, wanting a child, but in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed, and Cloud Qingshu's belly still hadn't reacted at all. Her realm, on the other hand, had improved a lot with Lu Chen's help. At the same time, Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain, White Feather City. Lu Mansion. A middle-aged man looked at his wife beside him and sighed deeply, the situation in the Celestial Evolution Immortal Domain is getting worse and worse. So many years have passed, and we still can't conceive offspring. The woman in the man's arms looked at the man with tender affection and said gently, Husband, why don't you take a few more concubines and try? Chapter 1267 Congratulations, you got what you wanted. Seeing the look in his wife's eyes, Lu Chen sighed deeply in his heart. He then took Liao Xiaoshuang's hand and said affectionately, Wife, I've said it before, Lu Chen's, will only love you in this lifetime. It's absolutely impossible for me to take a concubine. Besides, it's not your fault that you can't conceive. Right now, the entire White Feather City sees fewer than 100 children born each year. In the last 10,000 years, for some unknown reason, it has suddenly become very difficult for people in the heavenly evolution immortal domain to reproduce. As time goes on, the number of children born each year has become less and less. Although the heavenly evolution immortal domain still has countless people, the number of people dying each year due to the great limit is also constantly increasing. The various immortal dynasties have developed a deep sense of crisis. In the past, there were constant conflicts and wars between the various immortal dynasties of the heavenly evolution immortal domain. However, since they discovered that their population was declining sharply, the conflicts between the immortal dynasties have become less and less frequent. Now, many immortal dynasties have joined forces to find the reason for the population decline. In fact, the immortal dynasties have long discovered that the biggest reason for the population decline is that it is becoming increasingly difficult for them to conceive offspring. It is actually very normal for immortals to have difficulty conceiving offspring. All along, it could take hundreds or even thousands of years for an immortal to conceive a child. However, the heavenly evolution immortal domain not only has immortals, but also some mortals. These mortals are the main force of reproduction, but the number of those mortals is also rapidly declining. Now, many cities where mortals gathered in the heavenly evolution immortal domain have disappeared. Many low-level immortals in various forces have been promoted from mortals. Now that there are no more mortals, the number of immortals in those immortal dynasties has naturally decreased significantly. White Feather City is located on the edge of the heavenly evolution immortal domain and is one of the closest cities to the chaotic sea. In recent years, the population of White Feather City has declined sharply. As the number of mortals declines, the number of immortals has also declined. Many immortals, without the service of mortals, have also left this city. Now, the entire White Feather City is lifeless. Perhaps, before long, White Feather City will become a historical dust, just like those cities where mortals gathered. Lu Chen, the city lord of White Feather City, is not afraid of the disappearance of White Feather City. What he is most worried about is that the great limit is approaching, and he will no longer be able to wait for that person's return. He and his wife are only at the heavenly immortal realm. They have been waiting in White Feather City for who knows how many years, but they have never been able to see that person return from the chaotic sea. However, Lu Chen has always firmly believed that their great king will not die in the chaotic sea. In order to ensure that when their great king returns, there will still be people to welcome him, Lu Chen thought about having several children, and then telling them about their mission, so that their children could continue to wait in White Feather City. As a result, he and his wife have worked hard for so many years, but they still don't have a single child. Of course, they are also clear in their hearts that it is already very difficult for immortals in the heavenly immortal realm to have children. In addition, something has gone wrong in the current heavenly evolution immortal domain, causing reproduction to become increasingly difficult. Naturally, it is not easy for them to have children. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Liao Xiaoshuang hugged Lu Chen's neck and said, "Husband, our great limit is almost here. If we still can't leave behind a child, I'm afraid no one will be guarding White Feather City in the future. What if the great king returns from the chaotic sea one day and there is no one to welcome him?" In the past, there were hundreds of thousands of people who followed their great king to White Feather City. In the end, when entering the chaotic sea, these hundreds of thousands of people stayed behind. The chaotic sea was too dangerous. The realm of these hundreds of thousands of people was not particularly high. If they were to follow them into the chaotic sea, it was highly likely that their bodies would be eroded by the power of chaos as soon as they entered the chaotic sea, leaving nothing behind. Their great king said that when they found a way out in the chaotic sea, they would come back and take them away. As a result, countless years have passed since that departure. Even the great limit of the heavenly immortals is almost here, but their great king has not returned. During this waiting time, many people believed that their great king had died in the chaotic sea and would never return. So they chose to leave. There were also many people with low realms who reached their great limit and ultimately failed to wait for their great king to return. Of those hundreds of thousands of people, only less than 200 people are still holding on in White Feather City. These 200 people are basically descendants of those hundreds of thousands of people. Only the two of them are still the people who followed their great king to White Feather City in the first place. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them successfully broke through from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Heavenly Immortal Realm, the two of them probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Hearing Liao Xiaoshuang's words, Lu Chen sighed deeply. He was also worried about this in his heart, but it wasn't as if he could have children just by taking a concubine. With the current situation in the Heavenly Evolution Immortal Domain, even if he took 100 concubines, it was unlikely that even one of them would be able to get pregnant. Lu Chen said, "Let's forget it, wife. Let's not talk about these things." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen pounced on Liao Xiaoshuang on the soft couch, preparing to continue trying. At the same time, within Yun Xiangxian's subworld, Lu Chen was mobilizing his immortal power, frantically tormenting Yun Qingshu. Yun Qingshu gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Chen, but she just didn't surrender, nor did she let Lu Chen let her go. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to get pregnant even like this. At this moment, Yun Xiangxian's subworld was shaking. After all, Yun Qingshu was her main body, and some of her physical abnormalities would also have a certain impact on Yun Xiangxian's subworld. What's more, Lu Chen was a heavenly emperor, while Yun Qingshu was a great emperor. A heavenly emperor and a great emperor using their power to fight fiercely in the subworld would definitely affect Yun Xiangxian's small subworld. At this time, Yun Xianxian wanted to kick this pair of dog men and women out and let them continue doing that kind of thing in the Great Xia Dynasty. Just as Yun Xianxian entered Yun Qingshu's bedroom, she suddenly heard a wail from Yun Qingshu. Yun Xianxian looked at the two people in front of her with a strange expression. At the same time, Lu Chen finally heard a familiar voice. "Congratulations to the host for helping your concubine Yun Qingshu conceive. Reward, Heavenly Rank Immortal Technique, Divine Illumination 1000 Lamp Classic." Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He did not expect the system to reward a Heavenly Rank Immortal Technique as soon as it arrived. You must know that he did not obtain a Heavenly Rank Immortal Technique even after he became an Immortal King. The cultivation resources of the Heavenly Xia Immortal Dynasty were very scarce. The only Heavenly Rank Immortal Technique was in the hands of his father, who had always been wary of him, so he did not pass the Heavenly Rank Immortal Technique to him. Until he left the Heavenly Evolution Immortal Domain and entered the Chaotic Sea, he was still using Earth Rank Immortal Techniques. Lu Chen did not immediately claim the reward. He lowered his head slightly, looked at Yun Qingshu, who was already on her last breath beneath him, and said with a smile, "Qingshu, congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 1268 Farewell. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Qingshu was a little incredulous. She tentatively asked, "Are you referring to the child?" Lu Chen hummed in affirmation. Upon receiving Lu Chen's confirmation, Yun Qingshu fainted directly. It was unclear whether she was overjoyed by the news, overly excited, or simply too physically exhausted. Seeing Yun Qingshu actually faint, Yun Xianxian coldly said, "Although she was captured by you, she has at least followed you for so many years. You really don't know how to cherish women." Lu Chen said with a smile, "They're all at the Great Emperor realm, they can withstand this much. Or, Xianer, why don't you give birth to one for me too?" Yun Xianxian quickly said, "No, I am her secondary body. If she has a child, it's the same as me having a child." Lu Chen said, "You've long been separated. She is her, and you are you. Just have one." Yun Xianxian rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, not wanting to continue arguing about this topic. Instead, she asked, "When do you plan to go to the Tianyan Immortal Domain?" Hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen finally realized that he had wasted enough time and it was time to leave. Immediately, he got up and said, "Indeed, it's time for me to go." Then, he transmitted a message to his wives and concubines, asking them to all go to the heavenly emperor palace of the Great Xia Dynasty. He was about to leave the Great Xia Dynasty and wanted to say goodbye to them. Hearing that Lu Chen was leaving, all of Lu Chen's wives and concubines immediately went to the heavenly emperor palace. They all had teleportation arrays directly connecting their residences to the heavenly emperor palace. In a short while, all the women gathered at the heavenly emperor palace. Lu Chen bent down and carried the fainted Yun Qingshu directly to the heavenly emperor palace. Seeing Yun Qingshu in Lu Chen's arms, the women looked at Lu Chen with strange expressions. Their husband was good in every way, but he just couldn't change his habit of doing bad things. After Lu Chen placed Yun Qingshu on the soft couch in the heavenly emperor palace, he immediately created countless great emperor bodies. The next moment, there was a hymn in front of each of his wives and concubines. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Wives, I'm preparing to go to the Tianyan immortal domain. Don't miss me too much." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Empress Tianhong coldly said, "You can leave now. No one will miss you." Empress Tianhong was the secondary body of Lai Hongyun. Lai Hongyun's experience with Lu Chen back then was somewhat similar to Yun Qingshu's. During their battle, she was no match for Lu Chen and was directly captured and brought back by him, eventually being completely devoured. Of course, after countless years of being together, Lai Hongyun had become accustomed to Lu Chen's existence. When Lu Chen entered the Chaos Sea, she also chose to follow Lu Chen into the Chaos Sea. However, she would not give this scourge any good face. After this guy kidnapped her back then, he would contradict her every day. Although she still liked him in her heart, she at least didn't like the things Lu Chen did. Hearing Lai Hongyun's words, the Lu Chen next to Empress Tianhong immediately wrapped his arms around Empress Tianhong's soft waist, and then said in her ear, "Honghong is really as sharp-tongued and soft-hearted as ever. I know you can't bear to part with me." Empress Tianhong exuded a killing aura and said coldly, "You're just being sentimental." Lu Chen chuckled, and then directly pinned Empress Tianhong down on the super bed in the heavenly emperor palace. "It seems Honghong has been a bit fiery lately. Before leaving, I'll help Honghong you cool down." The next moment, a tearing sound came from the heavenly emperor palace. The women were already used to this kind of thing and ignored it directly. Being humiliated by Lu Chen in front of everyone, Empress Tianhong felt a little angry in her heart, but she was no match for Lu Chen and could only passively endure the anger. Of course, there were those with cold attitudes, and there were also those who showed reluctance to part with Lu Chen. Like Music Xuan, Chu Yukan, and Dezhou and Xiaozhou, they were already hugging and kissing Lu Chen. Lu Chen called them all here to say goodbye to them. Since it was a farewell, there had to be a farewell ceremony. Afterwards, Lu Chen earnestly bid farewell to his wives and concubines. With this farewell, another year passed. Originally, Lu Chen planned to stay in the gentle embrace for a month and then leave, but his wives and concubines just couldn't bear to part with him and wouldn't let him go. Later, he changed it to accompanying them for the last half year, and after half a year, there were still people who didn't want him to leave. Lu Chen also asked the system if he could still be with his wives and concubines through his clone after returning to the Tianyan immortal domain. The system's answer was that the Chaos Sea could isolate all power, including the power of the Divine Soul. His connection with his clone relied on the power of the Divine Soul to connect, and the Chaos Sea could isolate all power, naturally cutting off Lu Chen's plan. In the end, Lu Chen spent another half a year with his wives and concubines, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Chen then said, "Wives, I'm really leaving this time." Hearing Lu Chen's words, this time no one continued to pester Lu Chen. They also knew in their hearts that Lu Chen's departure this time was for their tomorrow, and he had to leave. They only hated that they had no way to go back with Lu Chen to face it together. Lu Chen's return to the Tianyan immortal domain this time would inevitably be a near-death experience. The major forces of the Tianyan immortal domain could not tolerate Lu Chen's monstrous existence. Once they knew that Lu Chen had returned, they would definitely unite with the major forces again to besiege Lu Chen. Lu Chen also saw that his wives were worried about him, and he comforted them, "Don't worry, this time I will definitely prioritize my own life and won't be too high profile. When I find a way to cross the Chaos Sea, I will come and take you back." Speaking of this, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart, "System, will I still be able to find this place when the time comes?" The Chaos Sea was boundless, and once you entered it, you would lose your way and have no idea where you were. Lu Chen was worried that after he returned to the Tianyan immortal domain, he would no longer be able to find his way back here. The system then replied, "When the host uses the Inter Stone, the Inter Stone will leave a mark in place. When the host's strength is strong enough to reactivate the Inter Stone, the host will be able to instantly return here." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since he could directly return, then he had nothing to worry about. What he was most afraid of was not being able to return after leaving. At this time, all of Lu Chen's wives and concubines shed reluctant tears. They were afraid that once Lu Chen left, they would never see Lu Chen again. Seeing the reluctant gazes of his wives and concubines, Lu Chen sighed deeply. He didn't want to leave them either, but there was no way. For their future, he had to become stronger. Lu Chen then hardened his heart and took out the boundary-breaking stone from the system space. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would be reluctant to leave later. Then, under the gaze of the women, he poured power into the boundary-breaking stone. The moment the power of his body entered the boundary-breaking stone, a picture immediately appeared in his mind. On the boundless black ocean, there floated a continent emitting a seven-colored light. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that it was the Tianyan immortal domain. Chapter 1269. Are you that person's old subordinate? At this moment, Lu Chen found that his vision could move left, right, up, and down, as if he were in God mode. Lu Chen immediately zoomed in on the celestial domain of heavenly evolution and selected the direction of White Feather City. White Feather City was where he had parted ways with his subordinates back then. Although he didn't know if they were still alive, Lu Chen still planned to go and take a look. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen poured all his power into the world-breaking stone. The next moment, his body disappeared from the spot. This book is first published on. Seeing Lu Chen disappear, some of Lu Chen's wives and concubines burst into tears again. At this moment, Yun Qingshu's voice rang out in the main hall, "The person is not dead, what are you crying for?" Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, the concubines thought about it and felt that it made some sense. They were so sad now, making it seem like they were mourning, which was too unlucky. They were already great emperors. Perhaps after they went into seclusion, they would close their eyes and open them again, and Lu Chen would already be back. Great emperors' seclusion starts at tens of thousands of years. For them, time was not particularly long. Thinking of this, the women felt much better. At this moment, in White Feather City, a woman in a white dress, full of immortal aura, appeared on the city wall of White Feather City. Seeing the woman standing on the city wall, the commander of the White Feather City Guard hurriedly came over and said, "I don't know why Senior has come to White Feather City." The pressure emanating from this white-clothed woman was very strong. All the immortals in White Feather City could feel her existence. This woman was obviously not someone White Feather City could provoke. The white-haired woman did not answer the guard commander's words. She just looked up at the distant Chaos Sea, as if reminiscing about something. Seeing that the woman ignored him, the guard commander did not continue to say anything. He quickly signaled to the soldiers beside him to notify the city lord. White Feather City Lord's Mansion. Lu Zhens and Liao Xiaoshuang looked at the distant city wall with worried expressions. Without the soldiers deliberately reporting, they already knew of the woman's existence. The pressure on that woman was too strong. Although she had restrained herself, her aura was still very obvious. As soon as she arrived, the temperature of the entire White Feather City dropped by dozens of degrees, and the water tanks in every household in White Feather City froze. Lu Chen said, "This woman is probably a Celestial King realm expert." He had only felt the aura of the woman on the city tower from their great king before. It was obvious that it was the pressure that only a Celestial King could emit. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liao Xiaoshuang's expression became even more worried. How could a Celestial King possibly run to such a remote place like White Feather City? Could it be that they had been discovered? Liao Xiaoshuang said worriedly at this time, "Could it be that those people have discovered that we are the old subordinates of King Chen and sent someone to eliminate us?" Lu Chen put his arms around Liao Xiaoshuang, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her, "My wife, you are overthinking. More than 1 billion years have passed. Those people back then have long been in seclusion. Some of them have probably forgotten about this matter. How could they specifically send someone to clear out us old subordinates of King Chen?" Liao Xiaoshuang thought about it and felt that it made some sense, but there was still some worry in her eyes. At this time, Lu Chen said, "My wife, you wait at home, I will go and ask that senior, to see what she came to White Feather City for." Hearing this, Liao Xiaoshuang quickly grabbed Lu Chen's hand, not letting him leave. That was a suspected Celestial King existence. If she really came to kill them, wouldn't Lu Chen be courting death by going over? Lu Chen patted Liao Xiaoshuang's hand, and then said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If she really wants to kill us, as soon as she makes a move, the entire White Feather City will disappear, and we won't be able to escape. Since she hasn't made a move yet, it proves that she is not here for us. As the city lord of White Feather City, if I don't go to see her, it may anger her instead." Liao Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to let go of Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen then came to the city tower, respectfully cupped his hands to the woman, and said, "White Feather City Lord Lu Chen, pays respects to Senior. I don't know if Senior has come here, is there anything we need to do?" The white-clothed woman still did not speak. Her eyes were still looking at the endless chaos sea in the distance. Seeing that the woman did not speak, Lu Chen said again, "If Senior needs us, you can send a message to us at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, the white-clothed woman said coldly, "Are you the old subordinate of that person?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He thought that more than 1 billion years had passed, and there was no one in the outside world who still knew about that matter. Even their previous hundreds of thousands of people are now only 200 people left. How could the outside world still be thinking about King Chen? Perhaps in the eyes of those people, King Chen had already died in the Chaos Sea. Lu Chen was sweating profusely at this time. He tried his best to calm his inner emotions. What is Senior talking about? How can Junior not understand? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the pressure on the white-clothed woman suddenly released, and a Celestial King's pressure instantly pressed Lu Chen to his knees on the ground. The woman then said, "This palace is the palace master of the Profound Moon Palace. That person abducted this palace's sister back then. Do you think this palace doesn't know anything?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart completely cooled down. He was just saying, how could anyone still remember their King Chen? Although he had never heard of the Profound Moon Palace, he had heard of the Profound Moon Palace. The Profound Moon Palace was a superpower in the celestial domain of heavenly evolution. The names of the Profound Moon Palace and the Profound Moon Palace were so similar, it was obvious that there was some connection between the two, and one of King Chen's wives and concubines did come from the Profound Moon Palace. As someone who was by Lu Chen's side, and also a relative of Lu Chen of course knew what kind of person Lu Chen was. Lu Chen was romantic and suave, and he brought back many women, and those women would eventually follow Lu Chen wholeheartedly, but even if those women were willing to follow Lu Chen, the forces behind those women might not be willing. Lu Chen sighed deeply, and then said, I am indeed an old subordinate of King Chen. Senior wants to kill or cut, it's up to you. I only hope that Senior can let go of my inner person and let go of the people of White Feather City. Most of the people in White Feather City have nothing to do with King Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen admitted it, the white-clothed woman instead put away her pressure. The woman then said, this palace will not kill you, get lost. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and quickly got up from the ground and said, thank you, Senior. Immediately, Lu Chen quickly left the city tower and hurried back to the city lord's mansion. As soon as he returned to the city lord's mansion, Liao Xiaoshuang immediately came to Lu Chen, hugged Lu Chen and said, husband, I thought I would never see you again. Liao Xiaoshuang also saw the scene that happened on the city tower just now. After all, they were celestial immortals, and they could actively sense what was happening in the entire White Feather City. Liao Xiaoshuang also thought that the white-haired woman was going to kill Lu Chen. She had already prepared to go down with Lu Chen. Chapter 1270 Return to Tianyan Immortal Realm. Lu Chen patted Liao Xiaoshuang on the back, comforting her, it's all right, it's all right. That woman should be from the Xianyu Palace, the younger sister of one of the great king's wives. Hearing this, Liao Xiaoshuang asked in confusion, the younger sister of one of the great king's wives. Lu Chen continued, yes, she's likely here to find her sister. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liao Xiaoshuang felt slightly relieved, as long as she wasn't here to cause trouble. However, it's been over 1 billion years, how could she possibly find her sister? Perhaps this woman thinks her sister has already perished in the Chaos Sea and she's here to mourn her. But regardless of the reason this woman is here, as long as she doesn't attack them, they'll let her do whatever she wants. Eventually, the white-haired woman stood on the city tower for a while before coming down and finding an inn to stay in. Lu Chen quickly sent someone to tell the innkeeper that all expenses for the white-haired woman would be covered by the city lord's mansion. The innkeeper wasn't stupid either, he could sense the woman's strength. So, he arranged the best of everything for her, both food and lodging. The white-haired woman stayed for several months. She ate every day, acting less like an immortal and even less like an immortal king. The white-haired woman would occasionally go to the city tower to look out at the Chaos Sea, as if waiting for her sister to return. One night, a bright meteor streaked across the sky. For the people of the Tianyan Immortal Realm, such things were commonplace. A meteor meant either an immortal had fallen or someone had lost a fight and was running away. However, this meteor crashed directly into the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen, who was preparing to create a successor with his wife, immediately got out of bed upon hearing the commotion outside. He thought someone had provoked the white-haired woman and she was angry. After Lu Chen got up, Liao Xiaoshuang quickly got up as well. The two of them arrived at the training ground of the city lord's mansion, where it was already surrounded by guards. They held swords in their hands, looking warily at the large pit in front of them. Seeing the large pit in the distance emitting white mist, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved, as long as it wasn't the white-haired woman's anger. Then, with a wave of his hand, the white mist in the pit instantly dissipated. The moment the white mist disappeared, Lu Chen and Liao Xiaoshuang were both stunned. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion became even more vigilant when they saw someone in the pit, thinking this person was here to assassinate their city lord. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Lu Chen opened his eyes at this moment, looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. At this time, his gaze fell on Lu Chen and Liao Xiaoshuang. Lu Chen and Liao Xiaoshuang both looked like middle-aged people, and Lu Chen's face already had a long beard. However, the moment he saw the two of them, Lu Chen seemed to see a young and inexperienced youth and a pigtail girl who only knew how to act spoiled all day long. Lu Chen tentatively called out, Xiao Zi. Xiao Shuang. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion were about to shout loudly, but Lu Chen spoke loudly, all of you, step back. Leave the training ground. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers quickly retreated and left the training ground. After the soldiers of the city lord's mansion had left, Lu Chen's and Liao Xiaoshuang cautiously approached Lu Chen, somewhat unable to believe what they were seeing was real. Although Lu Chen's cultivation was obviously inferior to theirs, Lu Chen's face and voice had hardly changed at all. They recognized at a glance that the person in front of them was the King Chen they had been waiting for. Lu Chen tentatively called out in a trembling voice, Great! Great King! Lu Chen said, It is this king. Hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, Liao Xiaoshuang's body immediately went limp, covering her mouth and nose as she sobbed. They had been waiting for over 1 billion years, from the initial hundreds of thousands of people to the current 200 or so. They all thought that King Chen and his wives had already perished in the Chaos Sea. After all, even immortal emperors couldn't come out after entering the Chaos Sea. Now, King Chen had actually returned alive. Although his cultivation had dropped to the spirit immortal realm, he had returned alive after all. Lu Chen then knelt on the ground, Great King, you've finally returned alive, you. Even Lu Chen, a celestial immortal who had lived for over 1 billion years, couldn't help but cry bitterly at this moment. Countless years of waiting had finally yielded results today. Billions of years. Their deadline as celestial immortals was almost up. Seeing the two of them with tears streaming down their faces, Lu Chen felt somewhat ashamed. Back then, after he led hundreds of thousands of people to escape into the Chaos Sea, he had no choice but to risk entering the Chaos Sea. Originally, his idea was that if he could find another continent like the Tianyan immortal realm in the Chaos Sea, he would come back and bring these people over as well. Unfortunately, the Chaos Sea was just the sea, and there were no other continents suitable for human survival. Lu Chen asked with a complex expression, how many years have passed? Lu Chen calmed his inner emotions a little, almost 19 billion years. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Lu Chen gasped inwardly. 19 billion years, even the lifespan of a celestial immortal was almost at its end. Lu Chen then used the system to identify Lu Chen's and Liao Xiaoshuang. Name, Lu Chen's. Identity, City Lord of Baihu City. Strength, Celestial Immortal Realm. Loyalty, 100. Name, Liao Xiaoshuang. Identity, Wife of the City Lord of Baihu City. Strength, Celestial Immortal Realm. Loyalty, 100. The two of them were only celestial immortals now, which meant that their deadline was also approaching. Even the deadline of celestial immortals was approaching, then perhaps nothing was left of the hundreds of thousands of people he had brought back then. Lu Chen then continued to ask, besides the two of you, are there any of those people who stayed behind back then? Lu Chen replied, returning to the Great King, of the people who came to Baihu City with us, only the two of us are left. Some people chose to leave Baihu City midway, and we cannot determine whether those people are still alive. Lu Chen sighed and said, it's good that they left. To be honest, after billions of years, if those people didn't leave, Lu Chen would feel guilty towards them instead. At this time, Lu Chen noticed that Lu Chen was alone. He originally wanted to ask where the madams had gone. However, thinking that Lu Chen's strength had greatly declined now, and none of those madams were by Lu Chen's side, Lu Chen thought that they had likely encountered misfortune. After all, the Chaos Sea was a forbidden zone that even immortal emperors couldn't come out of. Lu Chen's wives were weaker than Lu Chen, and it was conceivable what dangers they had encountered since even Lu Chen's realm had declined so much. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and quickly said, Great King, this is not the place to talk, please follow me. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he quickly pulled Liao Xiaoshuang, Xiaoshuang, Get up quickly, don't forget that woman is still here. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1271 The King will leave Baihu City tonight. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Liao Xiaoshuang also woke up as if from a dream. She hurriedly climbed up from the ground and said to Lu Chen with a nervous expression, "Your Majesty, White Feather City is not safe now." Hearing Liao Xiaoshuang's reminder, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Unsafe? Could it be that Lu Chen and the others had offended someone? However, White Feather City is close to the chaotic sea, so there shouldn't be any strong people coming here. Their celestial immortal realm strength should be enough to deal with most crises, right? Could it be that there are experts in White Feather City whose strength surpasses celestial immortals? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen hurriedly followed Lu Chen and the two to the underground secret room of the city lord's mansion. There was a formation in the underground secret room. As soon as they entered the formation, Lu Chen activated it. In this way, the sound inside the formation would be completely isolated from the outside world. After the formation was opened, Lu Chen said, "Your Majesty, a white-haired woman came to White Feather City a few days ago. That woman has at least the strength of an immortal king realm. She said she was from the profound moon hall and that you abducted her sister back then. Although that woman didn't kill us, it can be heard from her tone that she should have hatred for you. If she knows that you have returned, she may attack you." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. No way! Someone is coming to seek revenge after I've been gone for billions of years? Profound Moon Hall? Why hasn't he heard of this force? He has only heard of the Profound Moon Palace. If it was the Profound Moon Palace, then the person he abducted was Yun Qingshu. When did Yun Qingshu have a sister? Yun Qingshu didn't tell him either? He didn't expect that he would encounter such a big trouble as soon as he returned to the Tianyan immortal realm. He is only a spirit immortal now, and there are still Earth immortal, Celestial immortal, True immortal, Golden immortal, and Immortal Lord between him and the immortal king. There is a difference of 6 realms. Even if he burns his divine soul, he probably won't be a match for that woman. No, he has to leave this place of right and wrong in White Feather City as soon as possible. He can't let anything happen to him as soon as he arrives in White Feather City. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen and said, "Tell me in detail about the recent situation in Tianyan Immortal Realm." Before leaving White Feather City, Lu Chen planned to understand what changes had taken place in the entire Tianyan Immortal Realm compared to when he was still an immortal king. Lu Chen then said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately, Lu Chen told Lu Chen about the changes in the power of the Tianyan Immortal Realm over the past billion years, as well as some major events that had recently occurred in the Tianyan Immortal Realm. After hearing about the situation in Tianyan Immortal Realm over the years, Lu Chen frowned. He didn't expect that the situation in Tianyan Immortal Realm was really as the system said. Lu Chen then asked, "Didn't those immortal dynasties investigate why people are so difficult to have children?" Lu Chen replied, "The major forces have investigated this matter, but they have not obtained a clear result. The solution of the major immortal dynasties now is to let mortals reproduce, and then cultivate those mortal children, give them more cultivation resources, and help those mortals become immortals, so as to increase the number of immortals in the immortal dynasties." Speaking of this, Lu Chen sighed and continued, "Even if mortals are allowed to reproduce now, most mortals are still unable to have children. Many mortal cities have gradually disappeared due to the decline in population." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Chen thought to himself that even mortals are finding it so difficult to reproduce, wouldn't it be very difficult for him to have children? His system is a multi-child multi-fortune system. In this way, the difficulty for him to obtain rewards will also greatly increase. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Fortunately, before he left his wives and concubines, he helped Yun Qingshu become pregnant and obtained the heavenly grade immortal technique Divine Illumination 1000 Lamp Cannon. He didn't have a heavenly grade immortal technique before, but he was able to become an immortal king with his own talent. Now that he has recovered all the memories of when he was an immortal king, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to recover his strength and return to the immortal king realm. However, the most urgent task is to leave this place as soon as possible. If he is discovered by that white-clothed woman, he may die before he becomes an immortal king. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang, "Prepare yourselves, we will leave White Feather City together in a few days." Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang were both his original subordinates. Since he is leaving, it is impossible for him to leave them here. They have been waiting here for billions of years, and he cannot let them continue to wait. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhen's hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Your Majesty, if we leave now, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of that woman. You can leave first. After you find a place to settle down, write a letter to us, and we will come over then." That white-clothed woman knows that they are the old subordinates of King Chen. Although in people's perception, King Chen and his wives and concubines have all been buried in the chaotic sea, if that white-clothed woman thinks that King Chen is still alive, she will definitely pay special attention to the whereabouts of his old subordinates. Once she discovers that they have traces of leaving, she may become suspicious. Of course, this is the worst possibility. However, for Lu Chen's safety, Lu Zhen's had to guard against it. Even if this possibility is very small, they must take this into consideration. Lu Chen thought for a while, and then said, "That's fine too, I will leave White Feather City tonight." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhen's immediately took out a map from the space ring, and then said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, this is the map of the Tianyan immortal realm after the changes in power over the years." Lu Chen took the map from Lu Zhen's hand and glanced at the distribution of forces on the map. He finally chose Qingyun City, which is the closest to White Feather City. He plans to avoid that white-clothed woman first, as for what happens later, he will talk about it later. Lu Chen then put away the map and said, "I plan to go to Qingyun City first. You continue to monitor that white-clothed woman. If she has any movements, tell me immediately." Lu Zhen said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Lu Zhen took out another space ring. "Your Majesty, this contains the cultivation resources and spirit crystals that we have accumulated over the past billion years." Seeing the space ring in Lu Zhen's hand, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. After all, he made his subordinates wait for billions of years, and now he is asking for things from his own subordinates. He himself is a little embarrassed. However, in the end, Lu Chen still took the space ring from Lu Zhen's hand. For him now, he is in need of cultivation resources. He has to recover to the Immortal King realm as soon as possible. Only when he breaks through to the Immortal King realm, he may be able to help Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang break through and break the limit. Now is not the time to be pretentious. After Lu Chen took the space ring from Lu Zhen's hand, Lu Zhen's removed the formation. Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang sent Lu Chen to the training ground of the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen said, "Okay, let's stop here. After I arrive in Qingyun City, I will send a message to you immediately." Speaking of this, Lu Chen was about to leave, but in the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Chapter 1272, Yunyuti. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the faces of Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang instantly turned pale. The moment this pressure descended, the surrounding space was also sealed off. It was already too late for their lord to run. The two immediately stood in front of Lu Chen, acting as if to protect him. In the next moment, a white-haired woman in white robes stepped through the air. The woman's appearance was cold and exquisitely beautiful, with an aura of immortality radiating from her. A waistband cinched her slender waist, accentuating her perfect figure. The moment he saw this woman, Lu Chen was slightly dazed. He immediately felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar. Of course, his familiarity was not because he knew this woman, but because this woman looked very much like Yun Qingshu. Lu Chen instantly regained his senses. This woman should be the white-robed woman Lu Zhen's and the others spoke of. The sister she said he had abducted was probably really Yun Qingshu. It's over, the sister-in-law has come for revenge. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the system interface suddenly popped up. Name, Yun Yudi. Identity, Palace Master of the Profound Moon Palace, Immortal King Realm. She sensed the birth of a person with great luck in White Feather City and came specifically to find them. She plans to bring this person with great luck back to the Profound Moon Palace. Rating, 100. Affection, 10. Seeing Yun Yudi's introduction, Lu Chen was taken aback. A person with great luck? Himself? He suddenly thought of something. He had never met Yun Yudi before. Had Yun Yudi also never met him? Even if Yun Yudi had met him, his appearance had changed somewhat compared to over a billion years ago. If it weren't for old subordinates like Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang who had followed him for many years, they probably wouldn't recognize him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen had an idea. Before Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang could say anything, Lu Chen immediately went around them and walked in front, bowing to Yun Yudi in the sky and saying, Junior Chen Lu greets Senior. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang were slightly stunned, but they quickly understood what Lu Chen was planning to do. The two also immediately bowed, Greetings, Senior. Yun Yudi glanced at Lu Chen. The moment she saw Lu Chen, Yun Yudi was slightly dazed. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this man looked somewhat familiar, but she just forgot where she had seen him. Then, Yun Yudi sensed Lu Chen's luck and found that Lu Chen's luck was even stronger than hers. She immediately had the intention of taking him as a disciple. At this time, Yun Yudi opened her mouth and asked, Would you be willing to be this palace's personal disciple? Hearing Yun Yudi's words, Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang both had strange expressions on their faces. This woman really didn't recognize their lord and was now actually taking their lord as a personal disciple. Lu Chen did not immediately agree. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Senior, this junior was just about to join White Feather City. Yun Yudi coldly shouted, and the pressure on her body was instantly released. Lu Zhen's immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning. He hurriedly took the initiative to say, Senior, this person has high talent. If he continues to stay in White Feather City, his talent will inevitably be buried. Let him go to the Profound Moon Palace with you. Speaking of this, Lu Zhen's pretended to persuade Lu Chen, saying, Chen Lu, Senior is the palace master of the Profound Moon Palace. It is your opportunity for her to take you as a personal disciple. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Only by following Senior will you have a better future. Lu Chen put on a very embarrassed look. Just as Yun Yudi was about to tell Lu Chen to consider it for a while longer, Lu Chen suddenly said, Okay, I am willing to be Senior's disciple. Immediately, Lu Chen bowed to Yun Yudi and said, Master is above, accept a bow from your disciple. Yun Yudi was slightly stunned. She had originally wanted to say that if Lu Chen was unwilling, he could consider it for a while, anyway, she would be staying in White Feather City for a while. For people who bear great luck, it is definitely not possible to take them away by force, as it is easy to be contaminated with some bad karma. But since this person had already agreed, then there was nothing to say. Then, Yun Yudi took out a spatial ring and threw it to Lu Chen, This is your apprenticeship gift. Lu Chen immediately caught the spatial ring thrown by Yun Yudi, and then scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense. As a result, he found that there were countless cultivation resources and spirit crystals in the spatial ring. Lu Chen was immediately extremely happy. With the cultivation resources Lu Zhen's had just given him, plus these cultivation resources given by Yun Yudi, he would probably be able to return to the Immortal King realm before long. At this time, Lu Chen discovered that there was also an immortal sword in the spatial ring. Judging from the aura emanating from the immortal sword, this immortal sword was at least an earth-rank immortal sword. It must be said that Yun Yuti was really generous, and she was willing to directly take out an earth-rank immortal sword to give away. Of course, the Profound Moon Palace, judging from its name, is related to the Profound Moon Palace. The Profound Moon Palace has a large family and a large business, so it is normal to take out an earth-rank immortal sword. At this time, Yun Yuti opened her mouth and continued to say to Lu Chen, "This master will stay in White Feather City for a while. During this time, you should cultivate on your own. When this master leaves, I will take the initiative to find you." With the divine sense of an immortal king, she could find Lu Chen in White Feather City in just an instant, so Yun Yuti was not worried that Lu Chen would disappear. Lu Chen said, "This disciple understands." Yun Yuti then turned and left, and Lu Chen immediately respectfully said, "This disciple respectfully sees off master." After Yun Yuti left, Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang. Just as Lu Zhen's was about to call out Lord, Lu Chen coughed. "Cough cough. I am called Chen Lu." Hearing this, Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang understood. Lu Zhen said with a smile, "Congratulations, Chen Lu, on becoming a personal disciple of that senior. If you need anything in the future, you can tell our city lord's mansion, and our city lord's mansion will definitely do its best to satisfy you." Lu Chen said, "Since my master won't be leaving for a while, then I will also stay in White Feather City for a while. I will trouble City Lord Lu to arrange a room for me." Lu Zhen's hurriedly said, "Okay, I will have someone arrange it now." Then, Lu Zhen's called the steward of the city lord's mansion and arranged for Lu Chen to live in the second largest hall of the city lord's mansion. In the next few days, Lu Chen spent his time in cultivation. He had not returned to the heavenly evolution immortal realm for a long time, and the spiritual energy of the heavenly evolution immortal realm was so rich that he was a little unaccustomed to it. He spent these few days familiarizing himself with the environment. Lu Chen also discovered in these few days that Yun Yuti would almost always stand on the city wall of White Feather City and look in the direction of the primal chaos sea, as if she was thinking of Yun Qingshu. Lu Chen couldn't help but be curious, so one day he also came to the city wall. Sensing Lu Chen, Yun Yuti asked without turning her head, "What is it?" Lu Chen asked, "This disciple is a little curious as to why master has been looking at the primal chaos sea these days." Hearing this question, Yun Yuti coldly replied, "Over 1 billion years ago, a villain took advantage of this palace's seclusion and brought this palace's sister into the primal chaos sea." Chapter 1273. I don't know if his body has floated back to Tianyan Fairyland. Hearing Yun Yuti's tone, Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, Yun Yuti deeply resented him for taking Yun Qingshu away. It seems that in the future, he can't let Yun Yuti know that he was the villain from billions of years ago. At this moment, Yun Yuti asked, "Where do you come from?" People like Lu Chen, who possess great luck, usually come from some major force. Yun Yuti was worried that if she accepted Lu Chen as a disciple, she would offend the major force behind him. Lu Chen then said, "This disciple is a rogue cultivator and has been traveling in the Tianyan immortal realm for tens of millions of years. This disciple has long forgotten where he came from." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Yuti felt a little relieved. If he was a rogue cultivator, it would be much easier to handle. For ordinary rogue cultivators, they would develop a strong sense of belonging to the sect with just a little kindness. Nowadays, rogue cultivators in the Tianyan immortal realm are not having a good time. She believed that after Lu Chen joined the Xianyu Hall, he would quickly regard the Xianyu Hall as his home. Yun Yuti then said, "From now on, the Xianyu Hall will be your home." Hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that this was exactly what he wanted. Lu Chen then asked, "Master, this disciple once heard of a force called the Xianyu Palace. I wonder what is the relationship between the Xianyu Hall and the Xianyu Palace. Hearing this, Yun Yudi's face instantly turned cold, and the pressure on her body involuntarily emanated. Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't know why Yun Yudi suddenly became angry. Just as Lu Chen was about to apologize, Yun Yudi said, after Master finished her seclusion, she heard that Master's sister was expelled from the Xianyu Palace. So, she left the Xianyu Palace with a portion of the Xianyu Palace's people and created the current Xianyu Hall. Lu Chen said, I see. Yun Yudi's beautiful eyes glanced again at the boundless chaos sea, and then she said, all right, it's time for us to return to the Xianyu Hall. Tomorrow morning, you will set off with Master. Lu Chen said, yes, Master. Evening. White Feather City Lord's Mansion. After Lu Chen's heard that Lu Chen and the others were leaving White Feather City tomorrow, he specially held a banquet to see them off. He also personally invited Yun Yudi, but Yun Yudi did not come. Of course, it didn't matter whether Yun Yudi came or not. Originally, they were not sending off Yun Yudi, but Lu Chen. At the banquet, Lu Chen said, Chen Lu, after you go to the Xianyu Hall this time, I don't know when we will be able to meet again. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, after I arrive at the Xianyu Hall, I will write to you. If I have time in the future, I will still come back to White Feather City to take a look. After all, Lu Zhen's and Liao Xiaoshuang were his old subordinates, and their lifespan was almost up. They waited for him for more than 1 billion years, and they finally waited for him to return. He couldn't just abandon them. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhen's heart was slightly relieved. What he was most worried about was that after Lu Chen left this time, he would never come to White Feather City again and would directly abandon them all. After all, for Lu Chen, these few people of theirs were no longer of any value. If they still had hundreds of thousands of people, they might be able to become Lu Chen's help, but with the current 200 or so people, plus White Feather City, which was almost uninhabited, it was completely useless to Lu Chen. It was normal for him to abandon them. Lu Chen continued, City Lord Lu, White Feather City is too desolate. After I leave, try to gather more mortals and develop White Feather City. Hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning. Lu Chen wanted to use White Feather City as the starting point for his return to the Tianyan Immortal Realm. Lu Chen happily said, please rest assured, Brother Chen Lu, the next time you come back, you will definitely see a prosperous White Feather City. Although the population of the Tianyan Immortal Realm is declining today, if it wants to develop, White Feather City can still be developed. At the beginning, Lu Chen felt that Lu Chen had died in the Chaos Sea. After all, they had been waiting for more than 1 billion years, and they had not seen Lu Chen return. Moreover, his lifespan was almost up. He had already lost the mind to manage White Feather City, which caused the large population of White Feather City to leave White Feather City. Since King Chen now intends to use White Feather City as the starting point for his return, then as King Chen's old subordinate, he naturally has to manage White Feather City again and help King Chen make a comeback. At the same time, Great Xia Immortal Dynasty. Somewhere with mountains and rivers, this place is surrounded by clouds and mist, and pavilions and towers are looming in the mountains. The scenery is very charming. On the top of the mountain, there is a pavilion, and in the pavilion sits a middle-aged man wearing white clothes. The man looks only 40 or 50 years old. Of course, this is in the Tianyan Immortal Realm, and appearance cannot be used to judge a person's age. The man's real age is already billions of years old. At this moment, a servant came to the man's face and said respectfully, Your Majesty, good news. Hearing the servant's words, the man in white picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip gently, and then asked faintly, Is that old fellow about to die? Hearing this, the servant immediately said, It is worthy of being Your Majesty, every move of the capital is in Your Majesty's hands. It is rumored that His Majesty's breakthrough failed, and his body is already surrounded by death. I am afraid that there is not much time left. Lu Jingfu laughed and then said to himself, what is wrong with being an immortal king? You have to seek death by breaking through. If you don't choose to break through, maybe you can live for tens of millions of years more. At this time, the servant said on the side, Congratulations, Your Majesty. When His Majesty passes away, Your Majesty will be the new master of the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty. Lu Jingfu said, this is probably not sure. My brothers and sisters are not fuel-efficient lamps. The servant said flatteringly, the King Chen of the year was in full swing, but in the end, he was removed by Your Majesty with a small trick. The little one believes that those people will not be Your Majesty's opponents. Hearing the servant mention King Chen, the corners of Lu Jingfu's mouth rose slightly, and then he asked, Lu Chen has been in the Chaos Sea for 15 billion years, right? The servant respectfully replied, yes, Your Majesty. Lu Jingfu said, I don't know if his body has floated back to the Tianyan immortal realm. I really want him to see with his own eyes the day when this king becomes the immortal dynasty lord of the Tianxia immortal dynasty. In order to get rid of Lu Chen, he externally united those super forces and immortal dynasties, and tried his best to render the threat after Lu Chen grew up. Internally, he repeatedly provoked the relationship between their father and emperor and Lu Chen in front of their father and emperor, and fabricated the fact that Lu Chen was going to rebel. This led to several super forces besieging Lu Chen together, and finally forced Lu Chen to have no way to go, and could only enter the Chaos Sea to commit suicide. In people's opinion, no one can resist the erosion of the Chaos Sea. Even the immortal emperor cannot come out after entering the Chaos Sea, let alone Lu Chen is just an immortal king, so after Lu Chen entered the Chaos Sea, they thought Lu Chen was already dead. Thinking that he had removed the huge threat of Lu Chen, Lu Jingfu felt extremely comfortable. At this time, Lu Jingfu got up and said, if you want to win that position, relying solely on this king's current strength is not enough. This king still needs to get the support of an immortal king. Immediately submit a greeting card to the Xianyu Hall. This king will visit the hall master of the Xianyu Hall next month. Chapter 1274 Yechuiao. At the banquet, Lu Chen had explained everything that needed to be explained. Early the next morning, while he was still cultivating, he felt a surge of icy immortal power spreading into his room. Realizing that it was Yun Yudi, Lu Chen immediately ended his cultivation and came out of the room. Yun Yudi glanced at Lu Chen and noticed that his aura was much stronger than yesterday's, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Yun Yudi was amazed. As expected of someone with great luck. When she first saw him, his aura was still very weak, obviously he had just broken through. She didn't expect him to break through again so soon. Lu Chen said, Master, I am ready. Yun Yudi didn't speak. With a wave of her hand, an immortal ship even larger than the city lord's mansion appeared in the sky above White Feather City. Yun Yudi then flew onto the immortal ship, and Lu Chen hurriedly followed. After arriving on the immortal ship, Yun Yudi stood at the bow of the ship, looking ahead, her white dress and silver hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing Yun Yudi's back, Lu Chen thought of Yun Xian, and the days he spent with Yun Xian. For a moment, Lu Chen's blood surged, and he quickly circulated his spiritual power to suppress the restlessness in his body. Just then, Yun Yudi said, Chen Lu, the profound moon hall is dominated by women. After you enter the profound moon hall, you must focus on cultivation and not be tempted by women, otherwise, your teacher will not hesitate to expel you from the profound moon hall. Hearing Yun Yudi's warning, Lu Chen immediately said, Yes, Master, this disciple will keep Master's teachings in mind. Yun Yudi then asked, What immortal technique are you currently primarily cultivating? Lu Chen thought for a moment, and finally answered with a low-level immortal technique from his previous life. Reporting to Master, the immortal technique this disciple cultivates is a yellow-rank immortal technique called the Falling Star Heart Technique. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yunyuti said, "Since you are this teacher's disciple, the rank of the immortal technique you cultivate naturally cannot be too low. Take this earth rank immortal technique. From today onwards, you will cultivate it." As Yunyuti's voice fell, a jade slip appeared in her hand, and then she threw the jade slip to Lu Chen without turning her head. After Lu Chen received the jade slip, he immediately said, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this immortal technique upon this disciple." Yunyuti said lightly, "There is still some time before we return to the profound moon hall. During this time, find a room on the immortal ship and concentrate on your cultivation." Lu Chen said, "Yes, Master." This disciple will take his leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned around and entered the cabin of the immortal ship, found a room at random, and sat down to cultivate. Profound Moon Hall. The profound moon hall floated in the high sky. Under the rule of the profound moon hall, there were hundreds of thousands of large cities. The place where the profound moon hall was located was originally a place with thin spiritual energy that the major immortal dynasties looked down upon. This was the chaotic zone of the heavenly evolution immortal domain, with no order at all. After Yunyuti led some disciples of the profound moon hall to independence, she led the disciples of the profound moon hall to conquer all the forces in this chaotic zone, and eventually turned this chaotic zone into the territory of the profound moon hall. At the gate of the profound moon hall, a woman wearing a green mid-length dress was gazing into the distance. The woman had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The mid-length dress only covered her knees, revealing her slender jade legs. At this time, the woman said to herself, "Where has Master been these days? Why can't I see her all the time?" Yechuiao had recently encountered some problems in her cultivation and wanted to ask her master for guidance. As a result, she went to all the places in the profound moon hall, but she did not find her master's shadow. Originally, Yechuiao planned to wait for her master to come back before saying anything. But yesterday, Guang Grenwang of the Heavenly Summer Immortal Dynasty sent someone to deliver a greeting card, saying that he wanted to visit the profound moon hall, which made Yechuiao have to look for her master again. Later, she asked the elders of the profound moon hall, and those elders only said that her master had left the profound moon hall, and did not know where she had gone. This made Yechuiao a little puzzled. In the past, when her master left the profound moon hall, she would tell her and explain some things to her. Why did she leave the profound moon hall this time without saying a word, and did not say where she went? Yechuiao looked into the distance again. She didn't know where to find her master now. After thinking for a while, Yechuiao came to the courtyard where the servant sent by Guang Grenwang to deliver the letter was temporarily staying. Seeing Yechuiao coming, the servant of the Wangfu who sent the greeting card immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency. I wonder if the hall master of the profound moon hall has agreed." Yechuiao said, "My master is temporarily not in the profound moon hall. The elders said that she has gone out, and it is estimated that she will not be back for a while. You go back and tell Guang Grenwang that when my master returns, I will send someone to notify you." Hearing this, the servant of the Guang Grenwangfu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "Then I will trouble you, Your Excellency." The servant of the Guang Grenwangfu did not think that Yechuiao was lying to him. After all, the hall master of the profound moon hall was an immortal king of a sect force. If she didn't want to see their Guang Grenwang, she would directly refuse, and there was no need to make up an excuse. Since Yechuiao said that Yunyuti was not there, then it was probably really not there. Since she was not there, then he could only go back and report. Then the servant of the Guang Grenwangfu packed up and left the profound moon hall. As a result, not long after the servant of the Guang Grenwangfu left, a luxurious immortal ship appeared not far from the profound moon hall. Sensing the appearance of Yunyuti's immortal ship, Yechuiao immediately came to the gate of the profound moon hall. In a moment, the immortal ship docked at the gate of the profound moon hall, and Yunyuti came down from the immortal ship. Seeing her master, Yechuiao hurried up and said, Master, Guan Grenwang of the Heavenly Summer Immortal Dynasty sent someone to deliver a greeting card earlier, wanting to visit the profound moon hall in a month. Yun Yuti frowned, and the cold air on her body continued to be released outwards. A pressure was released from Yun Yuti's body. Feeling Yun Yuti's anger, Yechuiao was slightly lost. She didn't understand why her master would be so angry after hearing the 3 words Guan Grenwang. Yun Yuti said coldly at this time, "Tell the servant of the Guan Grenwangfu that this palace has no time." Hearing this, Yechuiao quickly said, "I have already sent their people away just now. I said that you have gone out and will not be back for a while." Yun Yuti was about to say something when Lu Chen came down from the immortal ship at this time. Seeing someone coming down from the immortal ship, Yechuiao's eyes were subconsciously attracted by Lu Chen's figure. However, when Yechuiao saw Lu Chen's face clearly, she was stunned in place. Lu Chen was also slightly stunned when he saw Yechuiao. "No way, did I run into an old acquaintance? Is this world so small? It's been tens of billions of years. How come I just came back and ran into an old acquaintance? Is it a bit too coincidental? It should just look alike, right?" Lu Chen quickly used the system to identify Yechuiao's identity. Name, Yechuiao. Identity, personal mate of Princess Wu Yunwan of the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty, a heavenly immortal. Since Wu Yunwan was abducted by the host, she left the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty. By chance, she met Yun Yuti and became Yun Yuti's personal disciple. Her heart is full of hatred for you, believing that if it weren't for you, Wu Yunwan would now be the Empress of the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty and would not have died in the Sea of Chaos. Rating, 93. Favorability, 0. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1275. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you turn your name upside down. The moment Lu Chen saw Yechuiao's information, his heart still sank. He didn't expect to really encounter an old acquaintance. The woman before him really was Yechuiao, the maidservant who had been by Wu Yunwan's side. Yechuiao and Wu Yunwan grew up together in the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty's palace, as close as sisters. Wu Yunwan, as the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty's eldest princess, was not favored at all. Even if her talent was exceptional, she couldn't gain the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty's royal family's attention, simply because her mother's status was humble, immortal. Fortunately, Wu Yunwan's talent was extremely high. Among all of the martial emperor's children, her talent was the best, and her strength was also the strongest. This book is first published on the entire network because she had been subjected to cold shoulders since she was young, it created Wu Yunwan's desire for power. She cultivated desperately, all for the sake of one day becoming the next Immortal Dynasty Lord of the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty. As Wu Yunwan's good sister who had grown up with her since childhood, Yechuiao had also always supported Wu Yunwan in vying for the Spirit Martial Immortal Dynasty's Immortal Dynasty Lord position. She believed that with Wu Yunwan's talent, she would definitely be able to sit on the throne in the future. However, one day, a man suddenly barged into Wu Yunwan's world, captured Wu Yunwan's heart, and from then on, Wu Yunwan no longer had the heart to cultivate, and she no longer cared about the Immortal Dynasty Lord position. Seeing Wu Yunwan's dispirited appearance, Yechuiao was extremely anxious. She knew how hard and desperately Wu Yunwan had worked for that position in the past, but now she was going to give up because of a man. Yechuiao tried everything possible to try to make Wu Yunwan wake up, but in the end, Wu Yunwan was still taken away by that man. The key was that man's harem had more than just Wu Yunwan. Moreover, when the several great immortal dynasties attacked that man actually brought Wu Yunwan into the Chaos Sea to commit suicide. Watching her former good sister enter the Chaos Sea, Yechuiao once wanted to rush in as well, but her strength at that time was weak, and she couldn't withstand the erosion of the chaos power at all. In the end, she could only watch Wu Yunwan's figure disappear into the Chaos Sea. Yechuiao attributed all of this to that man's fault. If it weren't for that man, Wu Yunwan wouldn't have given up the Spirit Marshal Immortal Dynasty's Immortal Dynasty Lord position, and Wu Yunwan wouldn't have entered the Chaos Sea in the end to die with that man. If it weren't for the fact that that man had also entered the Chaos Sea, she would have loved to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Even though more than 1 billion years had passed, the hatred in her heart for that man had gradually dissipated, but when she saw Lu Chen again, she still recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Yechuiao was about to draw her sword when Lu Chen suddenly said to Yechuiao with a smile, "Master, this must be senior sister. Hello senior sister, I am Master's newly accepted disciple." Hearing these words, Yechuiao was stunned for a moment. A newly accepted disciple? At this time, she sobered up slightly, and after sensing that Lu Chen only had the aura of a spirit immortal realm, Yechuiao couldn't help but think, could it just be a resemblance? Yun Yudi also spoke at this time, "Yao Yao, this is my newly accepted personal disciple, your junior brother. In the future, when I am not around, you must guide him more for me. If he has anything he doesn't understand in cultivation, you must answer him." However, every immortal king wants to break through to a higher realm. Yun Yudi's closed-door cultivation has become more and more frequent in the past few billion years. This time, she went to White Feather City to reminisce about her sister and then returned to closed-door cultivation. Although she accepted Lu Chen as a personal disciple, the actual time she can teach Lu Chen is not much. But fortunately, her other personal disciple is now in the heavenly immortal realm, and is about to break through. Allowing her personal disciple to teach Lu Chen is more than enough. Yechuiao tried her best to suppress her emotions at this time. She said with a friendly face, "So it's junior brother." Yun Yudi then said, "I still have things to do. Yao Yao, take your junior brother to the profound moon hall to familiarize himself with the environment and arrange a place for him to live." Yechuiao said, "Yes, master." In the next moment, Yun Yudi's body disappeared on the spot. After Yun Yudi left, Yechuiao looked at Lu Chen again. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that this little junior brother in front of her was that lecherous thief. Yechuiao forcibly suppressed the urge in her heart to draw her sword at Lu Chen and said to Lu Chen, "Junior brother, follow me, I will arrange a place for you to live first." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Okay, senior sister." Then Lu Chen followed Yechuiao to the courtyard where the personal disciples lived. On the way to the personal disciples' residence, Yechuiao tentatively asked, "Junior brother, my name is Yechuiao. Senior sister doesn't know what your name is yet." Lu Chen said, "Senior sister yet, my surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Lu." Hearing these words, Yechuiao, who was leading the way in front, stopped instantly. "Chen Lu? Lu Chen?" In the next moment, Yechuiao suddenly turned her head and directly drew her sword at Lu Chen. Lu Chen showed a panicked expression, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Yechuiao gritted her teeth and said, "Lecherous thief, don't think that just because you reversed your name, I won't recognize you." Speaking of this, Yechuiao was about to attack Lu Chen with her sword. Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Senior sister, what are you talking about? What lecherous thief?" Yechuiao snorted coldly and said, "Lu Chen, don't pretend, I would recognize your face even if it turned to ashes." As soon as the words fell, Yechuiao stabbed over with a sword. Without saying a word, Lu Chen directly turned around and ran away, shouting while running, "Master, help, senior sister is going to kill someone." Yun Yudi is after all an immortal king, the entire profound moon hall is within her perception range, he only needs to shout a little, Yun Yudi will hear it. Sure enough, Lu Chen didn't run for long before Yun Yudi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yechuiao, directly pinching the tip of Yechuiao's sword with 2 fingers. Yun Yudi glanced at Yechuiao coldly, "Yao Yao, what are you doing?" Yechuiao said hatefully, "Master, I have an irreconcilable hatred with this lecherous thief. Hearing Ye Chuieo's words, Yun Yuti was stunned for a moment. Lecherous thief? Then she looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. Lu Chen hurriedly said, Master, I have never seen senior sister before, she is slandering me. Ye Chuieo sneered and said, Lu Chen, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, right? Tens of billions of years ago, you were the most famous person in the Tianyan immortal domain. Who doesn't know your reputation? Hearing the two words Lu Chen, the immortal king's pressure on Yun Yuti's body suddenly released, and for a time, Ye Chuieo and Lu Chen were both suppressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to move. Ye Chuieo didn't know that Yun Yuti also had a feud with Lu Chen. She thought that Yun Yuti thought she was talking nonsense, so she was angry. Therefore, she supported the pressure and said, Master, I have seen Lu Chen's appearance, he looks almost exactly like Lu Chen, and his name reversed is Lu Chen. He burned, killed, looted, and plundered countless beautiful women in the Tianyan immortal domain back then, locking them up for him to play with. Now that he is approaching you, he must have bad intentions, Master, let me kill him now. Chapter 1276 That man has died in the Chaos Sea. This is your junior brother Chen Lu. Yun Yuti didn't respond to Ye Chuieo's words, her eyes were coldly fixed on Lu Chen, who was on her right. However, she didn't immediately attack Lu Chen. She asked, Are you Lu Chen? Lu Chen immediately said, Master, I am Chen Lu, not Lu Chen. Master, if I were really Lu Chen and wanted to conceal my identity, how could I possibly reverse my name? Wouldn't that make it immediately recognizable? Moreover, billions of years ago, I wasn't even born. I've only heard of the name of immortal King Lu in historical records. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Yuti was silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lu Chen were truly planning to disguise himself, how could he reverse his name? At the very least, he would choose a name that wouldn't evoke any associations. Besides, so many people and forces witnessed Lu Chen leading his wives and concubines into the Chaos Sea back then, and many forces were guarding the edge of the Chaos Sea, but none saw Lu Chen emerge. Moreover, even great emperors who entered the Chaos Sea couldn't come out, let alone Lu Chen, who was just an immortal king. Lu Chen's corpse had probably been completely eroded by the terrifying power of the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, Yun Yuti said to Ye Chuieo, Yao Yao, that person is already dead in the Chaos Sea. This is your junior brother, Chen Lu. Hearing Yun Yuti's words, Ye Chuieo's brain buzzed. Yun Yuti continued, that person killed my relatives back then. If Chen Lu were that person, I would have eliminated him long ago and wouldn't have brought him to the Xianyu Palace. Hearing Yun Yuti's words, Ye Chuieo was stunned once again. She was somewhat surprised that Lu Chen also had a feud with her master. If that were the case, then the Chen Lu before her wasn't really Lu Chen? But, it was too similar. And the name was too easy to associate with him. Ye Chuieo cautiously said, could it be his reincarnation? Yun Yuti said, the Chaos Sea can annihilate everything, including the souls of immortals. Yun Yuti's words were simple. Lu Chen's soul had already been annihilated in the Chaos Sea and could not possibly be reincarnated. The Chen Lu before her merely resembled Lu Chen. After all, after billions of years, it wasn't strange for someone who looked like Lu Chen to appear. Not to mention the Tianyan immortal realm was so vast, with such a large population, that it would be normal even if there were 1,000 people who looked exactly like Lu Chen. Yun Yuti then withdrew her immortal king pressure, looked at Ye Chuieo, and said, Yao Yao, you are not allowed to attack your junior brother again in the future. The disciple she had taken possessed great fortune. If the Xianyu Palace treated him poorly, he might bring trouble to the Xianyu Palace in the future once he grew up after leaving the sect. Hearing Yun Yuti's warning, Ye Chuieo said dejectedly, Yes, Master. Yun Yuti glanced at Lu Chen again and then said, I know you are not him, but I must also remind you not to become a villain like Lu Chen. If I ever discover that you have become like that villain, I will personally take action to clean up the sect." Lu Chen immediately cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Disciple will remember master's teachings." After Yun Yuti finished speaking, her body disappeared again. After Yun Yuti left, Yechuiao still stared straight at Lu Chen, as if trying to find flaws in him. Lu Chen immediately said, "Senior sister, master has already said that I am not that Lu Chen. Why are you still staring at me like this?" Yechuiao curled her lips and then put away her immortal sword, saying to Lu Chen, "Junior brother, I'm sorry. Senior sister mistook you for someone else." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, senior sister. It's good that the misunderstanding is resolved." Seeing that Lu Chen had forgiven her, Yechuiao took out a spatial ring and then said, "Junior brother, this is 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Consider it my apology." Lu Chen said, "Senior sister, there's no need. I have spirit crystals on me, enough for me to cultivate for a while." Yechuiao grabbed Lu Chen's hand and stuffed the spatial ring into it. "This is my apology. Just accept it." Seeing Yechuiao being so insistent, Lu Chen said, "Then, all right." Yechuiao then continued to ask, "Junior brother, do you still remember where you came from?" Although Yun Yuti had already said that Chen Lu wasn't Lu Chen, Yechuiao still had some lingering doubts in her heart. Lu Chen said, "I have been traveling in the Tianyan immortal realm for tens of millions of years and have long forgotten where I am from, but I remember that I should be from the northern part of the Tianyan immortal realm." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yechuiao frowned slightly. "The northern part of the Tianyan immortal realm? The northern part of the Tianyan immortal realm is so large. How would she know where he was from?" But then again, what this person said might not all be true. It was probably no longer possible to find out anything from him by asking questions. Yechuiao then didn't ask any more questions. "Junior brother, this is where the direct disciples live. You can choose any unoccupied courtyard." The area where the direct disciples lived was very vast and had a secluded environment. Each direct disciple lived in a huge courtyard, and there were many servants in the courtyard. Under Yechuiao's guidance, Lu Chen chose a small bamboo courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by bamboo forests, which was very quiet and suitable for cultivation. After Lu Chen chose a small courtyard, Yechuiao took the initiative to ask, "Junior brother, did master give you any cultivation immortal techniques?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, master gave me a profound rank immortal technique." Yechuiao said, "If there is anything you don't understand in cultivation in the future, you can take the initiative to ask me. The courtyard on the other side of the green leaf forest is where I live." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. When he passed by that courtyard just now, this woman didn't remind him at all. Now she was telling him, it seemed that she still suspected him and wanted to monitor him. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he smiled and said, "Okay, senior sister, then I'll trouble you." Yechuiao continued, "Then I won't disturb junior brother's rest." After she finished speaking, Yechuiao turned and left. Looking at Yechuiao's back as she left, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. His current situation was a bit difficult. The main thing was that his strength was too weak. Although there were two women around him who met the system's conditions, these two women had deep grudges against him, and it was difficult for him to become Dao companions with them. Moreover, this wasn't the Tianchen world, and there was no dragon phoenix tree anymore. Speaking of which, one of them was a celestial immortal, and the other was an immortal king. Even if he had dragon phoenix tree leaves, they probably wouldn't be affected at all if they drank them. It seemed that he could only temporarily focus his mind on cultivating the Divine Illumination Thousand Lamp Sutra and couldn't let these two women realize that he was Lu Chen. Before he had enough strength, it was better to be low-key. Chapter 1277, Your master intends to let you go to the mortal world for training. 10 years passed quickly. Since Lu Chen settled in the Xianyu Palace, all his thoughts were focused on cultivation. He didn't participate in any of the lively events in the Xianyu Palace. The Xianyu Palace was basically all female disciples. When those female disciples heard that their palace master had taken a male disciple as her personal disciple, they were all very curious about Lu Chen and wanted to see what was so special about him. However, Lu Chen was always unwilling to leave his courtyard. Even when the Xianyu Palace distributed cultivation resources every year, he would have the servants in his courtyard collect them for him. Originally, Yechuiao wanted to verify whether Chen Lu was Lu Chen through some of Lu Chen's actions, but Lu Chen had been staying in the courtyard cultivating, so it was difficult for her to see any clues. In these 10 years, Lu Chen had only met Yun Yuti 3 times. Each time they met, Yun Yuti would give him cultivation techniques or some cultivation resources. Lu Chen himself was a reincarnated immortal king, possessing a large amount of memories from his previous life. He basically didn't need any guidance in his cultivation, so Yun Yuti only needed to provide him with cultivation resources. Yun Yuti didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In her opinion, her disciple was a person of great luck, with a very good cultivation talent, and indeed didn't need her too much interference. Too much interference in his cultivation might be detrimental to him. In these 10 years, Lu Chen also successfully broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm. In these 10 years, Guangren King of the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty had repeatedly sent people to Yun Yuti with greeting cards, but Yun Yuti refused them all under the pretext of closed-door cultivation. After Lu Chen heard about this, he just smiled disdainfully and didn't seem to care too much. Of course, he knew that the reason he was besieged in the first place was all because of Guangren King Lu Jingfu. He would definitely avenge this hatred, but now his cultivation was only at the Earth Immortal Realm, while Guangren King was already a Golden Immortal. He couldn't take revenge now. He only needed to bide his time slowly, and wait until he recovered to the Immortal King realm, then he would slowly settle the score with Lu Jingfu. Outside the bamboo forest courtyard, a woman wearing a green cloud dress stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Lu Chen's courtyard. Yechuiao had been staring at Lu Chen for 10 years, but in these 10 years, Lu Chen had hardly left the courtyard except to see their master. He had been cultivating all the time, looking like a cultivation fanatic. Of course, 10 years was just a blink of an eye for immortals who had hundreds of millions of years of life, but if this person was Lu Chen, he shouldn't be able to stand the loneliness. Lu Chen was a very lecherous person, and he couldn't be without women by his side at any time. If this Chen Lu was Lu Chen, he should have exposed his nature long ago. You should know that the Xianyu Palace had the most beautiful fairies. With so many beautiful fairies, if it was Lu Chen, he would probably have been tempted long ago and started to attack those fairies. Yechuiao thought to herself, could it be that she really guessed wrong? Just a similar appearance? Just as Yechuiao was distracted, suddenly, a voice came, Yao Yao, Chen Lu, come to my hall. Hearing this voice, Yechuiao did not hesitate and went directly to Yun Yuti's hall. Soon, Lu Chen also arrived at the hall where Yun Yuti was. Yun Yuti was wearing a white gauze dress, sitting on the throne in the hall, looking very dignified and noble. After Lu Chen arrived at the hall, he immediately bowed to Yechuiao and said, "Greetings, Master." Yun Yuti hummed. At this time, Yechuiao took the initiative to ask, "Master, do you have something to ask us to come here?" Yun Yuti replied, "I am preparing to go into seclusion. The time for this seclusion may be relatively long." Yun Yuti was preparing to go into seclusion when she returned last time, but because her state of mind had not yet stabilized, and she had just accepted a disciple, she wanted to observe the disciple's situation, so she did not immediately go into seclusion. Now that her state of mind has stabilized, it is time for her to go into seclusion. Hearing Yun Yudi's words, Yechuiao and Lu Chen did not feel too strange. In the Tianyan immortal realm, seclusion is the norm for immortals. Yun Yudi said to Yechuiao at this time, during my seclusion, the Xianyu Palace will be handed over to you to manage. I have already told the elders to assist you. If anyone does not listen to you, you should write down their names. Although Yechuiao is only at the heavenly immortal realm, she is, after all, the personal disciple of the palace master. The elders of the Xianyu Palace would not dare not listen to her. There have always been rumors in the Xianyu Palace that Yechuiao is the next palace master. Although their palace master has recruited another personal disciple, this personal disciple is, after all, a man. In the Xianyu Palace, a force dominated by women, their palace master will most likely choose Yechuiao as the palace master in the end. The elders of the Xianyu Palace are usually respectful to Yechuiao. Even if Yun Yudi is not around, they would not dare not listen to Yechuiao. The stability of the Xianyu Palace is not a problem. At this time, Yun Yudi's gaze turned to Lu Chen. Chen Lu, now that your realm has broken through to the earth immortal realm, long-term seclusion will not be good for your cultivation. I plan to let you go to the mortal world to experience life. Hearing this, Yechuiao and Lu Chen were both stunned. Go to the mortal world to experience life? Lu Chen had only been in the Xianyu Palace for 10 years, and he was about to leave the Xianyu Palace to experience life in the mortal world? Lu Chen thought to himself, could it be that Yun Yudi was worried that after she went into seclusion, he would harm those fairies in the Xianyu Palace, so she expelled him in advance? However, just as Lu Chen was thinking this, Yechuiao also said from the side, Junior brother, breaking through from the earth immortal to the heavenly immortal requires some experience in the mortal world to temper the mind, otherwise it will be difficult to break through to the heavenly immortal. In order to break through to the heavenly immortal realm back then, I stayed in the mortal world for 100,000 years. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He quickly realized that when he was King Chen, his talent was too good, and cultivation was like drinking water. There was no such thing as experiencing life in the mortal world at all, but he also knew that in the Tianyan immortal realm, there were indeed many earth immortals living like mortals in cities where mortals gathered. It seemed that he had misunderstood Yun Yudi. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately said to Yun Yudi, yes, master. At this time, Yun Yudi took out a space ring and 3 jade slips and continued to say to Lu Chen, this space ring contains the cultivation resources you will need to break through from the earth immortal to the heavenly immortal. As for these 3 jade slips, each jade slip contains a wisp of my divine sense. If you encounter enemies below the immortal king, these 3 jade slips can help you escape. As Yun Yudi's voice fell, the space ring and the 3 jade slips flew to Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his hand to catch the space ring and the 3 jade slips, and thanked him, saying, thank you, master. Yechuiao asked at this time, master, why don't we choose Tianlang City as junior brother's place to experience life? Recently, some forces around Tianlang City have been making a lot of small moves, and we just happen to need to send someone to monitor them. Tianlang City is a mortal city under the jurisdiction of the Xianyu Palace. It has a large population and is also a piece of fat in the eyes of some small forces in the immortal realm in recent years. Chapter 1278, Choose Sirius City for your mortal training this time. Ever since it became increasingly difficult for people in the celestial domain of heavenly evolution to have children, the forces of the celestial domain had set their sights on mortal cities with larger populations. Now, many immortals in the major celestial domain forces were transformed from ordinary mortals. Most of the disciples of the profound moon hall also came from mortal cities. Cities like Skywolf City with large populations were coveted by many sects and forces. Although those sects and forces had been defeated by Yun Yudi and had surrendered to the profound moon hall, becoming affiliated forces of the profound moon hall, many of them did not hold Yun Yudi in any real reverence. Originally, only the profound Moon Hall was qualified to recruit disciples from large cities with large populations like Skywolf City. However, now some sects and forces were also setting their sights on Skywolf City. Recently, the elders of the Profound Moon Hall had been considering whether to send an envoy to Skywolf City to deter the affiliated forces around Skywolf City and make them behave. It just so happened that Lu Chen was going to the mortal world for training, and Yechuiao wanted him to go. After all, Lu Chen was Yun Yudi's personal disciple. Once those affiliated forces saw that Yun Yudi, the Hall Master, had sent her personal disciple to Skywolf City, they would know that Yun Yudi had noticed their little tricks. In this way, those affiliated forces would know to restrain themselves. After hearing Yechuiao's suggestion, Yun Yudi thought for a moment, and then said, "All right, Chen Lu, choose Skywolf City for your training in the mortal world this time." Lu Chen said, "Yes, Master." Yun Yudi glanced at Yechuiao and Lu Chen, and then said, "If there is nothing else, I will go into seclusion." Yechuiao and Lu Chen said in unison, "Respectfully see you off, Master." As soon as they finished speaking, Yun Yudi's body transformed into ice crystals and disappeared in the main hall. After Yun Yudi left, Yechuiao looked at Lu Chen and said, "Junior brother, the affiliated forces near Skywolf City have been very restless recently. Although you are Master's personal disciple, you still need to be careful of them." Hearing Yechuiao's reminder, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Senior sister, since you know that Skywolf City is dangerous, why did you still let me go to that place?" Yechuiao said indifferently, "It is precisely because that place is dangerous that it can serve as training for you. Moreover, you have the jade slip that Master gave you. With those 3 jade slips, even if a celestial king comes, you will be able to retreat unscathed. Moreover, you are Master's personal disciple. Your presence in Skywolf City will be enough to deter those restless forces." Lu Chen said, "All right, senior sister is right." At this time, Yechuiao continued, "In addition, I will arrange for 2 inner hall disciples to protect you, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled in his heart. Saying that she was sending 2 disciples to protect him was probably just to monitor him. It seemed that Yechuiao had not dispelled her suspicion of him. "Junior brother, go back and pack your things. Depart early tomorrow morning." Lu Chen said, "Okay, senior sister." Lu Chen did not insist on anything and then returned to his bamboo forest courtyard. After Lu Chen left, Yechuiao pondered for a moment, thinking about which 2 disciples she should choose to monitor. "Oh no, protect Lu Chen." After thinking for a while, Yechuiao came outside the main hall and transmitted her voice to 2 inner hall disciples. In the next moment, 2 beautiful fairies appeared in front of Yechuiao. One was wearing a purple dress, with a graceful figure and a cold expression. One was wearing a plain white dress, holding a long sword, with her hair tied high in a bun, revealing a fair forehead, and leaving a single ponytail, looking very capable. After the 2 came to Yechuiao's presence, they said in unison, "Greetings, senior sister." Yechuiao asked with a smile, "The 2 junior sisters should be free recently, right?" Hearing this question, the woman in the purple dress asked, "Senior sister, what do you need us for?" Yechuiao did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I have a sect mission here to give to the 2 junior sisters." Hearing that it was a sect mission, the 2 women said in unison, "Senior sister, please speak." Yechuiao then said, "I plan to have you protect Chen Lu to Skywolf City for training." Hearing this, the 2 women were stunned for a moment. In the next moment, Xiao Shuiying, who was wearing a purple gauze, asked curiously, "Chen Lu? Is that the personal disciple that the hall master recently accepted?" Yechuiao said, "Yes." Xiao Shuiying continued to ask, "But didn't he just join the Profound Moon Hall? It seems like it hasn't even been 10 years. 10 years was just a blink of an eye for immortals, it was really too short." It was the first time they had heard of letting a disciple go out for training after only 10 years. Yechuiao said, "Junior brother Chen has already broken through to the earth immortal realm and needs to train in the mortal world. It just so happens that Skywolf City needs someone to guard it, so I suggested to Master that he go to Skywolf City." Hearing what Yechuiao said, the two women reacted. So that Chen Lu was already in the earth immortal realm, no wonder he was going to train in the mortal world. As expected of the personal disciple that their hall master had newly recruited, the speed of this breakthrough was indeed a bit fast. It was almost impossible for them to break through a major realm without thousands of years. After reacting, the two women said in unison again, "We will definitely protect junior brother Chen." Yechuiao nodded and then reminded, "In addition, the current situation in Skywolf City is a bit complicated, you must always pay attention to the movements of those forces near Skywolf City." "Yes, senior sister." Yechuiao continued, "By the way, there is one more thing. Once you go to Skywolf City, keep a close eye on Chen Lu. If he has any excessive behavior, report it to me immediately." This. The two women were slightly stunned. Excessive behavior? What is excessive behavior? Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun looked at Yechuiao with puzzled expressions. Yechuiao saw that the two did not understand her words, so she continued to add, "What I mean is, if he doesn't cultivate properly after going to Skywolf City, and only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long, and is also addicted to beauty, especially if he does something like forcibly taking a woman from the people, you must report it to me immediately." After hearing Yechuiao's words, the faces of Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun became slightly solemn. How could they hear from Yechuiao's words that this Chen Lu did not seem to be a good person? Chen Lu was also the hall master's personal disciple after all. If his character was problematic, their hall master should not have accepted Chen Lu as her personal disciple, let alone the Profound Moon Hall was a force mainly composed of female disciples. If Chen Lu was really a lecherous person, if they accepted such a person into the Profound Moon Hall, then he would not know how many fairies he would harm. Cao Xiun said at this time, "Senior sister, junior brother Chen should not be so unbearable, right? I heard that after he came to the Profound Moon Hall, he put all his thoughts on cultivation. Some senior sisters and junior sisters went to visit him, but he refused to see them all." Yechuiao said indifferently, "Men are good at disguising themselves. It's only been 10 years, who knows what kind of person he is. In short, you just keep an eye on him." Cao Xiun said, "I understand." Yechuiao said, "All right, that's it. You go back and prepare first. I will take you to see him tomorrow." The two women said in unison, "Yes, senior sister." After they finished speaking, they left. Looking at their leaving backs, Yechuiao muttered to herself, "I hope that he can be like this now when he goes to Skywolf City, otherwise, hum. Chapter 1279 Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, waiting for Yechuiao's arrival. He didn't have much to pack, as most of his belongings were in his spatial ring. Just as he was wondering what kind of disciple Yechuiao would arrange to monitor him, a fragrant breeze blew by. Google searched Chen. Two stunningly beautiful women appeared before Lu Chen, but when the two women saw Lu Chen, they were both momentarily stunned. Seeing how beautiful the two women were, Lu Chen immediately used the system to identify them. Name, Xiao Shuiying. Identity, inner disciple of the Xianyu Hall, Heavenly Immortal Realm, formerly a palace made in the Great Immortal Dynasty. She suffered humiliation in the palace from a young age. By chance, you discovered her beaten and wounded, so you took her out of the Great Immortal Dynasty and gave her a sum of spirit crystals, restoring her freedom. By chance, she became a disciple of the Xianyu Hall? Rating, 93. Affection, 90. Lu Chen was taken aback when he saw Xiao Shuiying's information. Honestly, he had long forgotten about such minor matters. He had indeed done many good deeds like this in the past. Seeing the way Xiao Shuiying looked at him, Lu Chen knew that Xiao Shuiying had recognized him. Then, his gaze turned to the woman beside her. Name, Cao Xiun. Identity, inner disciple of the Xianyu Hall, Heavenly Immortal Realm, formerly a maid disciple of the Xianyu Palace. She entered the Dragon Origin Secret Realm with Yun Qingshu that year. Because you engaged in dual cultivation with Yun Qingshu in the Dragon Origin Secret Realm, you would occasionally help Xianyu Hall disciples who encountered crises. Cao Xiun encountered a life-or-death crisis in the Dragon Origin Secret Realm, and you happened to appear and save her life, so she has always remembered you. When Yun Yudi left the Xianyu Palace to establish her own sect, she followed Yun Yudi and left as well. Rating, 94. Affection, 70. Lu Chen smiled inwardly. His senior sister really understood him, actually sending these two women to protect him. At this moment, Yechuiao appeared before Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen staring at Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun, Yechuiao frowned slightly and said, "Junior brother, these two are the ones I arranged to protect you. They both have the strength of the Heavenly Immortal Realm and can handle most threats." Lu Chen smiled and said to the two women who were still in a daze, "Greetings, two senior sisters. My name is Chen Lu." Hearing Lu Chen's self-introduction, the two women finally came back to their senses. They looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. A thought couldn't help but arise in their hearts. Chen Lu? Could he really not be that person? How could they look so similar? After Xiao Shuiying came back to her senses, she still said with a cold expression, "My name is Xiao Shuiying." Cao Xiun also introduced herself, "My name is Cao Xiun." Lu Chen continued, "I will be troubling the two senior sisters from now on." The two women didn't say much. Since the person in front of them only looked like Lu Chen and wasn't Lu Chen himself, there was no need for them to say anything more to him. Their mission was just to monitor this person. Yechuiao said at this time, "Since junior brother is ready, let's set off." As she spoke, Yechuiao directly took out a celestial ship from her spatial ring. Lu Chen said to Yechuiao, "Senior sister, I'm going to Tianlang City. Take care, senior sister." After saying that, Lu Chen jumped directly onto the celestial ship without hesitation and prepared to control the celestial ship to Tianlang City. Yechuiao said at this time, "Junior brother, if you need any help in Tianlang City, tell the two senior sisters or send a letter back. Senior sister will definitely help you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Okay, senior sister." At this time, Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun also jumped onto the celestial ship one after another. Lu Chen directly controlled the celestial ship and headed towards Tianlang City. The Tianyan Immortal Domain is very large. In addition, the Tianyan Immortal Domain has the suppression of the Heavenly Dao. Even immortals cannot fully exert their strength. It will take Lu Chen and the others about a month to travel to Tianlang City. Of course, a month is not a long time for immortals. After Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun came to the celestial ship, they stood beside Lu Chen, motionless. Seeing these two stunning beauties in front of him, Lu Chen began to ponder how he should recognize them. Their affection for him was not 100%, and they were sent by Yechuiao to monitor him. Who knew what Yechuiao had told them? If he rashly recognized them, and they told Yechuiao about him, it would be troublesome. He had to think of a way, preferably one at a time. Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, "Two senior sisters, you should go to the room to cultivate first. I will tell you when we arrive at Tianlang City." Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying said expressionlessly, "Junior brother should go to cultivate. Junior brother has only recently broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, and his realm needs to be stabilized." After hearing Xiao Shuiying's words, Lu Chen didn't dwell on this issue. Okay, then I'll trouble the two senior sisters. After saying that, Lu Chen walked directly towards a room on the celestial ship. After Lu Chen entered the room of the celestial ship, Xiao Shuiying took over the control of the celestial ship and continued to control the celestial ship to fly to Tianlang City. At the same time, Tianlang City, the city lord's mansion's council hall. On both sides of the hall sat some family heads of Tianlang City, and sitting in the direction facing the gate was Ding Qingfeng, the city lord of Tianlang City. At this time, Lu Yaozong, the head of the Lu family, asked, "City lord, what happened that you summoned us so urgently? Tianlang City hasn't had a war for many years, and the city lord's mansion hasn't summoned the heads of some major families in Tianlang City so urgently like today for many years. Obviously, something big is about to happen." Ding Qingfeng, the city lord of Tianlang City, said, "The supreme sect sent a message that in a month, the palace master's personal disciple will arrive in Tianlang City to train." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically in an instant. Not to mention a personal disciple, even if the Xianyu Hall sent an outer disciple as an envoy to Tianlang City, they would be alarmed. Over the years, these families present have united with some sect forces to send some talented mortals from Tianlang City to those sect forces for training. These families have even had the idea of betraying the Xianyu Hall. The forces with immortal kings are not limited to the Xianyu Hall. Not far from Tianlang City, there is a force with an immortal king. The key is that that force is closer to Tianlang City. Tianlang City, as a super metropolis with a large population, is very attractive to any sect. As long as they say they want to break away from the Xianyu Hall, the Scarlet Flame sect may accept them. Compared to the Xianyu Hall, which is far away, they are more willing to join the Scarlet Flame sect. Of course, they cannot be completely sure that the Scarlet Flame sect will agree to their joining. Over the years, the families of Tianlang City have been testing the attitude of the Scarlet Flame sect. Recently, these families have discovered that not only them, but even some sect forces near them that were originally affiliated with the Xianyu Hall have been secretly communicating with the disciples of the Scarlet Flame sect, which has further strengthened their idea of breaking away from the Xianyu Hall. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1280. It seems that I can only write a letter to ask Xian sect for help. What those present didn't expect was that they had just barely managed to get in touch with the people from the Red Flame sect, and they hadn't even confirmed the Red Flame sect's attitude yet, when the Profound Moon Hall actually sent the Hall Master's personal disciple. They didn't think that the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master was just here in Skywolf City for training. There were so many places to train, but they just happened to choose Skywolf City. Clearly, the Profound Moon Hall had likely already discovered that the Skywolf City forces had thoughts of betrayal, so they specially sent the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master to intimidate them. That personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master might just take some of their families as an example to warn the others as soon as he arrived. Just thinking about this possibility made some family heads present break out in cold sweats. After Lu Yaozong regained his senses, he quickly asked, "City Lord Ding, what should we do now? There's still no news from the Red Flame sect. If we really wait until the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master arrives, I'm afraid Skywolf City will be a river of blood." As soon as Lu Yaozong's words fell, the other family heads also spoke up one after another. "That's right, City Lord Ding, the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master sent his personal disciple here, he must have discovered something. It's over, what should we do now? Why don't we just leave Skywolf City?" Seeing these people panicking, Ding Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Look at how scared you all are. You haven't really betrayed the Profound Moon Hall, what are you afraid of? Although the Profound Moon Hall is powerful, it needs families like us to control the entire territory of the Profound Moon Hall. If the Profound Moon Hall destroys a family without any evidence, it will inevitably lead to everyone feeling insecure. At that time, who would still work for the Profound Moon Hall. Since the creation of the Profound Moon Hall, the Profound Moon Hall has never casually destroyed a family. After hearing Ding Qingfeng's words, the people in the hall slightly reacted. Indeed, they hadn't really betrayed the Profound Moon Hall yet, so the Profound Moon Hall shouldn't directly attack them. Ding Qingfeng then continued, since the Profound Moon Hall sent someone at this time, it proves that they have noticed some clues and sent someone to investigate. If they had direct evidence, it would be impossible for them to send only one person. At that time, it would be a group of cultivators from the Profound Moon Hall. After hearing Ding Qingfeng's remarks, one person asked, then City Lord Ding, what should we do next? Ding Qingfeng said, after you go back, temporarily cut off contact with those disciples of the Red Flame sect and see what happens. Lu Yaozong then said, but we have already told the Red Flame sect that we plan to join them. If we suddenly cut off contact at this time, will the Red Flame sect? Lu Yaozong hadn't finished speaking when Ding Qingfeng interrupted him, the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master is coming to Skywolf City, do you think the Red Flame sect wouldn't know? Hearing Ding Qingfeng's words, Lu Yaozong immediately said, City Lord Ding is right. Ding Qingfeng continued, the person coming is not an ordinary disciple of the Profound Moon Hall, but the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master. If something happens to him, the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master will definitely be furious. Even if the Red Flame sect really wants Skywolf City, it is impossible for them to incorporate Skywolf City into the Red Flame sect at this time. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Profound Moon Hall, even if they died, the Profound Moon Hall would likely not start a full-scale war with the Red Flame sect for the sake of an ordinary disciple. After all, the population is now declining, and it is now rare for a life and death war to occur between two major forces. Basically, they are all engaging in small actions behind the scenes. But if something happened to the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master, then the nature of the matter would be different. Once these two major forces broke out into a full-scale war, the first to suffer would still be their Skywolf City. So Ding Qingfeng planned to muddle through first. After all, the person who came was the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master. It was impossible for him to stay in Skywolf City all the time. Moreover, the other party was here for training. They had never heard of any immortal coming to the mortal world for training and staying in one place all the time. Ding Qingfeng estimated in his heart that Lu Chen would stay in Skywolf City for no more than 10 years at most before leaving. As long as Lu Chen left, they could continue their plan as before. Ding Qingfeng glanced at the people present again, and then coldly warned, don't blame me for not reminding you, before the special envoy arrives, clean up your act a bit, don't show any flaws, otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not protecting you. Everyone said in unison, yes, City Lord. Ding Qingfeng then said, all right, go back. Everyone then got up and left the City Lord's hall with gloomy faces. Looking at the backs of these people, Ding Qingfeng snorted and said, each and every one of you is so anxious. Skywolf City hasn't officially belonged to the Red Flame sect yet, and you dare to send your family disciples to the Red Flame sect. You're really courting death. The Heavenly Evolution Immortal Domain has a very clear division of their respective territories, and these families were originally supported by the Profound Moon Hall to manage the mortal cities. As a result, these families turned around and wanted to join the Red Flame sect. This was a blatant betrayal of the Profound Moon Hall. Ordinary immortal sect forces would definitely not tolerate this kind of betrayal. Of course, there is a big reason why these families did this, and that is that the Profound Moon Hall almost only recruits female disciples. In the mortal world, once a woman leaves her family, embarks on the path of immortality, and gains strength, she will likely never return to her family. And the men of these families can only join those affiliated forces of the Profound Moon Hall. Compared to the Profound Moon Hall, such a large force, the strength and cultivation resources of those affiliated forces of the Profound Moon Hall are naturally not very good. In addition, the Profound Moon Hall is relatively far away from Skywolf City, while the Red Flame sect is near Skywolf City, and it only takes 3 days to reach it. These families want to send their family disciples to the Red Flame sect to cultivate. As more and more family disciples joined the Red Flame sect, these families also had a bold idea. Why don't they just join the Red Flame sect directly? Of course, their behavior is a betrayal of the Profound Moon Hall. After a group of family heads left the Skywolf City Lord's mansion, they gathered together to discuss the arrival of the special envoy. At this time, 2 people broke away from the crowd and came to the other side of the street. The Wang family head looked at the Lu family head, Lu Yaozong, and said, "Old Lu, are we just going to let it go? Other families may be fine, but our 2 families have sent a lot of family disciples to the Red Flame sect. Once that special envoy arrives, we will definitely be found out. At that time, our 2 families will probably be in great trouble." After hearing Wang Yangshen's words, Lu Yaozong fell into silence. After a long while, he said, "It seems that we can only write a letter to the Red Flame sect for help." Wang Yangsheng sighed and said, "I'm afraid the Red Flame sect won't help. After all, the person who came is the Hall Master of the Profound Moon Hall." Wang Yangsheng didn't think that the Red Flame sect would attack the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master for the sake of a Skywolf City, thereby completely tearing apart their relationship with the Profound Moon Hall. Chapter 1281, presumably, she will lead Suanya Palace and Xian sect to fight to the death, right? At this moment, Lu Yaozong continued, "The Scarlet Flame sect will not necessarily completely break ties with the Profound Moon Hall for the sake of a Skywolf City. Similarly, the Profound Moon Hall will not completely fall out with the Scarlet Flame sect just because 1 or 2 families defect." Hearing Lu Yaozong's words, Wang Yangshen's heart warmed. "Old Lu, do you mean?" Wang Yangsheng stopped speaking, but he had clearly understood what Lu Yaozong wanted to express. Lu Yaozong continued, "Let's write a letter to the Scarlet Flame sect now and strive to move our 2 families to the Scarlet Flame sect's territory before that special envoy arrives. That way, even if the special envoy comes, he won't be able to do anything to our 2 families." Speaking of this, Lu Yaozong revealed a hint of a smile and continued, "It just so happens that my son has become a personal disciple of an inner elder of the Scarlet Flame sect. As long as I ask him to seek help from his master, I believe his master should agree to let our 2 families move to the Scarlet Flame sect's territory." Hearing this, Wang Yangsheng sighed, "It's just a pity that we'll probably have to give up the industries we've managed for many years." Lu Yaozong said, "What's there to worry about? When that special envoy leaves and Skywolf City officially joins the Scarlet Flame sect, we'll return to Skywolf City. With my son's master as our backing, I don't believe those families in Skywolf City will dare to seize our industries." Wang Yangsheng quickly said, "Old Lu is right. Then let's hurry back and write letters." "Okay." Subsequently, Lu Yaozong and Wang Yangsheng immediately rushed back to their homes and began writing letters to their family members in the Scarlet Flame sect, asking them to help plead their case so that the 2 families could move to the Scarlet Flame sect's territory now and receive protection. 3 days later, Scarlet Flame sect. On a cliff, a man wearing a purple robe looked in the direction of Skywolf City. At this time, a disciple came behind him. "Greetings, Master." Hearing the disciple's voice, Sikong Yupeng asked without turning his head, "What is it?" Lu Ye said, "Master, my family has sent a letter saying that the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's master is about to arrive in Skywolf City for training. Once that person arrives in Skywolf City, the entire Lu family will probably be eliminated by that person. I want to move the Lu family to the Scarlet Flame sect's territory to receive the Scarlet Flame sect's protection." Hearing this, Sikong Yupeng frowned slightly. He turned to look at Lu Ye and said, "The Profound Moon Hall's personal disciple. Is the news accurate?" Lu Ye replied, "The Profound Moon Hall has already sent a message to the Skywolf City Lord. It's likely to be true." It's estimated that the Profound Moon Hall's master's personal disciple will arrive in Skywolf City in less than a month. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Sikong Yupeng's mouth. The Profound Moon Hall's master's personal disciple has come at just the right time. Hearing this, Lu Ye thought it was sarcastic. If that person hadn't come, Skywolf City would have joined the Scarlet Flame sect next. Why did he come at this time? Lu Ye said at this time, Master, that person shouldn't stay in Skywolf City for long. Once he leaves, Skywolf City will still join the Scarlet Flame sect again. After all, the Scarlet Flame sect is too far from the Profound Moon Hall, but it is very close to the Scarlet Flame sect. Moreover, the Profound Moon Hall is a sect that specializes in accepting female disciples. The families in Skywolf City have long been critical of the Profound Moon Hall. Whether to stay in the Profound Moon Hall or join the Scarlet Flame sect, the families in Skywolf City have already made up their minds. Sikong Yupeng said at this time, Disciple, go back yourself and tell your family that the Scarlet Flame sect will not sit idly by. I will find a temporary residence for your family. Seeing that Sikong Yupeng agreed, Lu Ye immediately said, Thank you, Master. Before coming, Lu Ye was very worried that his master would not agree. Accepting the Lu family, a betraying family, is equivalent to offending the Profound Moon Hall. If he were in his master's position, his master might not agree. After all, the Scarlet Flame sect has not yet reached the point of officially falling out with the Profound Moon Hall. Even Skywolf City has not yet been brought into the fold. The Scarlet Flame sect really does not need to fall out with the Profound Moon Hall for the sake of a small family. If Skywolf City had already been incorporated into the Scarlet Flame sect's rule, it would be reasonable for the Scarlet Flame sect to protect them. Lu Ye had already prepared to be rejected, but he didn't expect his master to agree so easily. Lu Ye then left the Scarlet Flame sect excitedly and went back to Skywolf City to report the news. Seeing Lu Ye's departing figure, the corners of Sikong Yupeng's mouth turned up slightly, and the smile on his face became more obvious. He said to himself, if Yun Yudi's personal disciple dies in Skywolf City, she will definitely lead the Profound Moon Hall to fight the Scarlet Flame sect to the death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen and the others' immortal ship arrived at Falling Mountain, not far from Skywolf City. Lu Chen had been cultivating in the immortal ship for almost a month. Although he was cultivating, his attention was actually always on Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun. The two of them basically stood on the immortal ship, occasionally discussing cultivation insights, but they didn't cultivate, and they didn't take the initiative to find Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a little speechless. As expected, enemies are the most concerned about people. Yechuiao hates herself and wants to prove that she is Lu Chen all the time. As a result, these two have a good impression of themselves, but they don't have the idea of verifying whether they are Lu Chen at all. Lu Chen sighed in his heart, and didn't know how to find a breakthrough next. It depends on whether he can find a chance to be alone with the two women after going to Skywolf City. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, suddenly, he sensed a figure approaching their immortal ship quickly. At this time, Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun also sensed it. They immediately took out their immortal swords and looked ahead vigilantly. The next moment, a middle-aged man wearing a red robe suddenly appeared in front of their immortal ship. Xiao Shuiying said coldly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man did not act immediately. He looked at the room of the immortal ship calmly, and then said, "Is the personal disciple of the master of the Profound Moon Hall on the immortal ship?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the cultivators of Skywolf City came to pick him up? There are many affiliated forces of the Profound Moon Hall near Skywolf City. They had already notified Skywolf City before going to Skywolf City. Those affiliated forces near Skywolf City probably had already received the news that he was coming. Now in the territory of the Profound Moon Hall, generally no forces dare to attack the personal disciple of the Master of the Profound Moon Hall at this time, so Xiao Shuiying was ready to answer Sikong Yupeng's question. However, The next moment, Lu Chen came out of the room of the immortal ship. He took the initiative to say, "This young master is from the Chen family of the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty, passing by here. I don't know who the personal disciple of the Master of the Profound Moon Hall you mentioned is. Can you introduce me?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun were stunned at the same time. The Tianxia Immortal Dynasty? Is their junior brother from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty? Chapter 1282. If I run back now, it will be a joke. Ordinary immortal ships would typically display the flag of their affiliated power, but coincidentally, the immortal ship Lu Chen and the others were on didn't have one, as it was Ye Chuiao's personal vessel. Therefore, when Sikong Yupeng saw this immortal ship, he couldn't be certain if the person on board was the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace Master, so he took the initiative to inquire. He originally thought that an immortal ship heading straight for Tianlang City at this time would most likely be carrying the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace Master, but he didn't expect this person to be a young master from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty. The Chen family? What the heck was that? He'd never even heard of them. Probably some small family from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty trying to curry favor with the Xianyu Palace, so they went to the Xianyu Palace, only to be driven out by the people there. Sikong Yupeng didn't hesitate at all and immediately turned around and left. Seeing Sikong Yupeng leave, Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun turned their heads, looking at Lu Chen with puzzled expressions. Chen Lu was clearly the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace Master, so why didn't he say it directly? They were within the territory ruled by the Xianyu Palace, so no one would dare to attack the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace Master, right? That person was likely sent by an affiliated power near Tianlang City to pick him up. Cao Xiun then asked, "Junior brother, why didn't you tell him your identity?" Lu Chen didn't answer immediately but glanced at the personal information in front of him. Name, Sikong Yupeng. Identity, Inner Elder of the Xian Sect, Elder of the Blood Eagle Hall. Strength, Golden Immortal. Loyalty, 0. Seeing that Sikong Yupeng had two identities, Lu Chen chuckled. He didn't expect this person to be a double agent. Lu Chen then said to Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun, "That person is from the Xian sect." Hearing this, the two women were stunned again, and then their cold, jade-like faces became extremely serious. Without any hesitation, they directly controlled the immortal ship to lower its altitude and headed towards Tianlang City at the fastest speed. This was the area ruled by the Xianyu Palace, and the fact that someone from the Xian sect suddenly appeared in the Xianyu Palace's territory and immediately asked Lu Chen if he was the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace Master made his intentions obvious. Although they didn't know how Lu Chen could tell that the person was from the Xian sect, since Lu Chen had suddenly mentioned it, they had to be on guard. Moreover, Lu Chen was their palace master's personal disciple, so it was possible that their palace master had given Lu Chen some special immortal artifact, and it was because of that immortal artifact that Lu Chen could tell at a glance that the person was from the Xian sect. The two women didn't ask Lu Chen how he had identified him, they completely trusted Lu Chen's words at this moment. At this time, Xiao Shuiying immediately prepared to use a sound transmission talisman to report the matter to the Xianyu Palace. Seeing that Xiao Shuiying wanted to use a sound transmission talisman, Lu Chen quickly stopped her and said, "Senior Sister Xiao, wait, don't use the sound transmission talisman." Xiao Shuiying looked at Lu Chen in confusion. The Xian sect openly running into the Xianyu Palace's territory and searching for their palace master's personal disciple was a major matter, so why shouldn't they report it? Seeing Xiao Shuiying's confused expression, Lu Chen was a little speechless. It seemed that Xiao Shuiying had been too well protected by the Xianyu Palace. Lu Chen directly said, "That person possesses the strength of a golden immortal. If Senior Sister Xiao uses the sound transmission talisman now, that person will definitely be able to sense the power fluctuations of the sound transmission talisman. If he notices it, he will definitely react quickly and realize that I lied to him." Hearing Lu Chen say that the person was a golden immortal, Xiao Shuiying immediately understood why Lu Chen said they couldn't use the sound transmission talisman. When an immortal's strength reached a certain level, they could sense very subtle spell fluctuations. Once they used the sound transmission talisman at this time, that person might become suspicious. Xiao Shuiying quickly put away the sound transmission talisman. "Junior brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know he was a golden immortal. Just now, that person didn't release too strong of an aura, nor did he have the pressure of a strong person." Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun both thought that the person was just a heavenly immortal, but they didn't expect that he had deliberately hidden his strength. As expected, he was here for Chen Lu. This was troublesome. The people from the Xian sect had come to the Xianyu Palace's territory to find someone, which proved that the situation in Tianlang City was not optimistic. Perhaps Tianlang City had already been incorporated into the Xian sect's rule. The reason why the Xian sect blatantly came to find Lu Chen was to capture Lu Chen and then threaten their palace master. Cao Xiun then said, "The situation in Tianlang City is unclear, let's return to the Xianyu Palace now." Cao Xiun thought that Chen Lu was, after all, their palace master's personal disciple, and he couldn't be harmed in any way. If something happened to him, their palace master would definitely blame them after she came out of seclusion. Lu Chen said, "No need. I am essentially a special envoy sent by the Xianyu Palace to Tianlang City. The purpose of this trip to Tianlang City is twofold: first, to gain experience, and second, to prevent Tianlang City from changing. If I run back now, wouldn't that be a joke? What would the senior sisters of the Xianyu Palace think of me in the future? What would they think of my master?" Hearing Lu Chen say this, the two women also felt that it made some sense. Lu Chen himself was a special envoy sent to handle the affairs of Tianlang City. Even if Lu Chen couldn't prevent Tianlang City from being annexed by the Xian sect in the end, Lu Chen would have at least gone there. If Lu Chen ran back before even reaching Tianlang City, he might be considered cowardly and afraid of death. Lu Chen losing face was one thing, but the key was that it would also affect their palace master. After all, their palace master only had 2 personal disciples. If people saw that the personal disciple their palace master had taken in was a cowardly person who was afraid of death, who knew what they would think of their palace master? Lu Chen continued, "Let's hide our identities first and go to Tianlang City to see what's going on. If Tianlang City has really been occupied by the Xian sect, it won't be too late for us to leave." Cao Xiun said, "All right, then we'll listen to junior brother." Then, the 3 continued to head in the direction of Tianlang City. At the same time, after Sikong Yupeng parted ways with Lu Chen and the others, he continued to head in the direction of the Xianyu Palace, but he searched for a long time and didn't encounter the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace master, which made Sikong Yupeng feel that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Xianyu Palace's immortal ship should be near Tianlang City by now, so how could he not encounter it? Wait! Sikong Yupeng suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he had already encountered them, but he just didn't recognize them? He initially thought that since the other party was the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace master, their entourage would definitely be very grand. As a special envoy going to Tianlang City, their immortal ship would definitely display the flag and insignia of the Xianyu Palace. But now that he thought about it, the other party was coming to Tianlang City to investigate whether Tianlang City had any disloyal intentions. If they appeared in Tianlang City with great fanfare, the aristocratic families would probably have wiped their behinds clean long ago, and even if that person came, they wouldn't be able to find out anything. Therefore, the other party was likely visiting secretly, and after investigating some things, they would announce their identity. Thinking of this, Sikong Yupeng immediately thought of the man he had seen earlier. That man had 2 heavenly immortal maids by his side. Being able to bring 2 heavenly immortal maids out with him, his status was probably not low. Maybe he was the personal disciple of the Xianyu Palace master. Chapter 1283 Junior Brother Chen, are you really from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty? The thought of being deceived by Lu Chen ignited a spark of anger in Sikong Yupeng's heart. Without any hesitation, he turned around and headed directly towards Skywolf City, intending to intercept and kill Lu Chen near the city. Since the other party was heading to Skywolf City, he would definitely appear there. Originally, he had planned to eliminate Lu Chen before he reached Skywolf City, so that no one would suspect him. He still needed to lie low in the Crimson Flame sect for a while, and premature exposure would not be a good thing for him. But since he didn't recognize the personal disciple of the Xianyu Hall's Hall Master, he could only wait for his prey to come to him. With that thought in mind, Sikong Yupeng headed to Skywolf City at his fastest speed. At this time, Lu Chen had already asked Xiao Shuiying to put away the immortal boat, and they were flying towards Skywolf City at low altitude on their swords. Lu Chen had already guessed that Sikong Yupeng was likely to realize he had been tricked. Once Sikong Yupeng came to his senses, he would definitely catch up at the fastest speed. With their current strength, they certainly couldn't match the speed of Sikong Yupeng, a golden immortal, so they had better abandon the immortal boat, disguise themselves, and head to Skywolf City. On the way to Skywolf City, Lu Chen asked in confusion, why doesn't Skywolf City have a teleportation array? The area of the entire Tianyan immortal domain is even larger than the universe inside the Chaos Beast's belly, and teleportation arrays are used very frequently in this Tianyan immortal domain. Lu Chen was a little puzzled. For a city like Skywolf City, which is relatively far away, in order to manage it well, a teleportation array should be set up no matter what, so that people from the Xianyu Hall can rush to Skywolf City in a very short time. Xiao Shuiying said, there used to be teleportation arrays, but in the past tens of millions of years, the teleportation arrays in many cities have broken down. After they broke down, they were not repaired. If all the teleportation arrays were repaired, it would cost a large amount of spirit crystals, and maintenance would also require spirit crystals, so they simply didn't repair them. Lu Chen thought about it, and indeed, there were countless cities under the rule of the Xianyu Hall. If all the cities built teleportation arrays, the spirit crystals consumed would indeed be a considerable number. This was an economic calculation. It wasn't that they couldn't be repaired, but it just wasn't necessary. After talking to Lu Chen, Xiao Shuiying still took the initiative to ask a question in her heart, Junior Brother Chen, are you really from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty? Hearing this question, Cao Xiun also slowed down her pace, slightly turning her head, wanting to hear Lu Chen's answer. Lu Chen said while controlling his sword, I just made it up. I have been wandering in the Tianyan immortal domain for tens of millions of years, and I have long forgotten where I came from. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two women felt a little disappointed in their hearts. They had previously been wondering whether this Chen Lu might be the reincarnation of Lu Chen. Now that they think about it, after entering the Chaos Sea, even the souls of immortals will dissipate, so how could they possibly be reincarnated? Chen Lu is Chen Lu, and has nothing to do with Lu Chen. The two women no longer continued to speculate. After another few days of travel, they finally arrived at Skywolf City. When they arrived at the gate of Skywolf City, they did not immediately enter. There were many soldiers outside Skywolf City, and it seemed that security had been strengthened. Skywolf City claimed that it was to welcome the arrival of the special envoy, fearing that some people with ulterior motives would be detrimental to the special envoy, so they strengthened the guard force. However, Lu Chen could tell at a glance that the city lord of Skywolf City was worried that they would mix into the crowd and enter Skywolf City, so he deliberately made an excuse that it was for the safety of the special envoy that he did this. Lu Chen used his divine sense to investigate, and found that basically all the people at the city gate were ordinary people, but on the city tower, there was a celestial immortal. Lu Chen retracted his divine sense to avoid being discovered. Seeing so many people guarding the city gate, Xiao Shuiying said, what should we do now? Cao Xiun thought for a while and said expressionlessly, "We can't stay out forever, we might as well take the initiative to reveal our identities." Xiao Shuiying said, "It is not yet certain whether Skywolf City has been completely controlled by the Crimson Flame sect. If we reveal our identities now, it may be unfavorable to us." Lu Chen thought about it. They had already arrived at Skywolf City. If they didn't enter Skywolf City, they probably wouldn't be able to know the current situation of Skywolf City. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the mortals coming and going outside Skywolf City, and then he found another mortal on the road again, and asked that mortal about the recent events in Skywolf City. They had just asked a mortal about the situation in Skywolf City. Skywolf City is currently nominally still the territory of the Xianyu Hall, and the people in the city also believe so. The reason why Lu Chen and the others dared not go in was mainly because they were worried that the city lord of Skywolf City and those families in Skywolf City had already betrayed. If they went in now, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. After all, people from the Crimson Flame sect had come to the territory of the Xianyu Hall to find them, and there must be someone in Skywolf City colluding with the Crimson Flame sect. When Lu Chen finished talking with the mortal in front of him, Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun came to Lu Chen. Xiao Shuiying said, "Junior brother Chen, let's go back. The current situation is very wrong." Lu Chen said, "Since I am the special envoy sent by the Xianyu Hall, then I have to fulfill my responsibilities. We can go to nearby cities and inquire about the situation in Skywolf City from other cities. There are other cities near Skywolf City. Since the situation in Skywolf City is complicated now, then don't go in for now, and go to other cities to see the situation before making a decision. Anyway, he came to Skywolf City only for training, and it is not necessary to enter Skywolf City. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." Since he knows that Skywolf City is dangerous, Lu Chen cannot rashly enter Skywolf City before he has the trump card to save his life. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two women thought about it and felt that this was not bad, so they left Skywolf City and came to Jianing City, which was not far from Skywolf City. Jianing City is just a small city, only less than half an hour away from Skywolf City. Of course, this is only for immortals. For mortals, it would take at least 2 days to get from Jianing City to Skywolf City. Many mortal caravans heading to Skywolf City would rest in Jianing City for one night, so there was a lot of information about Skywolf City in Jianing City. After Lu Chen came to an inn and stayed, he took Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun to a tavern where there were more merchants, drinking and listening to people's discussions. "I don't know what's going on. Skywolf City has suddenly been under martial law these days, and our caravans can't get in, even spending money won't work." "You don't know? It is said that the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall is coming, and the city lord of Skywolf City is worried that someone will mix into Skywolf City through the caravan and be detrimental to the special envoy, so he will impose martial law. We are just mortals, how can we be able to be detrimental to an immortal? Even if someone is detrimental to that special envoy, it is likely to be an immortal." "That's right, to say who is most likely to be detrimental to the special envoy, I am afraid it is the aristocratic families of Skywolf City." Hearing these people's conversations, Lu Chen directly carried a large jar of wine to the next table. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, a group of mortals looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. The caravan guard captain looked at Lu Chen and asked, "This young master, what's the matter with you?" Chapter 1284 Yun Qingsha gives birth to a son. Seeing Lu Chen wearing a brocade white robe and a white jade belt around his waist, coupled with the immortal-like aura emanating from him, Su Weifeng, the captain of the caravan's guards, knew that Lu Chen's identity was extraordinary. Lu Chen took the initiative to pour a bowl of wine for Su Weifeng and the other two, then sat down directly beside them. "I plan to go to Tianlang City. I overheard you discussing Tianlang City just now, so I wanted to ask you about the current situation there." Hearing this, Su Weifeng immediately said, "Young master, listen to my advice, it's best if you don't go to Tianlang City recently. Only a very few people can enter Tianlang City now. We just returned from there. Lu Chen asked, is it because of that special envoy from the Xianyu Palace? Su Weifeng said, yes, it is said that the special envoy's identity is very unusual. The city lord of Tianlang City is afraid that the special envoy might encounter some danger, so he has imposed martial law. Lu Chen said, since it's a special envoy from the Xianyu Palace, shouldn't no one dare to attack him on the Xianyu Palace's territory? What's there to guard against? Su Weifeng picked up his wine bowl and drank a bowl of wine. Lu Chen immediately refilled it for him. Su Weifeng continued, who knows? In the past, when special envoys from the Xianyu Palace came to Tianlang City, there was no martial law. I even saw an immortal special envoy from the Xianyu Palace 20 years ago. At this time, the guard next to Su Weifeng said, I feel that something big is probably going to happen in Tianlang City. It's impossible for us mortals to pose any threat to immortals. Yet, they don't even let mortals in. Perhaps, the major families of Tianlang City are going to attack the special envoy from the Xianyu Palace. Hearing this, Su Weifeng quickly said, don't talk nonsense, be careful of being heard by immortals. That person said, I'm not talking nonsense. Those aristocratic families have produced many immortals now. I don't believe they have no contact with the Qi Yan sect. Lu Chen said, it's not strange that those aristocratic families have immortals, is it? Su Weifeng said, indeed, it's not strange. Although the Xianyu Palace only recruits female disciples, the male members of those aristocratic families can also join the affiliated forces of the Xianyu Palace. However, the family businesses of those major families in Tianlang City basically don't expand to the south. There aren't even many caravans from those major families on our trade route. Instead, their caravans only go north to the territory of the Qi Yan sect. This is a bit unreasonable. Tianlang City is within the Xianyu Palace's sphere of influence. Logically, they should prioritize other cities within the Xianyu Palace when doing business, because within the Xianyu Palace, their industries and various interests can be protected by the Xianyu Palace. However, they don't develop to the south, but rather to the north. The north is the territory of the Qi Yan sect. The families of Tianlang City cannot get protection when developing in the territory of the Qi Yan sect. It's impossible for those major aristocratic families not to know this. Knowing that their industries and interests will not be protected, they still want to develop in the territory of the Qi Yan sect. This is indeed unreasonable. Su Weifeng then continued, the major families in Tianlang City seem to be ready to break away from the Xianyu Palace at any time. After hearing Su Weifeng's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment. In that case, the major aristocratic families in Tianlang City are probably really planning to defect to the Qi Yan sect. If he were to enter Tianlang City today, it would really be a narrow escape from death. This put him in a difficult position. Although he had already recovered all his memories from the Tianyan immortal realm, his cultivation was still at the Earth immortal realm. With his current strength, he couldn't compete with the golden immortal he had encountered before. Could it be that they really had to go back? Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, suddenly, the system notification sounded. Yun Qingsha gave birth to twins for the host, rewarding the host with the heaven rank immortal sword, the immortal slaying sword, and the immortal king's legacy curse. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Yun Qingsha gave birth? And twins? She finally gave birth. He had been waiting for this reward for a long time. He didn't know if these two rewards could get him out of his current predicament. Lu Chen then glanced at the immortal slaying sword. Even when he was in the Tianyan immortal realm, he had never possessed a heaven rank immortal sword. He had never even seen one. Immortal artifacts of this level were usually the treasured artifacts of certain immortal sects and could not be taken out casually. This immortal sword was naturally useful to him, but relying on a heaven-rank immortal sword alone would probably not allow him to kill a golden immortal. A golden immortal was 3 realms higher than an earth immortal. Holding a heaven-rank immortal sword would at most give him the strength to overcome 2 realms. Lu Chen then turned his gaze to the immortal king's legacy curse. He had never even heard of this thing before, but with the words Immortal King attached to it, it didn't look like an ordinary treasure. Lu Chen then clicked on the introduction of the Immortal King's legacy curse. Immortal King's legacy curse, a curse imprint left by a certain immortal king before his death. Activating the curse imprint will allow the host to briefly possess the strength of an immortal king, and the curse imprint can automatically recover its power and be used multiple times. After seeing the effect of the Immortal King's legacy curse, Lu Chen fell silent. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. The system is as considerate as ever. Just as Lu Chen was distracted, Su Weifeng continued, "Young master, the situation in Tianlang City is unclear now. Now is not the time to go to Tianlang City." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "You're right. I plan to stay in Jianing City for a few more days and see how things go. Thank you for telling me this. I'll give you this jar of wine." After saying that, Lu Chen turned and left. With the Immortal King's legacy curse, what was he afraid of a golden immortal for? He would just go for it. He wanted to see what the major families of Tianlang City were up to. Lu Chen then took Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun away from the tavern. Watching Lu Chen and the others leave, Su Weifeng's eyes flickered slightly. At this time, a caravan guard said, "This young master doesn't look like an ordinary person. Could he be a young master from some aristocratic family? We just spoke ill of those aristocratic families. If he heard it, would he?" The guard hesitated. Hearing this, another guard immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Su Weifeng picked up the wine jar that Lu Chen had left on the table, poured himself a bowl of wine, and then said faintly, "His identity is much more noble than those young masters from aristocratic families." Hearing Su Weifeng's words, the guards were stunned. Su Weifeng continued, "There's going to be a good show next." Although Su Weifeng was just a mortal, he often led caravans north and south and had seen all kinds of people. He had even seen many immortals. The man had asked them about the news of Tianlang City as soon as he came up, coupled with the ethereal aura on his body. Su Weifeng already had a guess about the man's identity in his heart. He had said so much just now to specifically remind the man that there was a change in Tianlang City and that it was best not to go. At this moment, Su Weifeng suddenly realized that a warm current was instantly flowing through his body. Immediately afterward, his brain became exceptionally clear. The next moment, he felt the blue spiritual energy flowing in the air. Su Weifeng was overjoyed for a moment and stood up excitedly. The next moment, he was about to kneel down, but he ultimately restrained himself and did not kowtow in the direction Lu Chen had left. Chapter 1285 They have arrived already. After Lu Chen, Xiao Shuiying, and Cao Xiun returned to their room, Lu Chen immediately said to the 2 women, "Let's go to Tianlang City tomorrow." Hearing Lu Chen say they were going to Tianlang City, the 2 women were slightly stunned. They had heard Lu Chen's conversation with the caravan guards earlier, and they thought that after hearing those words, Lu Chen would choose to return or continue to stay in Jianing City to see how things went. Xiao Shuiying said in confusion, "Junior brother Chen, the situation in Tianlang City is currently unclear. If we go to Tianlang City now, I'm afraid it will be dangerous." Cao Xiun also said from the side, "What the caravan guards said is not without reason. The fact that the industries of the great families in Tianlang City are not expanding southward proves that they may have long had the idea of betraying the Xianyu Hall. This book is first published on the entire network by. Perhaps Tianlang City has already been taken over by the Qiyan sect." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Master left me 3 life-saving jade slips. If we really encounter something, I will directly use the jade slips." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two women were stunned for a moment. They thought to themselves, Lu Chen is, after all, a direct disciple of their hall master. How could their hall master not give Lu Chen something to save his life? Since there are life-saving items, then it is indeed possible to go and explore. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying said, all right then, we will go to Tianlang City tomorrow. Tianlang City, the city lord's mansion. Ding Qingfeng sat on a wooden chair, slapped the armrest of the chair with his palm, and said coldly, the Lu family, the Wang family, what audacity, to leave Tianlang City without permission. At this moment, Ding Qingfeng's face was gloomy, filled with anger. A few days ago, the Lu family and the Wang family, without informing him, the city lord, secretly took their family members and fled to the territory of the Qiyan sect. How could he not know what these two families were thinking? They were just afraid that the special envoy would find out that they were in close contact with the Qiyan sect, and then use them as an example to warn others, so they defected in advance and ran to seek the protection of the Qiyan sect. They ran away, but the people who were still in Tianlang City were in trouble. If it was an ordinary small family leaving Tianlang City to go to the territory of the Qiyan sect, that would be nothing. However, the Lu family and the Wang family were both families supported by the Xianyu Hall. They had a certain relationship with the Xianyu Hall, and both of their families had disciples in the Xianyu Hall. Originally, the Xianyu Hall did not have any evidence to prove that Tianlang City had betrayed them. Once the special envoy arrived and saw that two families had already run to the Qiyan sect, it would be obvious that Tianlang City was preparing to betray the Xianyu Hall. Moreover, the special envoy could completely use the defection of these two families as an excuse to carry out a major purge of the entire Tianlang City. At that time, the city lord of Tianlang City would naturally not escape the fate of being purged. Thinking of this, Ding Qingfeng became even more angry, grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it to the ground. Bastard things! However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came, who has offended City Lord Ding, making City Lord Ding so angry? Hearing this voice, Ding Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. He was immortal, and being able to enter the City Lord's mansion silently proved that the other party was also an immortal, and their strength was still above his own. Ding Qingfeng immediately said vigilantly, who is it? As Ding Qingfeng's voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air in the room. Seeing the person who came, Ding Qingfeng's face changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. Greetings, immortal. Ding Qingfeng had never seen Sikong Yupeng, but he could tell from his clothes that this person was from the Qiyan sect. Although he did not know what Sikong Yupeng's position was in the Qiyan sect, he knew from the aura emanating from Sikong Yupeng that Sikong Yupeng was not an ordinary person. Ding Qingfeng could not understand why the Qiyan sect would send someone to Tianlang City at this time. Could it be that the Qiyan sect had already planned to take over Tianlang City? Ding Qingfeng carefully asked, I don't know what the immortal is here in Tianlang City for. I will definitely cooperate with the immortal. Sikong Yupeng said indifferently, it's nothing big, just here to find someone. Hearing Sikong Yupeng's answer, Ding Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. Looking for someone? Looking for whom? Ding Qingfeng continued to ask, I don't know who the Lord wants to find. Sikong Yupeng replied, the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall. Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng was immediately shocked. The people of the Qiyan sect ran to Tianlang City to find the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall? Could it be that the Qiyan sect knew that the special envoy was a direct disciple of the hall master of the Xianyu Hall, so they came to make trouble for that person? If something happened to that special envoy, and it triggered a war between the two great immortal sects, he, the small city lord, would probably be pulled out to take the blame. Thinking of this, Ding Qingfeng continued to carefully probe, I don't know what the immortal is looking for that lord for. Sikong Yupeng said expressionlessly, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, you just need to find him. Sikong Yupeng felt that since the direct disciple of the hall master of the Xianyu Hall had come to Tianlang City to investigate, it was impossible for him to return easily, and they would not easily show their faces. They would probably investigate secretly, and only after finding the evidence of the betrayal of the great families against the Xianyu Hall would that person come out. So now the most important thing was to find that person. Although he was a golden immortal, and his divine sense could cover a very far distance, if an immortal hid their aura and disguised themselves as a mortal, he might not be able to sense that person's existence. Moreover, the other party was still a direct disciple of the hall master of the Xianyu Hall, and he must have high-level immortal techniques to hide his aura. Now he could only mobilize the power of Tianlang City to help him find him. Since the other party had come to investigate whether Tianlang City had betrayed the Xianyu Hall, he would definitely secretly contact Ding Qingfeng, the city lord, and the great families, and as long as he investigated, he would reveal clues. Feeling the pressure released from Sikong Yupeng, Ding Qingfeng had no choice but to say, "Yes, immortal, I will send someone to find that lord." Speaking of this, Ding Qingfeng suddenly thought of something, so he continued, "But immortal, that lord does not seem to have arrived in Tianlang City yet." Sikong Yupeng said, "They arrived long ago." Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng was shocked. Arrived long ago? In that case, that special envoy was already secretly investigating Tianlang City? It's over, it's really over, this time it's really over. Not actively revealing his identity, but conducting a secret visit as soon as he arrived, this was obviously because he already knew about Tianlang City, and he was collecting evidence. I'm afraid that after the evidence was found, that special envoy would show up and deal with him, the city lord, and the great families. Seeing Ding Qingfeng sweating profusely from fright, Sikong Yupeng said indifferently, "You wouldn't think that the Xianyu Hall doesn't know anything about what happened in Tianlang City, would you? The hall master of the Xianyu Hall sent her direct disciple here to clean up you traitors. Since it is a trial, it is naturally impossible to just let him stay in Tianlang City for a period of time and then go back." Hearing Sikong Yupeng say this, Ding Qingfeng reacted. "That's right, the other party was here for a trial. Since it was a trial, there must be some twists and turns. If that special envoy came to Tianlang City, just stayed for a period of time and then left, what kind of trial would that be? In that case, their Tianlang City was being used as a whetstone for her disciple by the hall master of the Xianyu Hall?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1286 The Xuanyu Palace's special envoy is your best token of allegiance. The moment Ding Qingfeng thought about how he would be purged by the Xianyu Hall, he hurriedly said, "Please, immortal, save me." Sikong Yupeng said expressionlessly, "The only chance for you and the major families to survive is to completely rely on the Scarlet Flame sect." Ding Qingfeng said, "But the Scarlet Flame sect has not replied." Sikong Yupeng sneered, "You don't think that just anyone can join the Scarlet Flame sect, do you?" Ding Qingfeng was stunned again, and then he asked, "Please, immortal, enlighten me." Sikong Yupeng said directly, "If you want to join the Scarlet Flame sect, you have to prove that you have some value. The special envoy of the Xianyu Hall is your best proof of loyalty." This. Ding Qingfeng fell into silence. If the person who came was an ordinary disciple of the Xianyu Hall, they might dare to attack, but this time it was a personal disciple of a celestial king. No one could say for sure whether the Scarlet Flame sect would not want to start a war with the Xianyu Hall and send him out to take the blame. Sikong Yupeng seemed to see through Ding Qingfeng's thoughts, so he continued, "You don't think that just relying on the mere mortals in Skywolf City who have cultivated for a few days can be a match for the personal disciple of the Xianyu Hall master, do you? You only need to find that person, and the rest will be handed over to the Scarlet Flame sect. After you join the Scarlet Flame sect, leave Skywolf City immediately. Even if the Xianyu Hall knows that you have betrayed them, they will not be able to do anything to you." Hearing what Si Kong Yupeng said, Ding Qingfeng felt that it made sense. The strength of the Xianyu Hall master's personal disciple was imaginable. How could they, these cultivators in the mortal world, be his opponents? If something really happened to that person, the Xianyu Hall would most likely blame everything on the Scarlet Flame sect. Even if the Scarlet Flame sect handed them over, the Xianyu Hall would not believe that they did it, and it would not be able to quell the Xianyu Hall's anger. As long as Skywolf City joined the Scarlet Flame sect, he would immediately leave Skywolf City, and then he would be fine. Thinking of this, Ding Qingfeng said, "Please rest assured, Immortal, we will definitely find a way to find the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall." Seeing that Ding Qingfeng agreed, Si Kong Yupeng took out a jade pendant from his spatial ring and continued, "As soon as you discover his whereabouts, activate the jade pendant immediately, and I will arrive as soon as possible." Ding Qingfeng respectfully took the jade pendant from Si Kong Yupeng's hand, and then said flatteringly, "Immortal, I wonder when the Scarlet Flame sect plans to take over Skywolf City." Si Kong Yupeng said expressionlessly, "Hasn't it already been taken over?" Hearing Si Kong Yupeng's words, Ding Qingfeng woke up as if from a dream, and was extremely excited in his heart. The current Skywolf City was already the territory of the Scarlet Flame sect. No wonder the Scarlet Flame sect sent people to look for the Xianyu Hall master's personal disciple. It seemed that the Scarlet Flame sect was already planning to start a war with the Xianyu Hall. If he could find the Xianyu Hall master's personal disciple, it would be a great achievement for him. When he entered the Scarlet Flame sect, he would definitely be rewarded. Thinking of this, Ding Qingfeng was extremely excited in his heart. At this time, Si Kong Yupeng's figure disappeared in place, and Ding Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Farewell, Immortal." As soon as Si Kong Yupeng left, Ding Qingfeng immediately sent people to look for the whereabouts of the Xianyu Hall's special envoy, and also told the other families about this news. When those families who wanted to betray the Xianyu Hall heard about this, they were also very excited. They had waited for so many years, just to join the Scarlet Flame sect. Now they finally had a chance. Soon, the major families also sent out their family members to look for the whereabouts of the Xianyu Hall's special envoy. Just when the major families and the city lord's mansion were looking for Lu Chen and the others, Lu Chen, Xiao Shuiying, and Cao Xiun appeared openly at the gate of Skywolf City. Seeing Lu Chen, the gatekeeper soldier immediately said, "The city is under martial law today, no one is allowed to enter Skywolf City." Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying snorted coldly, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly, what is this?" Xiao Shuiying directly took out the identity token of the Xianyu Hall from the spatial ring. Seeing the token in Xiao Shuiying's hand, the soldiers at the gate were stunned. They were soldiers of the city lord's mansion, and were absolutely loyal to Ding Qingfeng. They also knew what Ding Qingfeng wanted to do, so Ding Qingfeng arranged for them to guard the city gate, in order to prevent the special envoy from the Xianyu Hall from leaving Skywolf City. As a result, the other party did not come out of the city, but took the token and wanted to enter the city from outside. The soldiers looked confused. Didn't they say that the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall had already arrived in the city? Why are they only coming now? At this time, the captain of the city lord's mansion's personal guards reacted, and he hurriedly came to Lu Chen and said, "Greetings, special envoy of the upper sect." Seeing that even the captain of the personal guards knelt down, the other soldiers at the city gate also knelt down one after another. "Greetings, special envoy of the upper sect." Lu Chen said lightly, "Go and inform your city lord immediately." Captain Bai Yufeng quickly got up and said, "Yes, special envoy, I will go and tell the city lord that you have arrived." After the words fell, Bai Yufeng hurried to the city lord's mansion. At this time, Ding Qingfeng was discussing with the people from the major families how to find the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall. Bai Yufeng rushed into the council hall of the city lord's mansion in a hurry. "City lord, this subordinate has something important to report." Hearing Bai Yufeng's words, the discussion in the council hall was interrupted. Ding Qingfeng frowned and asked, "Bai Yufeng, didn't I ask you to guard the city gate? Why are you here?" Bai Yufeng hurriedly said, "City Lord, it's the special envoy, we have found the special envoy." Hearing this, everyone present, including Ding Qingfeng, stood up in unison. Ding Qingfeng hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" Bai Yufeng replied, "At the city gate." Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng's face changed, "Not good, he wants to leave Skywolf City." Ding Qingfeng thought that their actions were too big and had already attracted the attention of that person, and that person was planning to escape from Skywolf City. Bai Yufeng immediately heard that Ding Qingfeng had misunderstood, and hurriedly said, "City Lord, you have misunderstood. The special envoy is not going out of the city, but is coming in from outside the city." This. Everyone was stunned again. Didn't they say that the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall had already arrived in Skywolf City, and was now collecting evidence of their betrayal of the Xianyu Hall in Skywolf City? Why are they only coming in from outside Skywolf City now? At this time, a patriarch of a noble family asked, "City Lord, what should we do now?" Ding Qingfeng did not answer this question. He directly took out a jade pendant from his spatial ring, and then used his spiritual power to activate the jade pendant. The next moment, a man in a red robe appeared in the council hall. Seeing this man, Ding Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Greetings, immortal." Seeing Ding Qingfeng salute, the patriarchs of the noble families immediately guessed the identity of this person, and they also knelt down and saluted, "Greetings, immortal." Si Kong Yupeng looked at Ding Qingfeng and asked, "What is the matter?" Ding Qingfeng replied, "Immortal, the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall has arrived in Skywolf City. They have just entered Skywolf City." Hearing Ding Qingfeng's words, Si Kong Yupeng was slightly surprised. He thought that the special envoy of the Xianyu Hall had already arrived in Skywolf City and was hiding in Skywolf City. Chapter 1287 I will go to Blackstone Valley tomorrow. At this moment, Ding Qingfeng continued to ask, "I wonder what the immortal wants us to do next." Si Kong Yupeng pondered for a moment. He only wanted to provoke a war between the Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame sect. As long as he killed the direct disciple of the Profound Moon Hall Master, a war would naturally break out. However, Skywolf City was too close to the Scarlet Flame sect. Some members of the Scarlet Flame sect might also be near Skywolf City. If he couldn't deal with that person, it might attract people from the Scarlet Flame sect instead. If he attracted people from the Scarlet Flame sect, his plan would fail. The other members of the Scarlet Flame sect were not fools. They would not allow him to kill the direct disciple of the Profound Moon Hall Master. Thinking of this, Si Kong Yupeng said, "You must stabilize him for now and find a way to lure him to Blackstone Valley." Ding Qingfeng immediately understood Si Kong Yupeng's meaning. Si Kong Yupeng was planning to eliminate that person in Blackstone Valley. Ding Qingfeng then said, "Yes, immortal." As soon as Ding Qingfeng finished speaking, Si Kong Yupeng's figure dissipated. Ding Qingfeng then led the family heads of Skywolf City to the city gate to welcome Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen had already entered the city gate. Xiao Shuiying transmitted her voice to Lu Chen, "Junior brother Chen, as long as there is danger later, immediately activate the Hall Master's Jade Slip." Lu Chen said, "Okay, senior sister." When they entered the city gate, they clearly felt that there was something wrong with the way these soldiers looked at them. They didn't look at them like special envoys from the upper sect at all. There was no trace of awe in their eyes. Obviously, Skywolf City had indeed betrayed them. They just didn't know how far they had gone. Before long, Ding Qingfeng led the family heads of Skywolf City to Lu Chen. "We pay our respects to the special envoy of the upper sect." Lu Chen glanced at the people present and then used the system to identify them. Seeing that their loyalty was all zero, Lu Chen chuckled in his heart. "You may all rise." After Ding Qingfeng got up, he said to Lu Chen with a smile, "Envoy, I am Ding Qingfeng, the city lord of Skywolf City. We have long heard that the envoy is coming and have already prepared a residence for the envoy. Please follow me." Lu Chen said, "Okay." Lu Chen thought to himself that he wanted to see what these people were up to. With a loyalty of 0, it was clear that these people had already betrayed them. He just didn't know if the golden immortal he had encountered before had arrived in Skywolf City one step ahead of them. Under Ding Qingfeng's lead, Lu Chen quickly arrived at the council hall of the city lord's mansion. Ding Qingfeng gave Lu Chen the city lord's seat, and he sat on the right side below. Ding Qingfeng signaled to the butler of the mansion with his eyes. Soon, all kinds of delicacies were brought up to the city lord's mansion, and a large group of beauties were also brought in. "Envoy, these women are all daughters of prominent families. They are all virgins and will surely serve you comfortably." Lu Chen glanced at the information of these people and sneered in his heart. These women were just ordinary people's daughters. Just then, 2 women walked towards Lu Chen. Just as they were about to approach Lu Chen, Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but speak out to stop them. "City Lord Ding, what do you mean by this? My junior brother is a gentleman and is wholeheartedly devoted to the Dao. Are you trying to ruin his path of cultivation by sending him women?" As Xiao Shuiying spoke, a wave of pressure was released. Ding Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Although he knew that the immortal from the Scarlet Flame sect might be watching them in secret, if Xiao Shuiying wanted to kill him at such a close distance, the immortal from the Scarlet Flame sect might not be able to react in time. Ding Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Fairy, please spare me. I didn't consider it carefully." After hearing Ding Qingfeng's words, the women in the hall quickly left the hall. Seeing that those women had left, Lu Chen then said, "All right, ignorance is bliss." Ding Qingfeng quickly said, "Thank you, envoy, for your forgiveness." Lu Chen then said, "Why do I feel like there are 2 family heads missing? If I remember correctly, there are still the Lu family and the Wang family in Skywolf City, right? Where are the heads of these 2 families?" Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng thought to himself that the profound Moon Hall really knew about the affairs of Skywolf City. They asked about these 2 families as soon as they arrived. They were probably going to settle accounts with them. Fortunately, they had already joined the Scarlet Flame sect. Ding Qingfeng immediately came to the middle of the hall and knelt in the middle of the hall, saying, "Envoy, the Lu family and the Wang family betrayed the profound Moon Hall and moved their entire families to the Scarlet Flame sect." Hearing this, Lu Chen's face instantly darkened. The Lu family and the Wang family are so bold. Without the profound Moon Hall, there would be no today for their 2 families. How dare they betray the profound Moon Hall? Lu Chen then asked, "When did they move out of Skywolf City?" Ding Qingfeng replied, reporting to the envoy, "It was not long ago." Hearing this, the pressure on Lu Chen's body suddenly released. For a time, Ding Qingfeng and the family heads of those families were unable to withstand this pressure and directly knelt on the ground. Lu Chen scolded, "Ding Qingfeng, how did you become the city lord? You actually watched them betray Skywolf City and betray the profound Moon Hall." Ding Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Envoy, please spare me. It's not that I didn't stop them, it's just that the strength of these 2 families is too strong. The city lord's mansion is not their opponent at all. Moreover, they have the Scarlet Flame sect backing them, so we can't do anything about them." Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "Oh, so someone from the Scarlet Flame sect has entered the territory of the profound Moon Hall without permission." Ding Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the immortal from the Scarlet Flame sect had been discovered? At this time, Ding Qingfeng thought of something and immediately said, "Envoy, the thieves from the Scarlet Flame sect have indeed invaded the territory of the profound Moon Hall. They seem to have discovered a spiritual vein in Blackstone Valley and want to occupy the entire Blackstone Valley as their own." They even want to bring the entire Skywolf City under the rule of the Scarlet Flame sect. Please, envoy, take action and drive those thieves from the Scarlet Flame sect out of Blackstone Valley. Hearing Ding Qingfeng's words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. So this was where they were waiting for him. No wonder these people didn't take action immediately. They wanted them to go to Blackstone Valley before taking action. Lu Chen then said, "These people from the Scarlet Flame sect are simply audacious. I will report the matter of Skywolf City to my master." Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng was stunned. After reacting, he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, there is no need to trouble the Hall Master with this kind of matter. Although those immortals from the Scarlet Flame sect are more powerful than us mortals, they are only some disciples of the Scarlet Flame sect. They cannot be the envoy's opponent. You only need to take action to drive them out of Blackstone Valley." Lu Chen said, "Is that so? Then I will go to Blackstone Valley tomorrow." Seeing that Lu Chen had agreed, Ding Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he couldn't let the Hall Master of the Profound Moon Hall know about the affairs of Skywolf City. With the strength of the Hall Master of the Profound Moon Hall, a celestial king, it would only take a moment to reach Skywolf City. If she came in person, it would be troublesome. Chapter 1288 Those who want to harm me may not be from the Red Flame sect. After the banquet, Lu Chen moved into the courtyard arranged by Ding Qingfeng. Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun also lived in the same courtyard with him. The two women went directly to Lu Chen's room and set up a soundproof formation. Xiao Shuiying said, "Presumably, the Xian sect has already sent people to ambush in the Blackstone Valley, but why didn't they directly attack us in Tianlang City? Why go to such lengths?" Cao Xiun said, "Blackstone Valley is almost a day's journey away from Tianlang City. Perhaps the Xian sect doesn't want the Xuanyu Hall to discover that they were the ones who attacked Lu Chen." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Although Blackstone Valley is a day's journey away from Tianlang City, it is still considered to be next to the Xian sect. If something happens to me, the Xuanyu Hall will still think it was done by the Xian sect. So, it makes no difference where they attack me. I suspect the reason they didn't attack in Tianlang City is because Tianlang City is too close to the Xian sect. If that person can't get rid of me in the first instance, they might attract the people from the Xian sect." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Cao Xiun asked in confusion, "Junior brother, isn't the Xian sect trying to harm you? Why would the person attacking you be worried about other people from the Xian sect coming?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "The person who wants to harm me may not be from the Xian sect." This. The two women were stunned. Not from the Xian sect? The Xian sect and the Xuanyu Hall are next to each other, and the Xian sect now controls Tianlang City. If it wasn't the Xian sect attacking Lu Chen, then who else could it be? Lu Chen thought to himself, if he didn't have the system, which allowed him to identify other people's identities, even if they were hidden, he probably would have thought that the Xian sect wanted to attack him. He remembered the person he saw on the way to Tianlang City. That golden immortal clearly had two identities. Obviously, he was sent by the Blood Eagle Hall to lurk in the Xian sect. He came to kill him, most likely to provoke a war between the Xuanyu Hall and the Xian sect, so they could profit from it. Instigating discord is too common in the Tianyan immortal realm. Lu Chen continued, "Someone wants to kill me and then provoke a war between the Xuanyu Hall and the Xian sect." Xiao Shuiying frowned slightly and asked seriously, "Junior brother Chen, how do you know?" Lu Chen said, "Do the two senior sisters remember the golden immortal we met on the way to Tianlang City?" Xiao Shuiying said, "I remember, junior brother said that person was from the Xian sect." Lu Chen said, "He is indeed an elder of the Xian sect on the surface, but he has another identity. He is also an elder of the Blood Eagle Hall." The two women simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, "Blood Eagle Hall." Seeing the two women's surprised expressions, Lu Chen curiously asked, "Judging from the reactions of the two senior sisters, you should know about the Blood Eagle Hall. Lu Chen hadn't returned to the Tianyan Immortal Realm for over 10 billion years. The power structure of the Tianyan Immortal Realm had undergone many changes. Some new forces had emerged, and some old forces had disappeared. Lu Chen had never heard of this Blood Eagle Hall. Cao Xiun was now staring at Lu Chen's eyes. Junior brother Chen, is that person really an elder of the Blood Eagle Hall? Lu Chen said, yes, I have a magical treasure that can identify a person's true identity. Senior sister Cao, I don't know what kind of force this Blood Eagle Hall is, that makes you so surprised. Cao Xiun said, the Blood Eagle Hall is a force that has only appeared in the last 10,000 years. It is an evil immortal sect. The immortal techniques they cultivate are relatively strange and can suppress the immortal energy in our bodies. The Blood Eagle Hall is developing very fast. It is rumored that the current Blood Eagle Hall already has 3 immortal kings, and 1 immortal king is already trying to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Hearing Cao Xiun's words, for some reason, Lu Chen thought of evil cultivators. He had cultivated the chaos demon subduing art in the belly of the chaos beast. He didn't know if this technique would have any effect on the evil immortals of the Blood Eagle Hall. Lu Chen then asked in his heart, System, does the chaos demon subduing art I cultivated before have a suppressing effect on evil immortals? The system replied, it has a certain suppressing effect, but compared to the chaos demon subduing art, which is a cultivator's technique, the divine illumination thousand lamp scripture has a stronger suppression on evil immortals. Lu Chen's brain froze. It turned out that the system had already prepared a coping technique for him. He even suspected that the system could foresee the future. Xiao Shuiying said at this time, Junior brother, if that person is really an elder of the Blood Eagle Hall, then this matter must be reported. The Blood Eagle Hall wants to provoke a war between the Xuanyu Hall and the Xian sect. It must be to wait for our 2 great immortal sects to be both defeated, and then take the opportunity to destroy our 2 great immortal sections. The Blood Eagle Hall has been expanding in recent years, so we must be on guard. Lu Chen said, all right then, the 2 senior sisters should report what happened here to the Xuanyu Hall. Cao Xiun then removed the soundproof barrier and, risking being discovered, also took out a sound transmission talisman, intending to report what Lu Chen had discovered to the Xuanyu Hall. However, the next moment, Cao Xiun discovered that her sound transmission talisman had lost its effect. Cao Xiun's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said to Xiao Shuiying and Lu Chen, not good, the sound transmission talisman is invalid. The failure of the sound transmission talisman meant that Sikong Yupeng had set up a large formation, and the sound transmission talisman could not function. Xiao Shuiying said, what to do now? Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun, and then said, Senior sister Cao, why don't you go back and report this matter to the elders of the Xuanyu Hall in person? Xiao Shuiying said, that person should be watching us in secret now. If junior sister Cao leaves now, I'm afraid there will be danger. That person can't let junior sister Cao go back to report. Lu Chen said, that's simple. When we go to Blackstone Valley tomorrow, after we lure that person out, senior sister Cao can return to the Xuanyu Hall. Cao Xiun said, what about you? Since the Blood Eagle Hall wants to provoke a war between the Xuanyu Hall and the Xian sect, it is impossible for them to let you go. Lu Chen said with a smile, besides the jade slip, Master also left me other life-saving treasures, senior sister Cao doesn't need to worry. Cao Xiun pondered for a moment and said, all right then, once I leave the range of his formation, I will immediately use the sound transmission talisman to report this matter to the Xuanyu Hall. Lu Chen said, okay, let's rest for today. Okay. The 2 women said in unison, and then they left Lu Chen's room. Under the night, a black shadow appeared in the city lord's study. Ding Qingfeng respectfully said to Sikong Yupeng, Immortal, it's done. The special envoy of the Xuanyu Hall is preparing to go to Blackstone Valley tomorrow. Sikong Yupeng said lightly, "You did very well. After it's done, you can come to my lineage." Ding Qingfeng knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing constantly, and saying, "Thank you, immortal." Sikong Yupeng looked at the courtyard where Lu Chen was, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. As long as the Xuanyu Hall master's direct disciple dies, the Xuanyu Hall will inevitably go to war with the Xian sect. Perhaps it won't be long before these two great immortal sects disappear. Chapter 1289. Ask for leave. I got sick from dieting, so I'm taking a day off. Also, recommending a book, Goddess Illustrated Handbook, starting from the Queen. Chapter 1290. He is actually the immortal king? Lu Chen said, "Senior, you are truly joking. You came to kill me, yet you don't know who I am." Sikong Yupeng coldly sneered, "I don't believe that a disciple of the profound Moon Hall would know about these things. Forget it, no matter who you are, since you know about this matter, then I cannot let you live even more." As soon as he finished speaking, Sikong Yupeng shouted loudly, "Netherworld Ghost Flame Seal!" Countless black flames were released from Sikong Yupeng's body, and then these flames turned into skull heads, and then those skull heads went straight for Lu Chen and the others. Xiao Shuiying quickly said to Lu Chen, "Junior brother Chen, quickly use the jade slip that the hall master gave you." Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun didn't think that the three of them were a match for a golden immortal. In this situation, running away was the best option. But what the two women didn't expect was that Lu Chen didn't use the jade slip, nor did he intend to escape. He quickly made hand seals with both hands. Divine Illumination 1000 Lamp Scripture. In an instant, countless lamps appeared within the barrier, and the light released by these lamps actually suppressed those black skull heads. Feeling his power being suppressed, Sikong Yupeng frowned. What's going on? How could his power be suppressed by an earth immortal? He is a corrupted immortal. Logically speaking, his power should be able to suppress ordinary immortals. How could his power be suppressed today? Sikong Yupeng increasingly felt that Lu Chen was strange. This person not only knew the Blood Eagle Hall's plot, but also could suppress the power of corrupted immortals. If this person were to grow up, it would definitely be a major threat to the Blood Eagle Hall. Sikong Yupeng once again mobilized the immortal energy in his body, and then blasted out with a palm. Netherworld Black Demon Palm. Black immortal energy intertwined, turning into a huge palm. The black immortal energy in the palm faintly suppressed Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun. At this moment, the two women's faces turned pale, and their immortal energy was actually difficult to mobilize at this moment. At this time, Lu Chen poured all the immortal energy in his body into the lamps in the sky. The lamps floating in the sky instantly shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, wisps of red immortal energy floated out from the lamps. These red immortal energies gathered into a red silk, and the red silk directly wrapped up the palm that Sikong Yupeng waved out. When the red silk touched the black palm, the black immortal energy was gradually devoured by the red silk, and Sikong Yupeng was also backlashed at this moment, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sikong Yupeng looked at this scene in disbelief. He was a golden immortal. A golden immortal was actually made to vomit blood by an earth immortal who was 3 realms lower than him. If this were to spread out, he would probably be laughed at. Sikong Yupeng glared at Lu Chen fiercely, "What immortal technique are you using? Why can it suppress the immortal energy in my body?" Lu Chen didn't answer Sikong Yupeng. He continued to urge the Divine Illumination 1000 Lamp Scripture. Immediately afterwards, the red silk formed by the red immortal energy went straight for Sikong Yupeng. After noticing the threat that the red silk brought to him, Sikong Yupeng didn't hesitate and took out an earth-grade immortal blade from his spatial ring. Then, he slashed at the red silk with a blade. The blade energy wrapped in blade momentum and immortal energy directly scattered the red silk, and the lamps in the sky also exploded and dissipated at this moment. Lu Chen immediately felt a force of backlash enter his body. He quickly circulated his immortal energy to stabilize his body. After all, he was just an earth immortal. Although the divine illumination thousand lamp scripture suppressed Si Kong Yupeng's immortal energy, the gap in realm was too great. In addition, Si Kong Yupeng also used an earth-grade immortal artifact. Lu Chen couldn't gain any advantage at this time. Si Kong Yupeng clenched the broadsword in his hand, gathered the black immortal energy into the broadsword, and then said to Lu Chen, "Boy, knowing too much is not a good thing. You should be on your way." As he spoke, Si Kong Yupeng swung his blade. Azure Dragon Demon Blade. Give me the chop. As soon as he finished speaking, a blade energy was swung out. The next moment, the blade energy turned into a black demon dragon, and the dragon's roar instantly resounded throughout the entire Black Stone Valley. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun changed drastically. They immediately flew into the air, wanting to block this blade for Lu Chen. However, what the two women didn't expect was that Lu Chen also flew into the air at this moment, and flew in front of them. Before the two women could say anything, Lu Chen activated the Immortal King's legacy curse without hesitation. The next moment, a lotus mark appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a majestic pressure was released from Lu Chen's body. Xiao Shuiying, Cao Xiun, and Si Kong Yupeng were all directly pressed down from the sky by this pressure. After they landed on the ground, they couldn't even straighten their bodies. Feeling the pressure on Lu Chen's body, the three of them were stunned. Immortal King. This is the pressure that only an immortal king has. He is actually an immortal king? The two women looked at Lu Chen blankly, while Si Kong Yupeng clenched his fists and stared at Lu Chen with his eyes. This person is actually an immortal king. An immortal king actually disguised himself as an earth immortal. He's too shameless. He was just saying how he was suppressed by the other party just now. This guy is actually an immortal king in disguise. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Now it's my turn to take action." As he spoke, Lu Chen used the divine illumination thousand lamp scripture again. In a moment, lamps appeared in the sky above the entire Black Stone Valley. These lamps then released red immortal energy, and the immortal energy quickly gathered into a blood-red silk. The pressure released by this red silk was even more terrifying. As soon as the red silk appeared, Si Kong Yupeng felt as if his whole body was ignited. Si Kong Yupeng's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, "I am an elder of the Blood Eagle Hall, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Blood Eagle Hall will definitely avenge me and destroy the Profound Moon Hall." Lu Chen chuckled, "Even if I don't kill you, the Blood Eagle Hall will still attack the Profound Moon Hall. All right, you should be on your way." As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand, and the red silk went straight for Si Kong Yupeng. Seeing this scene, Si Kong Yupeng immediately prepared to use space teleportation to leave Black Stone Valley, but Si Kong Yupeng could seal the space, and Lu Chen could do the same. At this time, Lu Chen already possessed the strength of an immortal king. It was almost impossible for Si Kong Yupeng to break the immortal king's seal unless he possessed some special magic weapons. Seeing that the red silk was getting closer and closer to him, Si Kong Yupeng immediately gathered all the power in his body, and then he slashed at the red silk with a blade, trying to disperse the divine illumination thousand lamp scripture again. Azure Dragon Demon Blade. Break for me. It's a pity that this time it didn't go as Si Kong Yupeng expected. When the demon dragon crashed into the red silk, it instantly turned into a red blood mist and was absorbed by the red silk. Immediately afterwards, the red silk directly surrounded Si Kong Yupeng's entire body. The moment the red silk touched Si Kong Yupeng's body and soul began to vaporize, emitting a large amount of white mist. Si Kong Yupeng's painful roar echoed throughout the entire Black Stone Valley. Ah! No! After a while, Si Kong Yupeng's body and soul completely disappeared. Chapter 1291 Junior Brother, I am willing to help you. For a moment, Xiao Shuiying couldn't control her emotions, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Lu Chen quickly said, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Shuiying came back to her senses and immediately bowed to Lu Chen, saying, "This servant greets the great king." Lu Chen pretended to be stunned, then asked, "Is senior sister really the person I know?" Xiao Shuiying said, "I didn't expect the great king to still remember this servant. This servant is the maid whom the great king rescued from the Tianxia Immortal Dynasty's palace back then. If it weren't for the great king, this servant would have long been tortured to death by those people in the palace." Lu Chen quickly said, "Senior sister, please rise quickly." "What servant? Not servant. Now you are my senior sister, why do you still call yourself a servant?" Xiao Shuiying said, "From the moment I was rescued by the great king, this servant decided in her heart that she would forever be the great king's handmaiden." Seeing that Xiao Shuiying was still kneeling and unwilling to get up, Lu Chen then said, "Senior sister, if you continue like this, I will immediately leave Profound Moon Hall." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying's mind went blank. She hurriedly got up from the ground and wiped away her tears. Lu Chen continued, "Senior sister, you should be clear about my current situation. Although over tens of billions of years have passed, there are still people who remember me, and there are still many people who want my life. I won't mention the distant ones, but my master, and that senior sister of mine, they both hate me in their hearts, wishing they could skin me alive." Xiao Shuiying was somewhat unable to react for a moment. Why would Lu Chen's master and senior sister hate him? If they hated him, why would they bring him back to Profound Moon Hall? Lu Chen continued, "This time I came back, no one except you knows my true identity, including my master and senior sister, but that senior sister of mine is already suspecting me. When I was in Profound Moon Hall, she kept people watching me. This time I came to Skywolf City for training, she sent you and senior sister Cao to watch me again." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Cao Xiun finally understood. She wondered why their senior sister had them two watching Lu Chen, so it turned out that Yechuiao already suspected that Chen Lu was Lu Chen. Lu Chen continued, "Originally, I didn't want to recognize you, but the cultivation technique I practice is special. If I can't find someone to help me, I might explode and die." Xiao Shuiying suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Great King, if there is anything you need this servant to do, this servant will do it even if it means dying 1,000 times." Lu Chen said, "Senior sister, if you call yourself a servant again, I will really leave Profound Moon Hall. If you are not careful, you might expose my identity. At that time, I will definitely be hunted down by my master and senior sister." This. Xiao Shuiying was stunned for a moment, then said, "Great. Junior brother, then let's just leave Profound Moon Hall together. Since there are enemies in Profound Moon Hall, why stay in Profound Moon Hall?" Although she also has feelings for Profound Moon Hall, compared to Lu Chen, her feelings for Profound Moon Hall are insignificant. Lu Chen said, "My strength has not yet recovered, and I need a large amount of cultivation resources, and I have nowhere to go, so I don't plan to leave Profound Moon Hall for the time being." This. Xiao Shuiying calmed her emotions, then said, Junior brother just said that the cultivation technique is special and needs someone to help, otherwise, he will explode and die." Lu Chen said, "Yes. The immortal technique I practice will constantly increase the power of Yang, and these powers of Yang cannot be directly discharged from the body. It must be balanced by Yin and Yang. When I was in the Tianyan immortal realm, I had many wives and concubines who could help me neutralize the power of Yang in my body, but this time I came back, I didn't bring a single wife or concubine. As the power of Yang in my body continues to accumulate, my body is almost unable to withstand it, and it has reached the brink of collapse." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Although she had admired Lu Chen in her heart for tens of billions of years, Lu Chen had lived in her dreams for these tens of billions of years, and she had never seen Lu Chen. Lu Chen had only just recognized her, and immediately wanted to cultivate with her. She still felt infinitely shy in her heart. However, Xiao Shuiying finally said, "Junior brother, I am willing to help you." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Shuiying waved her hand directly, and the outer garment on her body instantly turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving only the white undergarment inside. Seeing that Xiao Shuiying agreed, Lu Chen didn't hesitate any longer. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be too late to talk about it slowly after it was over. Then Lu Chen also waved his hand, and the clothes on his body instantly disappeared. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen stretched out his big hand, pulled Xiao Shuiying's soft body into his arms, and then lowered his head to kiss Xiao Shuiying's cherry lips. At this time, Xiao Shuiying didn't doubt Lu Chen's words at all. After all, the only people who knew about her were Chen Wang, and no one else. Since Lu Chen had directly said this matter, then he must be Lu Chen. Moreover, when she first saw Lu Chen, she felt that he looked exactly like Lu Chen. Most importantly, Lu Chen was still the same as the previous Lu Chen. Chen Wang liked beautiful women and was suave. She knew too well what kind of person Lu Chen was. Whether Lu Chen was really for cultivation, Xiao Shuiying actually had some doubts in her heart, but she didn't care. She only knew that Lu Chen had taken a fancy to her and wanted her body, that's all. As the two people's lips and teeth met, Xiao Shuiying's cultivation level actually broke through at this moment. Xiao Shuiying was overjoyed in her heart. He was indeed Lu Chen. Since she broke through to the heavenly immortal realm, her cultivation level had never been able to improve again. The reason was because of Lu Chen. She couldn't be with the person she loved, and she couldn't complete her state of mind. Only after being with the person she loved could she take that step. Feeling that Xiao Shuiying had broken through, Lu Chen was also stunned. He just kissed Xiao Shuiying, how did she break through? Lu Chen and Xiao Shuiying slowly separated, then stared into her eyes. Xiao Shuiying looked at Lu Chen with a shy face, "Junior brother, thank you." Lu Chen said, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." Xiao Shuiying said, "Because I haven't repaid the cause and effect of you saving me, my state of mind has been unable to be completed, and I have been unable to break through to the true immortal realm. Now that you are back, it has allowed me to see the opportunity to repay the cause and effect, and my state of mind has been completed, so I was able to break through." Lu Chen immediately understood Xiao Shuiying's meaning, "So that's how it is." Lu Chen then said with a smile, "I helped senior sister complete her state of mind, shouldn't senior sister help me next?" The iceberg beauty blushed and said weakly, "Senior sister is at junior brother's disposal." Xiao Shuiying had already said that, what else could Lu Chen say? He directly placed Xiao Shuiying on the soft couch, and then pressed down. At the same time, Blood Eagle Hall. On the earth, there was a scene of blood mountains and a sea of corpses. The mountains on the earth were some headless giant corpses, and the rivers and lakes were flowing with red liquid. On top of a corpse peak, a man wearing a blood robe suddenly stretched out his hand and caught a golden light ball floating in the air. Then he murmured, "Yun Yudi's personal disciple? Interesting, I wonder what kind of expression Yun Yudi will have when she knows that her personal disciple has been killed." Chapter 1292 Heavenly Alchemy. When Si Kong Yupeng ambushed Lu Chen in Black Rock Valley, he used his divine sense to transmit a message to the Vice Hall Master of the Blood Eagle Hall, telling him what to do next. The Vice Hall Master of the Blood Eagle Hall, Ghost Fiend Immortal King, was very satisfied after receiving this message. In his opinion, as long as Yun Yudi's direct disciple died, the Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame sect would inevitably fight to the death. This was an opportunity for the Blood Eagle Hall, a chance to annex 2 Immortal King level forces. At this time, Ghost Fiend Immortal King transmitted a message to a woman inside a certain corpse peak, saying, "Jingshu, come here." In the heart area of the giant's body, a woman with a head of red hair opened her eyes after hearing Ghost Fiend Immortal King's message. The woman was wearing a red robe, her appearance was absolutely beautiful, her figure was curvaceous, and her face was cold. The next moment, the woman rose from the blood river, and with a flash of her body, she arrived in front of Ghost Fiend Immortal King. Disciple pays respects to Vice Hall Master Ghost Fiend. Ghost Fiend Immortal King said directly, "The Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame sect are about to go to war. At that time, many people will inevitably die on both sides, and the essence and blood of those people can help you quickly break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Go to Skywolf City and wait for them to start the war." Hearing this, Su Jingshu respectfully said, "Yes, Hall Master." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jingshu took out a celestial boat from her spatial ring without any hesitation and flew towards Skywolf City at high speed. A celestial boat was slowly flying towards Skywolf City. Voices were constantly coming from the celestial boat. Fortunately, there was a soundproof formation on the celestial boat, and the immortals passing by the celestial boat could not hear the sounds inside the celestial boat. In a certain room on the celestial boat, Lu Chen was cultivating his relationship with Xiao Shuiying. Although Xiao Shuiying was a celestial immortal, and her current realm was higher than Lu Chen's, she had no power to fight back when facing Lu Chen. Xiao Shuiying didn't know how many times she had cried with joy. At this time, she finally understood why Lu Chen's concubines were willing to follow Lu Chen to the Chaos Sea. Thinking of the Chaos Sea, Xiao Shuiying's brain became slightly clearer at this time, and she hugged Lu Chen's neck, staring at Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "Master, junior brother, you are, how did you, leave the Chaos Sea?" It was rumored that even immortal emperors had no way to leave the Chaos Sea. After entering the Chaos Sea, there was only a dead end, but Lu Chen actually came back alive from the Chaos Sea, which made Xiao Shuiying feel very confused. She thought to herself, could it be that Lu Chen didn't go to the Chaos Sea at all, he just found a place to hide and created the illusion that he went to the Chaos Sea? Lu Chen replied while taking care of business, "Huff, this is a long story, I'll tell you slowly later." Xiao Shuiying continued to ask, then, those sisters, where are they? In the entire celestial evolution immortal domain, Lu Chen was the man who loved his women the most. Now that Lu Chen had returned, his women should have returned as well. Xiao Shuiying was a little curious about where Lu Chen had settled them. Lu Chen said, "They are still in the Chaos Sea. I will pick them up when I break through and become an immortal emperor in the future." Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying was slightly stunned, still in the Chaos Sea? At this time, Lu Chen suddenly became fierce, and Xiao Shuiying instantly came back to her senses, and she continued to ask, Chaos? Chaos Sea, isn't it a dead place? Lu Chen replied, "It is indeed a dead place, but I opened up a space in the Chaos Sea that can accommodate living people." Xiao Shuiying said, I see." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Shuiying could no longer control her emotions and stopped speaking. After who knows how long, Xiao Shuiying lay in Lu Chen's arms. The usually aloof fairy in the profound moon hall was now like a little wife in Lu Chen's arms. With Lu Chen's strength, he could have continued to cultivate with Xiao Shuiying until he reached Skywolf City, but considering Xiao Shuiying's condition, Lu Chen ultimately didn't do so. Anyway, the reward had already been obtained. As for making Xiao Shuiying pregnant, this kind of thing probably wouldn't work for a while, and he didn't need to be too anxious. Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Congratulations to the host for having a concubine, rewarding celestial rank alchemy. Seeing this reward, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Celestial rank alchemy, what was this? Lu Chen then clicked to take a look. Celestial rank alchemy. After use, the host can obtain the ability to refine celestial grade pills. Seeing the system's explanation, Lu Chen was stunned again. Since obtaining the system seemed to have never rewarded him with this kind of thing. Directly obtaining the ability to refine celestial grade pills, wouldn't he become an alchemist in the future? When he was still King Chen, he would also refine pills, but he couldn't be considered a powerful alchemist. At most, he could only refine some conventional pills, and the grade of pills he could refine was only profound grade. In the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain, the grades of pills, immortal techniques, and immortal artifacts were all the same. They were all yellow, profound, earth, celestial, saint, god, these few grades, but these few grades were further divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 grades. Celestial grade pills were useful even for existences at the immortal venerable level. In the entire Celestial Evolution Immortal domain, there were no more than 10,000 alchemists who could refine celestial grade pills. This was in the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain. Such a vast Celestial Evolution Immortal domain, only 10,000 celestial grade alchemists was already considered very rare, and any celestial grade alchemist would be treated as a guest of honor by the major top forces. Lu Chen thought to himself, if he could refine a large number of celestial grade pills, it would be much easier for his forces to develop again. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This system had finally rewarded him with good things. In Lu Chen's opinion, whether it was the pills or weapons that the system had rewarded him with before, none of them were more useful than celestial rank alchemy. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he didn't hesitate at all and directly clicked on celestial rank alchemy. The next moment, an inheritance related to alchemy poured into his mind, and Lu Chen discovered that a colorful flame seemed to appear inside his body. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He knew that generally high-level alchemists had strange flames, but he had never heard of any strange flame that was colorful. Lu Chen asked the system in his heart, "System, what is this strange flame? Why have I never heard of this kind of colorful strange flame?" The system replied, "This strange flame is called Qianghua Baihe flame, it is not from the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain." Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen directly stopped asking any further questions. The system had said that it was not something from this world, so even if he asked again, the system definitely wouldn't answer. It seemed that if he wanted to know his true origins, he probably had to become an immortal emperor. At this time, Lu Chen's divine sense passed through the celestial boat and looked towards the high sky of the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain. The sky of the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain radiated colorful halos, looking like a dream. Although this place looked like an immortal realm, after hearing that the Qianghua Baihe flame was not something from this world, Lu Chen knew that the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain was probably just a small place. Just like when he was in the belly of the Chaos Beast, although the inner universe of the Chaos Beast looked very vast, there was always a bigger world beyond. He just didn't know what was beyond the Celestial Evolution Immortal domain. Chapter 1293. If it weren't for my senior sister, I would have gone crazy. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Xiao Shuiying slowly rose, placing her hands on either side of Lu Chen's chest, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As Xiao Shuiying looked up, her disheveled hair slid from her fragrant shoulders onto Lu Chen's chest, partially obscuring her jade-like face. Lu Chen raised his hand and gently brushed the strands of hair that had fallen down, tucking them behind her ear. Xiao Shuiying asked, "Sh. Junior brother, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Shuiying was still somewhat unaccustomed to calling Lu Chen junior brother, especially after learning his true identity. However, to avoid exposing Lu Chen's identity, Xiao Shuiying forced herself to address him that way. Lu Chen gazed at Xiao Shuiying's beautiful face and said with a smile, "I wasn't thinking about anything." Xiao Shuiying continued, "Is junior brother worried about the sisters?" Xiao Shuiying thought that Lu Chen's wives and concubines were still in the primal chaos sea, and perhaps he was concerned about their safety. Lu Chen said, "A little." Xiao Shuiying then asked, "What are junior brother's plans next?" Lu Chen stroked Xiao Shuiying's delicate face and replied, "I'll stay in the profound moon hall for a while. After I break through to the immortal king realm, I'll leave the profound moon hall to develop my own power." At this point, Lu Chen looked into Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Senior sister will come with me, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying's jade cheeks flushed red. Wasn't Lu Chen asking the obvious? She had already given him her body and become his woman, so of course she would go with him. Xiao Shuiying then said, "Wherever junior brother goes, I will go." Lu Chen smiled slightly, "I owe a lot to senior sister for this return. If it weren't for senior sister, I'm afraid I would have suffered a chi deviation." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying thought of what had happened earlier, and her cheeks instantly became burning hot. She had lived for billions of years and was no longer a child. She could tell that Lu Chen might be flattering her, but Lu Chen was the man she admired, and she was willing to be flattered by him. Xiao Shuiying said, If junior brother ever has too much yang energy in his body in the future, you can always ask senior sister for help." Lu Chen said, "Then I will have to thank senior sister." As they spoke, Lu Chen noticed that they had arrived at Skywolf City. "Senior sister, we're here." Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying slowly got up from Lu Chen's body. Just now, the two of them were still in an intimate position, and the moment Xiao Shuiying got up, she felt an emptiness in her heart. Seeing Xiao Shuiying's reluctant expression, Lu Chen said, "Senior sister, there is still plenty of time. We will have many opportunities to cultivate together in the future. Immortals don't have menstruation. They can cultivate together whenever they want." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Shuiying's cheeks became even redder, and even her earlobes turned red. She only gently said and then with a wave of her hand, a purple dress appeared on her body. Lu Chen also got up from the bed. After he changed into a white robe, he took the initiative to put away the immortal ship, and then flew straight into the sky above Skywolf City without hesitation. Now that he had basically confirmed that the families in Skywolf City were colluding with the Crimson Flame sect, there was nothing more to say. He would just take action directly. As for collecting evidence, he would have it after he captured the city lord and the heads of these aristocratic families. At this very moment, the family heads were waiting for Sikong Yupeng to return in the city lord's mansion. Ding Qingfeng sat in the main seat, leisurely drinking tea. One of the family heads said, "It's been 2 days already. The disciples of the profound moon hall should be dead by now." Hearing this, Ding Qingfeng put down his teacup and said with a smile, "With the elders of the Crimson Flame sect taking action, it will definitely be foolproof. We only need to wait for the Crimson Flame sect to bring Skywolf City under the rule of the profound moon hall." As soon as Ding Qingfeng finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the sky, "Ding Qingfeng, the city lord of Skywolf City, and the heads of the major families have betrayed the profound moon hall, colluded with the Crimson Flame sect, and attempted to kill the special envoy of the profound moon hall. These people are now being judged." Hearing this voice, Ding Qingfeng and the family heads' faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Ding Qingfeng said with a trembling voice, How is this possible? How could the profound moon hall send someone so quickly?" At this time, Ding Qingfeng and the others did not know that the voice just now was made by Lu Chen. They still thought that the profound moon hall had sent someone else. For a time, the council hall of the city lord's mansion was in chaos. "City lord, what do we do now? The profound moon hall actually sent someone so quickly. We're finished. It's only been 2 days, how did they come so quickly? City lord, quickly ask the elders of the Crimson Flame sect to save us." Ding Qingfeng recovered from his panic. He quickly took out the jade pendant that Sikong Yupeng had given him before leaving. As long as he activated this jade pendant, he would be able to contact Sikong Yupeng. Now they could only hope that the Crimson Flame sect would send someone to save them. After taking out the jade pendant, Ding Qingfeng poured spiritual energy into it, trying to use the jade pendant to contact Sikong Yupeng. However, when the spiritual energy entered the jade pendant did not respond at all. Ding Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, unable to believe that this was true. He poured spiritual energy into the jade pendant again, but the jade pendant still did not respond. Ding Qingfeng's face was horrified. How could this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding Qingfeng did not believe that this was true, so he continuously poured spiritual energy into the jade pendant, and his whole person entered a state of madness, until the jade pendant exploded, and Ding Qingfeng finally woke up. Looking at the jade pendant that had been blown into pieces in his hand, Ding Qingfeng slipped from his seat, kneeling on the ground. It's over, it's all over. Although he could barely be considered an immortal, his strength was not enough in front of those immortals in the profound moon hall, and he did not think that he could escape from the palms of those immortals. The next moment, he found that the entire Skywolf city was framed by a huge formation. Just when there was chaos in the hall, Lu Chen appeared in the hall with Xiao Shuiying. Seeing that Lu Chen had actually returned alive, Ding Qingfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and he said in disbelief, You're not dead. How could this be? He thought that it would be easy for the elders of the Crimson Flame sect to kill a disciple of the Profound Moon Hall, but he didn't expect that Lu Chen hadn't died at all. If he didn't die, wouldn't that mean that something had happened to the elder of the Crimson Flame sect instead? Lu Chen glanced at the people in the hall, and then sneered and said, You're all here. Some family heads knelt down quickly. Special envoy, please spare us. It was all the Crimson Flame sect forcing us, we were also forced. Sir, I have never betrayed the Profound Moon Hall, it's all Ding Qingfeng's fault. For a time, some begged for mercy, and some tried to shift the blame. Even the elders of the Crimson Flame sect were not a match for this special envoy, they didn't think that they could deal with Lu Chen together. For them at this time, the only way to survive was to beg for mercy. Lu Chen immediately released the pressure from his body. The moment the pressure descended, these people were pressed to the ground and unable to move. Chapter 1294 I have encountered some problems in my practice, can you help me? Lu Chen said coldly, when you betrayed the Profound Moon Hall, you should have thought about the consequences of being discovered. Lu Chen directly imprisoned everyone present, but he didn't kill them. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't directly kill these people, Xiao Shuiying asked in confusion, Junior brother, they betrayed the Profound Moon Hall, shouldn't you just kill them? Lu Chen said, let's imprison them first, they will be useful later. Although these people betrayed your Profound Moon Hall and wanted to join the Scarlet Flame sect, and the Heavenly Wolf City also has the shadow of the Scarlet Flame sect behind it, this is not necessarily the intention of the Scarlet Flame sect. It is also possible that all of this was planned by Sikong Yupeng behind the scenes. Sikong Yupeng's purpose was to use Heavenly Wolf City to provoke the relationship between the Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame sect, ultimately leading to the complete opposition of these two major immortal sects, and finally the outbreak of war. In order to prevent the Scarlet Flame sect from denying it at that time, these traitors from Heavenly Wolf City can be used as witnesses. At that time, the Profound Moon Hall can take these traitors to the Scarlet Flame sect to ask and see what the Scarlet Flame sect is thinking. Xiao Shuiying didn't say much, and then Lu Chen imprisoned Ding Qingfeng and the people from those betraying aristocratic families. After doing all this, Lu Chen sat on the seat in the council hall of the City Lord's mansion. Seeing the empty City Lord's mansion, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Now that Ding Qingfeng, the City Lord, and a group of aristocratic families have been imprisoned by him, no one will manage Heavenly Wolf City. Heavenly Wolf City is a very vast city, with a population of nearly 100 million. In the previous heavenly Chen world, it could be considered an imperial dynasty. Of course, in the heavenly evolution immortal realm, there are many cities of this level. Even today, when the population is decreasing, super cities like Heavenly Wolf City are common in the heavenly evolution immortal realm. With so many people, there must be a new city lord to manage it, otherwise Heavenly Wolf City will soon be in chaos. At this time, Lu Chen scanned the entire Heavenly Wolf City with his divine sense, searching for families in Heavenly Wolf City that had not betrayed the profound Moon Hall. He planned to support another family to manage Heavenly Wolf City. At this time, Lu Chen discovered a second-rate family. That family also had an immortal sitting in town. In addition, their family also had some weak cultivators. With the thought, Lu Chen's body instantly arrived above the Qin family. At this moment, in the underground secret room of the Qin family, an old man with grey hair suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing the aura of a strong man appearing above the Qin family, the old man did not hesitate and came out of the secret room directly. After the old man flew into the air, he bowed to Lu Chen and said, "Greetings, Senior. I wonder what Senior is doing at the Qin family." Lu Chen glanced at Qin Mushan, and then said, "I am a special envoy of the profound Moon Hall. The city lord of Heavenly Wolf City and a group of aristocratic families colluded with the Scarlet Flame sect and have been detained by me. However, Heavenly Wolf City has a large population and cannot be without a city lord. Are you willing to be the city lord of Heavenly Wolf City?" Hearing this, Qin Mushan was stunned for a moment, and the Qin family members were also stunned in place. City lord? Their Qin family is just a small family. Although the family has a immortal sitting in town, Qin Mushan, the ancestor of the Qin family, is also approaching his death. As a second-rate family, the Qin family doesn't even have the qualifications to pay homage to the special envoy of the Profound Moon Hall. Now the Profound Moon Hall actually wants their Qin family ancestor to be the city lord of Heavenly Wolf City. This is almost like a pie falling from the sky. Qin Mushan even wondered if he had heard correctly. He is approaching his death, and he has recently been in seclusion, trying to break through the shackles. He doesn't know what happened in Heavenly Wolf City. In the end, the Qin family still has too few cultivation resources, so it is difficult for him to break through. If there is a breakthrough pill, he can directly break through to the spirit immortal realm. But if he becomes the city lord supported by the Profound Moon Hall, the Profound Moon Hall will definitely give him a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pills are very precious and rare to them, but they are nothing to the disciples of the Profound Moon Hall, let alone this person is a special envoy sent by the Profound Moon Hall. After Qin Mushan came back to his senses, he did not hesitate and bowed directly to Lu Chen and said, "Thank you, special envoy. I am willing to be the city lord of Heavenly Wolf City." Sensing that Qin Mushan was approaching his death, Lu Chen immediately took out a breakthrough pill from his space ring, and then said, "This is a breakthrough pill. After you break through, immediately take over the affairs of Heavenly Wolf City." As soon as he finished speaking, the breakthrough pill in Lu Chen's hand flew to Qin Mushan. Looking at the breakthrough pill emitting golden light in front of him, Qin Mushan's breathing became rapid. He originally thought that he would not be able to pass the threshold of his death, but he did not expect that after a retreat, such a good thing would fall on him. After Qin Mushan caught the breakthrough pill in the air, he bowed to Lu Chen again, "Thank you, special envoy, for bestowing the pill. I will definitely manage the entire Heavenly Wolf City well for the Profound Moon Hall." Lu Chen didn't say much, and the next moment his body disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lu Chen leaving, Qin Mushan said again, "Farewell, special envoy." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mushan immediately stuffed the breakthrough pill in his hand into his mouth, and then returned to the secret room to break through. A day later, the Qin family took over the city lord's mansion and began to manage the entire Heavenly Wolf City. After the matter of Heavenly Wolf City was over, Lu Chen had nothing to do, and he considered continuing to cultivate with Xiao Shuiying. After all, Xiao Shuiying was an immortal, and even if she was uncomfortable at first, a day was enough for her to recover. City Lord's Mansion. Lu Chen's room. At this time, Lu Chen transmitted his voice to Xiao Shuiying, who was cultivating in the next room. Senior sister, I have encountered some problems in my cultivation, can you help me? Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes, her cheeks instantly flushed. She knew that Lu Chen was going to find her. The next moment, Xiao Shuiying appeared in Lu Chen's room. At this time, Lu Chen was sitting on the bed. Seeing Xiao Shuiying appearing, Lu Chen said with a smile, Senior sister, now Heavenly Wolf City has a new city lord, we don't need to worry about the remaining things. We just need to wait for Senior Sister Cao to bring the elders of the Profound Moon Hall. It will take at least a month and a half for Senior Sister Cao to come back. Why don't we cultivate together during this time? Xiao Shuiying blushed and said in a low voice, okay. Then Xiao Shuiying slowly walked towards Lu Chen's bed. Just as she approached the bed, Lu Chen suddenly reached out and directly pulled Xiao Shuiying into his arms, and then rolled over and pressed Xiao Shuiying under him. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Shuiying's favorability. Xiao Shuiying's favorability had reached 100%, which meant that he could do whatever he wanted to Xiao Shuiying now. Xiao Shuiying was about to use her magic power to remove the light from her body, but she heard Lu Chen say, Senior sister, don't worry for now. Xiao Shuiying was slightly stunned. Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in Xiao Shuiying's ear, I like to do it myself. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Xiao Shuiying felt even more ashamed. She quickly spoke to divert her attention, Junior brother, can you tell me about your experiences in the Chaos Sea? Lu Chen's claws wandered over the fairy's body as he said, I can. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 1295 I don't believe that the immortal king can't kill you. For the next month or so, Lu Chen spent time cultivating his relationship with Xiao Shuiying, while also telling her about his experiences in the Chaos Sea. Of course, he didn't tell Xiao Shuiying about the system. He only told her how he met his wives and concubines from his previous life, and how he gradually found them again. Every time Xiao Shuiying heard about Lu Chen finding another one of his wives and concubines, she would feel a little emotional inside. And when those emotions came up, she couldn't control her body. This made Lu Chen feel very novel. He didn't expect that Xiao Shuiying could even feel something from listening to stories. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After spending this month together, Xiao Shuiying had gradually opened up and was no longer as shy as she had been at the beginning. After all, she was someone who had lived for billions of years, so her acceptance speed was still very fast, especially since Lu Chen was the man she admired. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was sitting on Lu Chen's lap, curiously asking, Junior brother cultivates the Dao of creation, so he must be especially, good at creating life. Hearing Xiao Shuiying's words, Lu Chen asked with a smile, I wonder what kind of life senior sister is talking about. The fairy said without any sense of shame, naturally, it's the human race. Lu Chen said, now the Dao of procreation in the celestial domain of Tianyan seems to be imprisoned by some force. Even if I cultivate the Dao of creation, it is difficult to create children. Speaking of this, Lu Chen stared at Xiao Shuiying's blurred eyes, however, immortals have a long lifespan, so this kind of thing can be done slowly, there's no rush. Xiao Shuiying raised her jade neck, like a proud swan raising her jade neck, and then let out a long breath and said, Junior brother, is right. At this moment, inside a certain inn room in Tianlang City, a woman in red sat upright on the bed, her divine sense reaching out, listening to the various discussions of people on the street, in restaurants, and in brothels. I've long disliked that ding fellow. How dare he betray the Profound Moon Hall? It serves him right to be captured by the special envoy. That Ding fellow is probably already scattered into ashes, right? Not yet. He and those aristocratic families who have defected to the Scarlet Flame sect have all been captured by the special envoy. Ding Qingfeng and those aristocratic families betrayed the Profound Moon Hall. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be executed? Why have they been imprisoned for a month? Who knows? Maybe the special envoy needs to use them as witnesses. After all, this is related to the Scarlet Flame sect. I heard that the special envoy who came this time is not an ordinary special envoy, but the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master. Really? Listening to the discussions within a few kilometers, a trace of incomprehension appeared on Su Jingzu's indifferent face. Ghost Fiend Immortal King told her that the Scarlet Flame sect and the Profound Moon Hall were about to go to war. Judging from the situation in Tianlang City, it didn't seem like they were about to go to war at all. If the two major immortal sects were really about to go to war, the atmosphere in Tianlang City wouldn't be like this. What exactly is going on? Su Jingzu then took out a talisman and transmitted a message to the Ghost Fiend Immortal King, reporting the current situation in Tianlang City. One day later, Blood Eagle Hall, a certain Corpse Peak. The Ghost Fiend Immortal King stood on the top of Corpse Peak, looking out at the distant sea of blood. At this time, a spot of light appeared in front of him. The Ghost Fiend Immortal King raised his hand, and the message transmitted by the spot of light entered his mind. After listening to the intelligence reported by Su Jingzu, the Ghost Fiend Immortal King frowned. The personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master is still alive? How is this possible? Didn't Sikong Yupeng say that he had already gone to kill him? Moreover, Sikong Yupeng said that Chen Lu only had the Earth Immortal Realm, and the two female disciples protecting Chen Lu only had the Heavenly Immortal Cultivation Base. Sikong Yupeng is a Golden Immortal, killing two Heavenly Immortals and one Earth Immortal should not be a problem. Moreover, the immortal energy in their bodies has an extremely terrifying suppressive effect on normal immortals. How is that Chen Lu still alive? The two major immortal sects also show no signs of going to war. The Ghost Fiend Immortal King's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in a cave. Countless blood lamps hung in the cave. The Ghost Fiend Immortal King looked at Sikong Yupeng's blood lamp and found that Sikong Yupeng's blood lamp was actually extinguished. The extinguishing of the blood lamp represents the fall of the owner of the blood lamp. This Sikong Yupeng, a Golden Immortal, ambushed an Earth Immortal and two Heavenly Immortals, but he didn't win, but was killed by the others? The Ghost Fiend Immortal King snorted coldly, what a waste. Immediately, the Ghost Fiend Immortal King transmitted a message to Su Jingzu, telling her not to act rashly. Su Jingzu is the holy maiden of the Blood Eagle Hall, she cannot have any mishaps. As for that Chen Lu, he must die. However, Su Jingzu doesn't need to do it herself. Since the Golden Immortal can't kill Chen Lu, then let the Immortal Lord go. It's just that once the Immortal Lord arrives in Tianlang City, it is likely to attract the attention of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master and the Scarlet Flame Sect's Sect Master. The Ghost Fiend Immortal King then transmitted a message to someone, Tian Xiao, come here to me. As soon as the words fell, a man covered in blood appeared in front of the Ghost Fiend Immortal King. Hall Master, what do you need me for? The Ghost Fiend Immortal King said, the personal disciple of the Profound Moon Hall's Hall Master is in Tianlang City. You go and kill him, frame the Scarlet Flame Sect, and provoke a war between the Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame Sect. Hearing this, the corners of Tian Xiao Immortal Lord's mouth rose slightly, I'll go now. Tian Xiao Immortal Lord didn't even ask about Lu Chen's strength. In his opinion, since the Ghost Fiend Immortal King asked him to kill the other party, then the other party's strength must be weaker than his own. Asking about the other party's strength is superfluous. As soon as Tian Xiao Immortal Lord's words fell, his body turned into a spot of light and flew towards Tianlang City. Looking at the distant blood-red spot of light, the Ghost Fiend Immortal King said, I don't believe that even an Immortal Lord can't kill you. At this moment, Lu Chen and Xiao Shuiying did not know that the ghost fiend Immortal King had sent an immortal lord to come. They continued to explore the Dao of creation. At the same time, Profound Moon Hall. After Cao Xiun returned to the Profound Moon Hall, she immediately reported the events that happened in Tianlang City to Yechuiao. Yechuiao immediately summoned all the inner elders of the Profound Moon Hall to gather together to discuss this matter. The elders were very confused when they saw Yechuiao so anxiously summoning all the inner elders. Under normal circumstances, the sect would not summon all the inner elders unless they encountered an enemy attacking the Profound Moon Hall. However, they didn't seem to have noticed any enemies attacking the Profound Moon Hall. The realm of the inner elders is at the Immortal Lord level. They are very sensitive to what happens within the Profound Moon Hall's territory. If there were enemies attacking the Profound Moon Hall, they would definitely have noticed it. Yechuiao sat on the ice crystal chair of the Hall Master, glanced at the inner elders below. Since everyone is here, junior sister Cao, tell us what happened in Tianlang City. Hearing the three words Tianlang City, some inner elders immediately thought of something, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Cao Xiun then said, this disciple accompanied junior brother Chen to Tianlang City for training. As soon as we arrived in Tianlang City, we discovered that the city lord of Tianlang City and the major aristocratic families were colluding with the Scarlet Flame sect. At this time, an elder suddenly interjected, Xiun, why did only you come back? What happened to Chen Lu? Chapter 1296 A Visitor from Suanyu Palace. Cao Xiun said that Tianlang City had colluded with the Scarlet Flame sect, but only Cao Xiun returned. This inevitably made people wonder if something had happened to Chen Lu, or if he had been captured by the Scarlet Flame sect. Chen Lu was the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Palace Master. If something happened to him, the Xuanyu Palace and the Scarlet Flame sect would inevitably go to war. Cao Xiun replied, junior brother Chen is fine. He and junior sister Xiao stayed in Tianlang City. Hearing this, the elder said loudly, this is simply nonsense. Since you know that Tianlang City has colluded with the Scarlet Flame sect, why didn't you immediately return to the Xuanyu Palace? Chen Lu was their palace master's personal disciple. If something happened to Chen Lu, how would they explain it to their palace master after he finished his seclusion? Cao Xiun was stunned for a moment, and then said, junior brother has a life-saving magic weapon given by the palace master, and. Speaking of this, Cao Xiun paused for a moment, and then she continued, junior brother said that the matter of Tianlang City is likely not related to the Scarlet Flame sect. The elders of the Scarlet Flame sect who came to intercept us were not necessarily elders of the Scarlet Flame sect, but spies from the Blood Eagle Hall planted in the Scarlet Flame sect. The Blood Eagle Hall's purpose was to kill him and provoke the relationship between the Scarlet Flame sect and the Xuanyu Palace, causing the two major immortal sects to start a war. Blood Eagle Hall. Hearing the three words Blood Eagle Hall, the faces of all the elders present became serious. The Blood Eagle Hall was an evil immortal sect. The immortal energy on their bodies could suppress the immortal energy of ordinary people. In recent years, the Blood Eagle Hall had been very active, constantly expanding outwards. At this time, Yechuiao asked, did the elders of the Scarlet Flame sect intercept you? If so, did he use the life-saving jade slip given to him by my master? Also, how did junior brother Chen know that the person was a spy from the Blood Eagle Hall planted in the Scarlet Flame sect? Yechuiao was not surprised that Chen Lu and the others were able to survive. There was no problem for the jade slip left by the Immortal King to save Chen Lu's life. What she was most curious about was how Chen Lu knew that the Scarlet Flame sect elder who intercepted them was from the Blood Eagle Hall. Cao Xiun said, yes, senior sister, we were intercepted by a golden immortal, but junior brother Chen used the magic weapon given to him by the palace master and killed the golden immortal. As for how junior brother Chen knew that the person was a spy from the Blood Eagle Hall planted in the Scarlet Flame sect, according to junior brother Chen himself, He has a special magic weapon given to him by the palace master that can identify a person's true identity. Hearing Cao Xiun's answer, Yechuiao was slightly stunned. She had followed her master for so many years, but she had never heard that her master had a magic weapon that could identify people's identities. If there really was such a magic weapon, then this magic weapon must have the ability to detect heavenly secrets. Using this type of magic weapon with the ability to detect heavenly secrets is likely to suffer backlash. Forget it, the most urgent task is to send someone to verify whether the Blood Eagle Hall really wants to provoke a war between the two major immortal sects. Yechuiao said, if what junior brother Chen said is true, then we have to be on guard, and we must also tell the Scarlet Flame sect about this matter so that the Scarlet Flame sect can also be prepared. The biggest possibility for the Blood Eagle Hall to provoke a war between the two major immortal sects is that they want to annex our two major immortal sects when we are both injured. Now that they have failed to kill junior brother Chen, they will definitely think of other ways to provoke the relationship between the two major immortal sections. At this time, a beautiful woman dressed in purple cloud robes stood up and said, I will go to Tianlang City and tell the Scarlet Flame sect about this matter so that the Scarlet Flame sect can be prepared. Yechuiao said, I'm afraid the Scarlet Flame sect may not believe it. Junior brother Chen killed a golden immortal of the Scarlet Flame sect. This golden immortal is likely to have a high status in the Scarlet Flame sect. If we tell them this matter directly, it may make the Scarlet Flame sect feel that we are making excuses after killing someone. An immortal lord snorted coldly and said, a golden immortal of the Scarlet Flame sect came to our Xianyu Palace's territory without permission. We killed him, and we killed him. I don't believe the Scarlet Flame sect can say anything. Yechuiao thought for a while and felt that there was some truth to it. The people of the Scarlet Flame sect broke into the territory of the Xianyu Palace first. Even if the Golden Immortal had a high status in the Scarlet Flame sect, it was the Scarlet Flame sect who was at a disadvantage. However, Yechuiao still reminded, Immortal Lord Lingyan, after you go to Tianlang City, first understand the situation of Tianlang City, and then visit the Scarlet Flame sect. Immortal Lord Lingyan said, okay, young palace master. Yechuiao said, next, let's discuss how to prevent the invasion of the Blood Eagle Hall. Since the Blood Eagle Hall is preparing to attack the Xianyu Palace, it is impossible for them to have no preparations at all. The Blood Eagle Hall can send spies to infiltrate the Scarlet Flame sect, and they can also send spies to infiltrate the Xianyu Palace. Hearing Yechuiao's words, the elders present looked at me, and I looked at you. Their expressions were very serious. Indeed, as Yechuiao said, since the Blood Eagle Hall wants to provoke the relationship between the two major immortal sects, it is impossible to just send people to lurk in the Scarlet Flame sect. It is likely that they have sent spies to lurk in the Xianyu Palace. However, finding the spies of the Blood Eagle Hall lurking in the Xianyu Palace is not an easy task. Afterwards, Yechuiao and the elders discussed for a long time and formulated a series of rules to prevent the invasion of the Blood Eagle Hall. After the meeting, Cao Xiun came to Immortal Lord Lingyan. Immortal Lord Lingyan looked at Cao Xiun and asked, Xiun, tell me, how did Chen Lu kill the spy of the Blood Eagle Hall? Cao Xiun recalled what happened in Blackstone Valley, and then explained in detail the process of Chen Lu killing Sikong Yupeng. After listening to Cao Xiun's words, Immortal Lord Lingyan fell into deep thought. After a while, Immortal Lord Lingyan said, instantly possessing the strength of an immortal king level, what kind of magic weapon is this, or does Chen Lu have a trace of the palace master's divine soul on his body? After thinking about it, Immortal Lord Lingyan still felt that it should not be a magic weapon, but a wisp of the palace master's divine soul on Chen Lu's body. Perhaps their palace master had already known the movements of the Blood Eagle Hall, so he deliberately chose to retreat, wanting to lure out those Blood Eagle Hall spies hidden in the Xianyu Palace. Immortal Lord Lingyan didn't think too much about it. She directly took Cao Xiun to Tianlang City. With the existence of the Immortal Lord level, it would not take a month to travel. Immortal Lord Ling Yian only took 2 days to bring Cao Xiun back to Tianlang City. At this time, Chen Lu and Xiao Shuiying were still exploring the mysteries of life in bed. When the two felt the aura of a strong person appearing in the sky above Tianlang City, they were both stunned. Chen Lu quickly got up, and then with a wave of his hand, he put on his clothes. Xiao Shuiying also hurriedly got up from the bed and quickly put on her clothes. Then, the two walked out of the room, wanting to see if the strong person in the sky above Tianlang City was from the Scarlet Flame sect or from their Xianyu Palace. As soon as the two walked out of the room, 2 streams of light landed in front of Chen Lu and Xiao Shuiying. After Cao Xiun came to Xiao Shuiying, she didn't know why, but she always felt that Xiao Shuiying had changed, as if she had become more beautiful, and she also exuded a different immortal energy. Cao Xiun looked at Xiao Shuiying suspiciously. Chapter 1297 I just practiced and went astray. Being stared at so directly by Cao Xiun, Xiao Shuiying immediately felt guilty. Coupled with the lingering blush on her face, she looked extremely shy. Cao Xiun asked in confusion, "Junior sister Xiao, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Xiao Shuiying quickly said, "No, it's nothing. I was just cultivating and had a minor qi deviation." Hearing Xiao Shuiying's words, Immortal Lord Ling Yian immediately released a wisp of immortal energy to probe Xiao Shuiying's body. Feeling Immortal Lord Ling Yian's immortal energy, Xiao Shuiying was stunned for a moment. An existence of Immortal Lord level could instantly detect her physical condition. Sensing that Xiao Shuiying had already become a married woman, Immortal Lord Ling Yian only smiled faintly and did not expose Xiao Shuiying. Chen Lu was the palace master's personal disciple, and Chen Lu was so handsome, it was normal for Xiao Shuiying to be moved. As someone who had been through it, Immortal Lord Ling Yian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She looked at Xiao Shuiying and said, "Shuiying, in the future, when you are cultivating, don't stop abruptly. It's not good for your body." Hearing Immortal Lord Ling Yian's words, Xiao Shuiying knew that her affair with Lu Chen had been seen through by Immortal Lord Ling Yian. She said with a red face, "I will remember." Immortal Lord Ling Yian's teachings. Immortal Lord Ling Yian did not dwell on this topic. Her gaze fell on Lu Chen. "Chen Lu, I heard Xiun say that you have a magical treasure that can identify other people's identities." Lu Chen said, "Yes, I do." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "If that's the case, can you see my identity?" This. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Wasn't she from the Profound Moon Palace? Did she need him to identify her? Out of confusion, Lu Chen still used the system to identify Immortal Lord Ling Yian's identity. Name, Immortal Lord Ling Yian. Identity, Inner Elder of the Profound Moon Palace, former subordinate of Prince Chen of the Heavenly Summer Immortal Dynasty. Strength, Immortal Lord. Loyalty, 100. He was just wondering why Immortal Lord Ling Yian looked so familiar. Wasn't this his warm bed maidservant? Lu Chen was born into the Heavenly Summer Immortal Dynasty's royal family and had a noble status. After he was born, his mother arranged for 2 celestial immortal level maids to take care of him. These 2 maids were personal servants. In addition to taking care of his food, clothing, and daily life, they also taught him many things, and even taught him about matters between men and women. Immortal Lord Ling Yian was one of Lu Chen's teachers. After he was defeated, he left her in White Feather City. He didn't see her in White Feather City and thought she was dead. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that his life mentor didn't meet the system's requirements. But it was normal. He had many women in the celestial domain of heavenly evolution, and it was impossible for all of them to meet the system's conditions. Seeing Lu Chen hesitate and not speak, Immortal Lord Ling Yian continued to ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. "Immortal Lord Ling Yian, you are from the Heavenly Summer Immortal Dynasty. It's inconvenient to say more about the rest." Hearing Lu Chen's words, immortal Lord Ling Yian was slightly stunned. She had really been seen through. She even suspected whether this Chen Lu was Lu Chen. The reason why she took the initiative to come to Skywolf City was because she wanted to see Lu Chen. When Lu Chen appeared in the profound Moon Palace, she took a distant look at Lu Chen. That one glance stunned immortal Lord Ling Yian. In the past billions of years, it was the first time she had seen a man who looked so similar to Prince Chen. She even suspected that this Chen Lu was Lu Chen's reincarnation. Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "You should try to use this magical treasure less in the future. Being able to see a person's identity must mean it has the ability to deduce heavenly secrets, which can easily lead to backlash." Lu Chen said, "Thank you for the reminder, immortal Lord Ling Yian. This disciple will try to use it less in the future." Immortal Lord Ling Yian then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "How did you deal with the city lord of Skywolf City and those aristocratic families?" "This disciple did not kill them. I locked them all up." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "You did well. Take me to see those people." "Okay." Then Lu Chen took immortal Lord Ling Yian to the place where Ding Qingfeng and the members of the aristocratic families were imprisoned. After immortal Lord Ling Yian saw Ding Qingfeng, she unhesitatingly used soul searching. Ding Qingfeng was at least an immortal, and even after being soul searched, he was still alive, but he had become somewhat mentally unstable. Immortal Lord Ling Yian then used the soul searching technique on the others. Seeing that immortal Lord Ling Yian had finished soul searching, Cao Xiun asked, "Master, what should we do next?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian did not answer. She directly took out a talisman and said to it, "Immortal Lord Ling Yian of the Profound Moon Palace invites the Vice-Sect Master of the Scarlet Flame Sect to meet in Skywolf City." As soon as she finished speaking, the talisman turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Scarlet Flame Sect. Immortal Lord Ling Yian then turned to look at Cao Xiun and Xiao Shuiying and said, "You guys go cultivate first. I have something to say to Chen Lu." "Yes." The two women said in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, they turned around and left. At this time, immortal Lord Ling Yian raised her hand and set up a soundproof barrier around them. Lu Chen had already guessed what immortal Lord Ling Yian wanted to ask. Immortal Lord Ling Yian then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Chen Lu, where are you from?" Lu Chen did not answer this question, but instead said directly, "Sister Ling Yian, long time no see. I didn't see you in White Feather City. I thought your lifespan had already reached its end." Hearing Lu Chen's words, immortal Lord Ling Yian's mind was stunned. She had originally planned to test him. Immortal Lord Ling Yian asked in disbelief, "Really, is it you?" Lu Chen said, "It's me, but don't reveal my identity for now. My master and senior sister both have grudges against me. If they know my true identity, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Profound Moon Palace." Immortal Lord Ling Yian asked, "But didn't you enter the Chaotic Sea?" Rumor had it that after entering the Chaotic Sea, both the body and soul would be destroyed. She had originally thought that Lu Chen had already fallen in the Chaotic Sea, so she left White Feather City to pursue her own great Dao. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would actually return now. Lu Chen said, "We'll talk about this later. You just need to know that I'm still alive." Immortal Lord Ling Yian immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Great King." Before immortal Lord Ling Yian's body could bend down, Lu Chen used his immortal power to support immortal Lord Ling Yian's body and then said, "Before my strength recovers, I am a disciple of the Profound Moon Palace. You don't have to be like this." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "I understand." Immortal Lord Ling Yian asked, "Then what do you plan to do next?" Lu Chen said, "First recover my strength. We'll talk about other things later." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "You went to White Feather City. I wonder how White Feather City is now." Lu Chen said, "There aren't many people left." Hearing Lu Chen's words, immortal Lord Ling Yian felt a little guilty. If she had still been in White Feather City, when King Chen returned, he wouldn't have had nowhere to go. Lu Chen then said, "All right, let's leave it at that for now." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Okay." Immortal Lord Ling Yian then removed the soundproof barrier. After a moment, a man's voice rang out outside Skywolf City, "I wonder what Immortal Lord Ling Yian wants from this old man." Immortal Lord Ling Yian raised her hand, and Ding Qingfeng and the disciples of the aristocratic families entered the space within her spiritual garment. Immediately afterwards, Immortal Lord Ling Yian arrived outside Skywolf City. Chapter 1298 Who gave Sikong Yupeng the courage? Outside Tianlang City, a grey-haired old man floated in the air, wearing a deep red robe and radiating a blazing flame. Immortal Lord Ling Yian then appeared outside Tianlang City with Lu Chen. Seeing Immortal Lord Ling Yian, Immortal Lord He Yun was a little puzzled as to why she was looking for him. Although the Xian sect and the Xuanyu Hall were close to each other, there was little contact between the high-level members of the two sides. At this time, Immortal Lord Ling Yian threw out all the people in the spirit garment space and said to Immortal Lord He Yun, "Immortal Lord He Yun, please search their souls first." This. Immortal Lord He Yun glanced at the people present, and then released immortal energy, directly performing a soul search on Ding Qingfeng and the aristocratic families. When he saw the conversation between Ding Qingfeng and Sikong Yupeng through the soul search, he was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that Sikong Yupeng, an inner elder, would dare to take the initiative to assassinate the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Hall's master. If the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Hall's master really died, I am afraid that the two great immortal sects would have to fight to the death next. Regarding Tianlang City's desire to join the Xian sect, the high-level members of the Xian sect had always known about it. The reason why they had not included Tianlang City into the Xian sect's rule was because the Xian sect did not want to have a conflict with the Xuanyu Hall. As an inner elder, Sikong Yupeng could not have been unaware of the wishes of the Xian sect's high-level members. After He Yun Immortal Lord finished searching the souls, he quickly said, "Immortal Lord Ling Yian, the assassination of your esteemed Hall Master's personal disciple is not the intention of my sect. It was all Sikong Yupeng's own decision." Speaking of this, He Yun Immortal Lord's eyes fell on Lu Chen, and then he said, "This young friend must be the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Immortal King. I, on behalf of the Xian sect, apologize to you for this matter. The Xian sect is willing to offer a low-grade immortal artifact as compensation. I hope that this young friend can forgive the Xian sect's negligence." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Isn't Immortal Lord He Yun curious as to why your inner elder would attack the personal disciple of my Xuanyu Hall master?" Hearing Immortal Lord Ling Yian's words, Immortal Lord He Yun was slightly taken aback. He was indeed a little puzzled by what Sikong Yupeng had done. Immortal Lord He Yun said, "Could it be that this young friend has some misunderstanding with Sikong Yupeng?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Of course not. That's because your elder is an undercover agent of the Blood Eagle Hall. His attack on Chen Lu was to provoke a war between the two great immortal sects, and then take advantage of the situation where the two great immortal sects were both injured to destroy our two great immortal sections." Hearing Immortal Lord Ling Yian's words, Immortal Lord He Yun was stunned. After regaining his senses, he asked in disbelief, "Immortal Lord Ling Yian, do you have evidence for this?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Chen Lu knows some heavenly secret techniques and can deduce a person's true identity. When he saw Sikong Yupeng, he deduced that he came from the Blood Eagle Hall." Although Lu Chen said that he relied on a magic weapon to identify Sikong Yupeng's identity, Immortal Lord Ling Yian was worried that if it was said to be a magic weapon, He Yun Immortal Lord would ask Lu Chen to take out the magic weapon to verify it. Immortal Lord Ling Yian was not sure whether Lu Chen had such a magic weapon on him, so he simply said that it was a heavenly secret technique. After all, heavenly secret techniques could deduce a person's identity. Most immortals know some deduction techniques, but immortals have the ability to shield heavenly secrets. Immortals with low strength cannot deduce the affairs of most immortals, but there are also existences among immortals who are particularly good at heavenly secret techniques. For someone who is good at heavenly secret techniques, deducing a person's true identity is just a very simple matter. After hearing Immortal Lord Ling Yian's words, Immortal Lord He Yun did not doubt it. He glanced at Lu Chen and then said, "This young friend is indeed the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Immortal King. He is even proficient in heavenly secret techniques. After I go back, I will report this matter to our sect master." The reason why Immortal Lord He Yun did not doubt Immortal Lord Ling Yian's words was because Sikong Yupeng's behavior was indeed too abnormal. Sikong Yupeng, an inner disciple, dared to run to assassinate the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Hall master without the sect's orders. If it weren't for the fact that the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Hall master had some skills, I am afraid that the two great immortal sects would have already started a war. In an era when the great Dao of procreation is closed, the population is getting smaller and smaller. Immortal sects do not know how many people will die in a great war, and the dead cannot be replenished in time. For most immortal sects, it is better to live in harmony. Occasionally annexing some mortal towns of other immortal sects is nothing, but two great immortal sects of equal strength will never have the idea of a full-scale war. Immortal Lord He Yun said, "I hope that Immortal Lord Ling Yian can wait a few more days in Tianlang City. Our Xian sect will definitely give your esteemed hall an explanation and give this young friend an explanation." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Okay." Immortal Lord He Yun didn't say anything more and turned around and left Tianlang City directly. In a short while, Immortal Lord He Yun returned to the Xian sect. As soon as he returned to the Xian sect, a man wearing a red Taoist robe appeared beside Immortal Lord He Yun. What happened? Tianlang City is very close to the Xian sect. As a immortal king, Wei Fuxian was the first to sense He Yun Immortal Lord going to Tianlang City, and sensed the aura of another immortal lord in Tianlang City. Tianlang City is the territory of Xuanyu Hall. He Yun Immortal Lord could not go to Tianlang City for no reason. He had already told He Yun Immortal Lord and the elders of Xian sect that even if the people of Tianlang City wanted to join the Xian sect, they could not include Tianlang City into the rule of Xian sect in order to avoid conflict with Xuanyu Hall. He Yun Immortal Lord saluted quickly after seeing that it was Wei Fuxian and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." "Sect Master, just now, Immortal Lord Ling Yian of Xuanyu Hall was looking for me." Sikong Yupeng, the inner elder of the Xian sect, took the liberty to run to Tianlang City to assassinate the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Immortal King. Fortunately, the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Immortal King had some skills and survived. Hearing this, Wei Fuxian frowned immediately. He did not even dare to annex Tianlang City, but Sikong Yupeng dared to run to assassinate the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Hall master. Wei Fuxian was furious and shouted angrily, "Who gave Sikong Yupeng this courage? Where is Sikong Yupeng? Where is he now?" He Yun Immortal Lord said, "He should have been dealt with by Immortal Lord Ling Yian." Wei Fuxian asked, "What did Xuanyu Hall say?" No matter what, Sikong Yupeng was the inner elder of the Xian sect, and the identity of the assassin was not simple, so in Wei Fuxian's opinion, Xuanyu Hall would definitely not let it go. If you want to end this matter, the Xian sect may have to bleed a lot. Just as Wei Fuxian was thinking this, He Yun Immortal Lord spoke, "Sect Master, according to Immortal Lord Ling Yian, the personal disciple of the Xuanyu Immortal King is proficient in heavenly secret techniques and can deduce a person's identity, and he deduced that Sikong Yupeng is not a member of the Xian sect, but an undercover agent of the Blood Eagle Hall." Chapter 1299 Doesn't Xuanyu Palace accept male disciples? Hearing Immortal Monarch Black Cloud's words, Wei Fuxian was stunned. A Blood Eagle Hall spy? How could that be possible? Sikong Yupeng had been in the Scarlet Flame sect for over 100 million years. The Blood Eagle Hall hadn't even existed that long. Wei Fuxian came back to his senses and said, "So, the Profound Moon Hall believes the Blood Eagle Hall wants to sow discord between the two great immortal sects, and then provoke a war between us and the Profound Moon Hall." Immortal Monarch Black Cloud said, "Yes, that's exactly what the profound Moon Hall thinks." Wei Fuxian fell silent, not speaking, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Immediately send people to investigate what Si Kong Yupeng has been doing recently." Regarding this kind of matter, Wei Fuxian ultimately chose to believe it even if it seemed unlikely. After all, Si Kong Yupeng's unauthorized assassination of the Profound Moon Immortal King's direct disciple was already quite strange. As an elder of the inner sect, Si Kong Yupeng couldn't possibly be unaware of how much trouble assassinating the Profound Moon Immortal King's direct disciple would bring to the Scarlet Flame sect, yet he still did it, which meant he definitely had a problem. Even if he wasn't a Blood Eagle Hall spy, he probably had some ulterior motive. If he really was a Blood Eagle Hall spy, it would mean the Blood Eagle Hall had already set its sights on the Scarlet Flame sect and the Profound Moon Hall. Therefore, this matter had to be thoroughly investigated. Over the next few days, Wei Fuxian sent people to investigate everything Si Kong Yupeng had done recently, as well as some people related to Si Kong Yupeng. As a result of this investigation, Wei Fuxian really did discover some clues. Some time ago, Si Kong Yupeng had a conflict with an inner sect elder over a certain matter. The two even started fighting. That inner sect elder was an immortal monarch, but after the two fought, the immortal monarch actually didn't gain any advantage over Si Kong Yupeng, a golden immortal. According to that immortal monarch, when he fought Si Kong Yupeng, he clearly felt his own immortal energy being suppressed by something. At the time, he thought Si Kong Yupeng had used some kind of formation. Si Kong Yupeng was able to become an inner sect elder mainly because of his seniority. Originally, the Scarlet Flame sect's rule was that only those with a cultivation base reaching the immortal monarch realm could become inner sect elders. Si Kong Yupeng, a golden immortal, became an inner sect elder, which naturally made many elders dislike him, but he had been very low-key in the past, so there hadn't been much conflict with those immortal monarchs. However, in recent years, Si Kong Yupeng seemed to be getting more and more assertive, no longer as low-key as he used to be. As a golden immortal, he didn't know to be low-key after becoming an inner sect elder, so it wasn't surprising that he would have conflicts with those immortal monarchs, but what was strange was that his strength was actually comparable to an immortal monarch. From this point alone, Si Kong Yupeng had a big problem. This made Wei Fuxian suspect that Si Kong Yupeng had betrayed the Scarlet Flame sect, secretly joined the Blood Eagle Hall, and practiced the evil immortal techniques given by the Blood Eagle Hall, which was why he had the strength to suppress an immortal monarch. Moreover, recently, Si Kong Yupeng had been in contact with people from Skywolf City, and had even arranged for two families from Skywolf City to be placed on the Scarlet Flame sect's territory. Si Kong Yupeng had done all these things without consulting the sect, completely acting on his own, which was clearly provoking the relationship between the Profound Moon Hall and the Scarlet Flame sect. Even without finding direct evidence that Si Kong Yupeng was a Blood Eagle Hall spy, Wei Fuxian had basically believed that Si Kong Yupeng was a Blood Eagle Hall spy. In order not to cause misunderstandings with the Profound Moon Hall, Wei Fuxian chose to personally go to Skywolf City. 2 days later, Lu Chen was meditating and cultivating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura appearing in the sky above Skywolf City. Lu Chen immediately opened his eyes and came out of his room. The next moment, Wei Fuxian and Immortal Monarch Black Cloud appeared in the training field of the City Lord's mansion. Immortal Monarch Ling Yian and Lu Chen also arrived at the training field. Wei Fuxian looked at Immortal Monarch Ling Yian and said, "Immortal Monarch Ling Yian, after our investigation, we have indeed discovered that Si Kong Yupeng has been acting strangely recently. As for those things Si Kong Yupeng did, we didn't know about them at first, but no matter what, Si Kong Yupeng is also a member of the Scarlet Flame sect. This Earth Great Immortal Sword will be given to little friend Chen Lu as compensation." As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal sword emitting a blue light appeared in mid-air, and then the sword slowly flew to Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen really didn't care about an Earth Great Immortal Sword, but it was not bad for a immortal king level immortal sect like the Scarlet Flame sect, which only had one immortal king, to take out an earth-grade immortal sword as compensation, and Lu Chen didn't pick and choose. After giving the immortal sword to Lu Chen, Wei Fuxian waved his hand, and the Lu and Wang families who had moved to the Scarlet Flame sect's territory some time ago appeared in the training field. Wei Fuxian continued, "These are traitors who betrayed the Profound Moon Hall, to be dealt with by the Profound Moon Hall." Immortal Monarch Ling Yian then said, "Scarlet Flame Immortal King, I wonder if you have found any clues related to the Blood Eagle Hall." Wei Fuxian said, "Although Si Kong Yupeng's recent behavior has indeed been somewhat abnormal, we have not found any direct evidence of his collusion with the Blood Eagle Hall, but we will be more vigilant after we return." Immortal Monarch Ling Yian said, "After the Blood Eagle Hall's plan fails this time, they will definitely not give up, and perhaps they will use other means to provoke conflicts between the two great immortal sections." Wei Fuxian said, "Immortal Monarch Ling Yian, please tell the Profound Moon Immortal King after you return that our two great immortal sects have never had conflicts since their creation, and will not in the past, will not now, and will not in the future. Even if the Blood Eagle Hall sows discord, our Scarlet Flame sect will never launch a war against the outside world, especially today when the great Dao of procreation is gradually dissipating. The consequences of a war between immortal sects are not something that our immortal king level immortal sects can bear." While Immortal Monarch Ling Yian was talking to Wei Fuxian, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the Lu and Wang families who had betrayed the Profound Moon Hall. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that one person in the crowd was emitting an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. He then used the system to identify that person's identity. Name, Lu Yat. Identity, Scarlet Flame Sect Inner Disciple, Blood Eagle Hall Disciple. Strength, Great Ascension. Loyalty, 0. Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly used the Divine Illumination Thousand Lamp scripture. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly make a move, Immortal Monarch Ling Yian and others, who were discussing how to prevent the Blood Eagle Hall from invading, were stunned. Seeing the lamps appearing in the sky, Wei Fuxian thought that Lu Chen was planning to give them a show of force in front of their Scarlet Flame sect. After all, these people had betrayed the Profound Moon Hall and joined the Scarlet Flame sect. However, after Lu Chen made his move, he did not kill those traitors, but only let the lamps in the sky emit a red light. Feeling the immortal energy emanating from those lamps, Wei Fuxian thought to himself that this was at least a heaven-grade immortal technique. It seemed that the Profound Moon Immortal King valued her direct disciple quite a bit. But didn't the Profound Moon Hall not recruit male disciples? How did Yun Yudi now accept a male disciple as a direct disciple? Chapter 1300 Wei Fuxian's Plan. Just as Wei Fuxian was distracted, suddenly, a man in the training field clutched his head and howled in pain. Ah! Hearing this mournful cry, everyone's attention turned to the direction from which the sound came. Lu Chen had only used the Divine Illumination Thousand Lamp Classic and had not directly killed anyone present. Lu Ye was merely illuminated by the immortal light of the Divine Illumination Thousand Lamp Classic, and his body began to emit black mist. Seeing the strange changes on Lu Yi's body, the crowd frowned. "This is..." Lu Chen said to Wei Fuxian, "When the Scarlet Flame Immortal King brought them here, he hadn't searched their souls yet, right?" Wei Fuxian said, "These people are all mortals. If I were to search their souls, they would likely die directly. These people were traitors of the Profound Moon Palace." To express sincerity, Wei Fuxian had captured them all and handed them over to the Profound Moon Palace for disposal. If he had killed them all with a soul search, how could he let the Profound Moon Palace deal with them? Lu Chen pointed to Lu Yat, who was currently howling, and said, "Scarlet Flame Immortal King, why not search this person's soul? I believe you will find something unexpected." As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand and waved out a stream of immortal energy, manipulating Lu Yi's body to fly in front of Wei Fuxian. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wei Fuxian looked at Lu Ye in front of him with doubt. "Search a mortal's soul? What secrets could a mortal cultivator have?" However, after all, these were the words of Yun Yudi's direct disciple. Perhaps there was indeed something special about this person. Thinking of this, Wei Fuxian directly used the soul-searching technique on Lu Yat. However, when Wei Fuxian's immortal energy came into contact with Lu Yi's body, he clearly felt his immortal energy being repelled. Originally, he only needed a small amount of immortal energy to activate the soul-searching technique to search Lu Yi's soul, but now he found that his soul-searching technique directly collapsed upon contact with Lu Yi's body. This. Wei Fuxian was stunned for a moment, and then he frowned. He had already realized the problem. No wonder Yun Yudi's direct disciple asked him to search Lu Yi's soul. At this time, Wei Fuxian no longer held back and infused a large amount of immortal energy into Lu Yat, and then activated the soul-searching technique again. In the next moment, all of Lu Yi's memories were read by Wei Fuxian. From Lu Yi's memories, Wei Fuxian discovered that Sikong Yupeng often taught Lu Ye to practice some evil immortal techniques. Many of those evil immortal techniques were similar to those used by the evil immortals of the Blood Eagle Hall. From this point of view, Sikong Yupeng's identity as an undercover agent was basically confirmed. Wei Fuxian snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, Lu Yi's body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this time, Wei Fuxian said to Lu Chen, "This time, thanks to this little friend Chen Lu, otherwise I wouldn't have known that the Blood Eagle Hall had actually turned against my sex inner elder." Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Now that the Scarlet Flame Immortal King has confirmed that all of this is the Blood Eagle Hall causing trouble behind the scenes, I wonder what the Scarlet Flame Immortal King plans to do next." Wei Fuxian did not answer this question, but instead asked, "Where is the Profound Moon Immortal King now?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian instantly guessed what Wei Fuxian wanted to do, so she said, "Our palace lord has already entered seclusion." Hearing this, Wei Fuxian was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Since the Blood Eagle Hall is already making small moves in the dark, it means that they have already set their sights on our two immortal sects. After this plan fails, the Blood Eagle Hall is likely to directly attack our two immortal sections. The Blood Eagle Hall has 3 immortal kings, while our two immortal sects only have 1 immortal king each. Neither the Profound Moon Palace nor my Scarlet Flame sect can deal with the Blood Eagle Hall alone. Why don't our two major immortal sects form an alliance? As long as the Blood Eagle Hall attacks either side, the other side will unconditionally assist the ally in defending against the enemy." Hearing this, Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "I need to go back and discuss this matter with the other elders of the Profound Moon Palace." Wei Fuxian then asked, "I wonder when the Profound Moon Immortal King will be able to emerge from seclusion?" Naturally, matters such as the alliance of immortal sects must be discussed with the other party's palace lord. Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Our palace lord has only been in seclusion for a short time." Hearing Immortal Lord Ling Yian's answer, Wei Fuxian helplessly asked, "Who is in charge of the Profound Moon Palace now?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Our palace's young palace lord." Wei Fuxian then asked, "Can she decide on the alliance matter?" Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, "Our palace lord once said before entering seclusion that after she enters seclusion, all matters of the Profound Moon Palace will be decided by the young palace lord. Since the Profound Moon Immortal King has said so, then she should be able to make a decision on the alliance matter. Please ask Immortal Lord Ling Yian to go back and tell your young palace lord that 2 months later, our Scarlet Flame sect will visit the Profound Moon Palace to discuss the alliance matter." Knowing that the Blood Eagle Hall was targeting his sect, Wei Fuxian felt a lot of pressure. The evil immortal techniques cultivated by the Blood Eagle Hall could suppress the immortal energy of normal immortals, and coupled with the fact that they had 3 immortal kings, if the 3 immortal kings of the Blood Eagle Hall attacked the Scarlet Flame sect at the same time, then the Scarlet Flame sect would not be able to resist at all. Since the Blood Eagle Hall initially wanted to provoke a conflict between the Scarlet Flame sect and the Profound Moon Palace, it proved that the Blood Eagle Hall was not only targeting the Scarlet Flame sect but also the Profound Moon Palace. It was just right for their 2 major immortal sects to form an alliance to fight against the Blood Eagle Hall together. Wei Fuxian then said, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, Scarlet Flame Immortal King, take care. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Fuxian left Skywolf City with Black Cloud Immortal Lord. After Wei Fuxian left, Immortal Lord Ling Yian glanced at the betraying aristocratic families present, and then said to Lu Chen, Chen. Lu, what do you plan to do with these people? Lu Chen said indifferently, now that the grand Dao of procreation has gradually disappeared and the population is getting smaller and smaller, it would be a pity to kill all these people like this. Why not just keep them all in captivity, let them have more children, and then give their children to other families to raise? Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Immortal Lord Ling Yian raised her hand, and in the next moment, all the mortals over the age of 50 present turned into blood mist. Then, Immortal Lord Ling Yian ordered the soldiers to take all the remaining people away and imprison them. After doing all this, Immortal Lord Ling Yian spoke again to Lu Chen, Chen Lu, I am going back to the Profound Moon Palace to discuss the alliance matter with the other elders. Why don't you come back with me? After the Blood Eagle Hall's plan fails, they may still send people to deal with you. Lu Chen thought for a while, and then said, no need, I left the Profound Moon Palace in the first place to find an opportunity for a breakthrough during my training. If I return to the Profound Moon Palace now, it will delay my training. Immortal Lord Ling Yian said, I understand, then be careful. Saying this, Immortal Lord Ling Yian's body disappeared. After Immortal Lord Ling Yian left, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Xiao Shuiying and Cao Xiun. Xiao Shuiying had already returned to him. Next was Cao Xiun. Cao Xiun's favorability towards him was not particularly high. If he directly revealed his identity to her, he might not be able to get close to her directly. Before the favorability reached 90, it was better for him not to directly tell her his true identity. Cao Xiun said at this time, Junior Brother Chen, now that the matter of Skywolf City has been resolved, we can go to other cities. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen. 1301